felt like I was dying. Mike and the girls strode on ahead of me, backpacks bobbing up and down as they marched up the mountain. They didn't look back. They had decided long ago, almost as soon as we had left the cars and began this trudge up the mountain, that I was just slowing them down. They were right. If we did this hike at my preferred pace, the speed would be much slower than this kamikaze attack on the Welsh landscape. As it was, every step sent excruciating pain lancing through my leg muscles. My lungs hurt as my breath rasped into them, bringing with it the afternoon mist that might have tasted fresh if I could stop gasping for air like a fish out of water. And that's exactly what I was. This gung-ho shit was Mike's deal, not mine. He and Elena spent most weekends hiking or rock climbing or canoeing down some river somewhere. I spent my weekends playing video games and eating fast food. Most of the Chinese, Indian and Mexican restaurants knew the way to my house. The pizza guy had almost become a close friend because we spent so much time talking about the latest games while he was delivering my pepperoni feast and garlic bread. After spending weekdays at my shitty admin job, I needed to unwind during my 2 days of freedom. He might have been my closest friend, despite our differences in lifestyle, but Mike's outdoor weekend pursuits were my idea of hell. Even though he and Elena supposedly spent a lot of their time having wild sex in the remote locations they visited, it was still too much torture for a few moments of pleasure in my eyes. So if that's the way I felt, why the hell was I here now, torturing myself just to try and get to know Lucy Hoffmeister? Because I was a fucking idiot who should know better. When Mike told me that Elena was bringing her friend Lucy along for a 2-day trek of Wales, and asked would I like to join them, I was playing DayZ and had just eliminated 2 zombies and another player who'd been bugging me for weeks in-game. I had been on a digital high. An image of Lucy Hoffmeister had flashed across my mind, and I had said, "Hell yeah." The image that incited this uncharacteristic reaction was one of Lucy at Doug Latimer's barbecue last year. Lucy had arrived with Elena, and I had spent most of the evening trying not to stare at her. She was perfect. Cute face, button nose, blue eyes and long blonde hair that tumbled over the shoulders of her black sweater. She filled that sweater and her jeans with just the right amount of curves. I didn't talk to her, of course. Nothing more than a hello when Mike introduced us. Girls like that don't go for geeks like me. I knew I had no chance with her. Even now, struggling up this mountain while she laughed and talked with Mike and Elena up ahead, I was aware that the differences between us were an abyss that could not be crossed. But the image of Lucy at Doug Latimer's house, to be exact, a particular image of her in the kitchen, grabbing a bottle of beer, popping it open, and leaning her head back while she took a swallow from the bottle, had the power to bring me here to this God-forsaken place and put myself through hell. In that moment, Lucy had seemed totally unaware of the effect she had on all the men at that barbecue. I was leaning against the kitchen counter when she took a swig of that beer, and I took the opportunity to let my eyes roam over her from head to toe. That view of her standing by the fridge, leaning on her right leg a little more than the left, so her hip curved out more on that side, her perfect breasts thrusting against the black fabric of the sweater, was a memory I had replayed over and over in my head many times. That image and my DayZ victory had betrayed me. I wasn't meant to be here. This was not how I spent my Saturdays. I should be at home right now, controller in hand and a beer on the coffee table, and my own bed to sleep in tonight, not a cold, uncomfortable tent. I was going to feel like hell by the time I went back to work on Monday. And up ahead on the steep trail, the 3 happy wanderers ambled up the mountainside, chatting like this was a stroll in the park. I was huffing and puffing like a steam train. How could I be so out of shape? Mike was loving this, flanked by 2 girls, while he showed off his physical prowess. Never mind his friend, coming up half a mile behind everyone else, trying to not have a heart attack, but at the same time wishing he were dead. I didn't want them to wait for me. That would mean exerting myself to reach them faster, while they watched me. Too embarrassing. Let them get ahead as much as they wanted. They had to stop sometime. Then I would catch up at my own pace. For now, I would just trundle along behind them and wish I was someplace else. When they finally stopped for lunch, I almost lost them. They reached the top of the mountain and disappeared from my sight as I scrambled up after them, driven on by the knowledge that this constant uphill struggle was about to come to an end. As I topped the trail and looked out across the broad rocky area that marked the zenith of this mountain, the 3 amigos were nowhere to be seen. I let out a breath and a muttered, "Fuck!" Relieved to be on level terrain, but worried that I was lost, I walked forward a few steps and scanned the mist around me. There were dark shapes moving in the grey, figures just out of sight. But they were other hikers, in pairs and in large groups, not the 3 who had left me on a mountainside. I unzipped the pocket of my jacket and took out my phone. I would have to call Mike to find out where they were. Embarrassing, yes, but not as embarrassing as being airlifted off the mountain by mountain rescue because I had gotten totally lost. There was no signal. This was a joke. Putting the phone away, I considered the other type of calling, actually shouting for them. But the presence of the other hikers, the same ones who had passed me on the way up here and offered sympathetic smiles and nods, stopped me. I didn't want to look like a total loser. So I marched over the rocks and tried to look like I knew exactly where I was going. Right past everyone else and over to the other side of the mountain. At least the next part of this trek was going to be downhill. It seemed pointless, struggling up a mountain just to go back down again. "Alex! Over here!" I halted and looked to my left. Sitting behind a pile of rocks, sheltered from the wind, Mike, Elena and Lucy waved at me. They had filled plastic mugs with steaming coffee from the thermos. It smelled so good, it made my mouth water. I strode over to them, swinging my arms and trying to look strong, as if doing so could make them forget about me lagging behind for the entire morning. "Grab a drink, man. You look beat." Mike passed me a mug and poured coffee into it. The breeze blew the steam into my face. Looking at Elena and Lucy, I said, "You girls enjoying yourselves? It's pretty wild up here." "Yeah, it's cool," Elena said. "We were thinking of picking up speed on the next part. You up for that, Alex?" She knew I wasn't. I had been half a mile behind them the whole way, and my bravado a moment ago hadn't really made them forget how pathetic I was. I shrugged. "We don't have to pick up the pace," Lucy offered. Mike swallowed his coffee and threw the dregs across the rocks. "We do if we want to make camp before dark. Alex will be okay." He took a plastic-covered map from his rucksack and laid it on the ground. "Look," he said to me, "we head from here to the top of Penivan, then down to this area where we skirt around this mountain called the Cribben. Once we get around there, we can put up the tents." "Why are you showing me the map? I'll just follow you." "In case you fall too far behind and lose us. Now you know where we're going." His directions and random pointing at the map hadn't told me anything. "You could just slow down a little," I whispered. "No way, man. You try to keep up. This is good for you, Alex. The military come here all the time. This is where the SAS train." As if on cue, an army helicopter flew overhead. Couldn't they take me to the cribbin, or whatever the hell it was called, and drop me off there? I wouldn't mind waiting while Mike and the girls caught up. I'd even try to set up the tents. "I'm not a soldier," I said. "I thought this was supposed to be enjoyable, not a military exercise." Mike stowed the mugs in his backpack and stood up. "Just pretend it's Call of Duty," he said, hefting the pack onto his back and adjusting the straps. "You can keep up if you try harder, Alex." The girls got ready to leave with Mike. I scrambled to my feet. My legs protested, but I tried to ignore the ache in my muscles. Keeping up with the group would be difficult, but getting lost out here in the middle of nowhere, especially when it got dark, would be a nightmare. I doubted I could survive a night wandering around the mountains. "Everyone ready?" Mike asked. "Let's go." He took off like a mountain goat across the rocks. The girls joined him and I followed along. At least I had a pretty good view walking behind the girls. We descended a steep jumble of rocks, then found a path that led up to the summit of Pen Ivan. My 3 non-companions hit their stride again and powered ahead. I slowed down. There was no point trying to keep up, and my legs screamed in pain with every step. I unzipped my jacket and reached into the inside pocket. I had my portable digital radio in there, along with a Twix bar. Unravelling the headphone wire and pushing the buds into my ears, I switched on the radio. At least I could have some music to take my mind off the ache in my legs. I could have listened to music from my phone, but I didn't want to run the battery down, so I had turned it off after unsuccessfully trying to call Mike earlier. I unwrapped the Twix and bit off a mouthful. The sweet caramel taste seemed amplified out here in the wild. It was probably because I hadn't eaten since we left the cars hours ago. The sweetness seemed to explode in my mouth. The radio was nowhere near as satisfying. Instead of music, all I got was a news broadcast, and the signal kept cutting out. As I trudged up the path, I tried to make out what the woman was saying. Department of Health issued a warning after... At the Royal London Hospital, virus strain that... Previously unknown. Doctor has been quarantined. No danger to the public. I flicked the radio off, disconnected it from the headphones, and stuffed it back into my pocket. Leaving the headphones in my ears, I jacked them into my phone and turned it on, finding an AC/DC album on my playlist. Screw the battery. I needed some distraction from this hell. Trying to let my awareness of the rock music override the awareness of my aching legs, I strode on along the trail, leaving the shadowy figures of the other hikers behind me in the mist. The driving rock beat helped me forget the pain in my legs for a while, or at least endure it. It lifted my spirits. Took me away from the misty, damp reality of the mountains. I decided that I was going to talk to Lucy tonight. To hell with it. What did I have to lose? This was already the worst Saturday of my life. It couldn't get any worse. I reached the top of Pen Ivan. Nothing spectacular, just more rocks and a cairn to mark the pinnacle. I looked for the path down the other side and found it easily. Things were looking up, despite the fact I couldn't see Mike and the girls anywhere. Going down the mountain was much easier than going up, even though my feet ached. I couldn't wait to get my boots off later. As unappealing as the tent sounded, compared to this endless trudging, it would be luxurious. A noise in the mist brought me to a halt. I heard it over my music. It had been loud, like someone falling over. I took off my headphones and listened. Another noise. It sounded like a growl. It couldn't be. There weren't any dangerous animals up here. What about a dog? Maybe some idiot hiker had brought a Doberman up here and let it off the leash. The growl reached me again. Low, guttural. I swallowed. If it was a dog, surely the owner was around somewhere. Maybe that was who had fallen over. I heard movement to my right. It didn't sound like a dog. Not unless dogs wore padded jackets and carried rucksacks and walked in boots. It was a hiker. Maybe it was the owner looking for his dog. So why wasn't he calling for it? I heard another noise, behind me this time. A group of hikers coming down the trail, chatting and laughing. Maybe they would know how to deal with a dangerous dog. The growl came again. Then a quick movement. A man, coming out of the mist. His face. Oh, God! His face! He reached out for me with both hands, his yellow eyes looking like pure evil. His skin was blue, mottled, disgusting. Pure instinct sent me running backwards away from him, dodging his flailing arms. The heel of my boot connected with a rock. I tried to regain my balance, fell, hit the grass. Air rushed out of my lungs in an explosion. My vision filled with sky and dirt. Tumbling. Chapter 2. I scrambled to my feet, stifling the cry that rose in my throat. I didn't know how far I'd rolled down the mountain, but I wasn't going to wait around for that crazy guy to come down after me. I ran. Not strictly true. It was impossible to run because of the steepness of the slope. I loped down the trail, letting gravity speed me up. Not too fast. I couldn't risk hurtling down the mountain. There were no sounds behind me. All I could hear was my own breathing. I sounded like a panting dog. What if he heard me? Maybe those other hikers would deal with him. Or maybe he would deal with them. He looked crazy. Murderous. I should call someone. Mountain rescue. The police. Turning off the music on my phone, I tried to decide what to do. I didn't even know the number for mountain rescue. And what would I tell the police? I called Mike. Luckily, I got a signal. Hey, Alex. Mike, where are you? I don't know what's happening. I just got attacked by someone. Hey, slow down, man. Are you okay? I don't know. Yeah, I think so. I got away. I heard him tell Elena and Lucy. Alex got attacked by somebody. Then Lucy's voice came sweetly into my ear. Tell him we'll wait for him. Yeah, we'll wait for you, man. We can't be too far ahead of you. We'll wait here until you catch up. I hung up and put the phone away. I wasn't in the mood for music anymore, and I couldn't risk not hearing that mad hiker if he was still coming after me. I glanced back up along the trail. Nothing but mist. Then a shout, a scream, a roar of anger. I fled as fast as I could. I hit level ground and kept running across the grass. My lungs burned. Tears streamed out of my eyes, and I wasn't sure if I was crying or if the exertion was making them water. My mind was filled with pure panic. He had found the hikers behind me up there, killed them. Surely the sounds of screaming meant he was killing them, and when he was done, would he come down after me? 3 shapes appeared in the mist ahead of me. I slowed down and approached carefully. What if that madman wasn't alone? What if there was a cult of killers? I had seen that on a TV show I couldn't remember the name of right now. If there were 3 of them, I had no chance. I couldn't run any more. I was done. What happened, man? Mike's voice had never sounded so good. I went over and leaned on him, panting, trying to catch my breath. There was mad hiker, attacked, fell. Whoa, man, take it easy. Lucy and Elena looked more worried than Mike. I don't think Mike would be worried if he were abducted and woke up in the boot of a serial killer's car. He'd probably wait until the killer opened the boot, then give him a shit-eating grin and say, "You don't want to kill me, man." And knowing Mike's luck, the killer would probably reply, "Yeah, you're right," and let him go free. Knowing my luck, I'd probably suffocate in the boot before the killer even opened it. I managed to get my breathing from panicked to just heavy. "There's a crazy person back there," I said. "He attacked me, but I tripped over a rock and rolled halfway down the mountain. I got away, but there were some other hikers behind me. I don't think they made it." "What? Are you sure?" I shrugged. I couldn't see anything because of the mist, but I heard screams. "Ah," he said. "Screams of terror or surprise. Maybe they knew the guy. Maybe he jumped out of the mist to scare them. He thought you were them, and he jumped out at you by accident." "It was no accident, and the screams were screams of terror. I'm not stupid, Mike. He really attacked me. His face." I tried to recall exactly what his face had looked like. The flesh was blue. His eyes were yellow. "Sounds like you got attacked by a smurf." Elena laughed. Lucy spoke up for me. "Come on. This is no laughing matter. Alex looks scared. What if there really is a crazy person back there?" Mike tried to look serious, but I could see he didn't believe me. He was such a dick at times. "Then I guess you should call the police, man, and we'll have to wait for them to arrive. You'll need to give a statement. They'll take forever asking you questions. It's already getting dark. I don't want to be putting up the tents at midnight." What if I call them anonymously? I just tell them what happened and hang up. They'll come out to investigate, but we'll still get to the campsite on time. He shrugged. "Sure thing. Just don't stay on the line too long. We need to get moving." "I won't." I dialed 999 on my phone and waited, listening to it ring at the other end. I waited 2 minutes. There was no answer. I thought this was supposed to be the emergency services. "Maybe they're busy," Lucy offered. "It's Saturday night. They probably get busy on the weekend." I hung up and redialed. The phone at the other end rang and rang, but nobody answered. I looked at the screen of my phone. Everything looked fine, and I had a signal. There's nobody there. "I'll try on my phone." Lucy took her phone from her pocket and dialed. She flicked her long blonde hair from her ear as she placed the phone there. I didn't hang up, letting the ringing go on and on. Lucy listened to the same thing on her phone for at least 3 minutes before she hung up. Nothing. "Well, we need to get moving," Mike said. "You can try later." He set off along the path. I caught up with him. "You don't think it's strange that the emergency services number isn't working?" He shrugged. "Like Lucy said, they're probably busy, man." Elena took Mike's arm and looked at me with something like pity in her eyes. "Don't worry, Alex. The world isn't ending." I sighed and dropped back to where Lucy was marching behind them. She gave an occasional glance into the mist behind us. At least she believed me. "Don't you think it's weird that there's no answer from the emergency services?" I asked her. "It's strange. Maybe it's because the signal is bad here. But I could hear the ringing sound. I was connected. Maybe there's a fault on the line or something." When she saw frustration on my face, she added, "We could try again later." "Something doesn't add up," I said. In fact, I was hoping it didn't add up, because if there was a connection between the strange radio broadcast earlier, the mottled blue skin and yellow eyes of my attacker, and the fact the emergency number was dead, then something was seriously fucked up. Get a hold of yourself, Alex, I thought. Maybe these are just a bunch of unconnected incidents. Maybe you've been playing too many video games and you aren't thinking clearly. This unfamiliar environment has affected you, not to mention the fact that you are walking next to Lucy Hofmeister right now. That thought drained all my confidence away. My throat went suddenly dry. I had talked to her easily a moment ago, because my mind had been on other things. Now that I thought about talking to her, I couldn't do it. She sensed my discomfort and looked at her phone, pretending to be interested in something on the screen. I took out the radio and turned it on. The station crackled and emitted white noise. I rotated the tuning dial, seeking a voice from the outside world. There were no live stations. "The signal here really is bad," Lucy said. "It isn't that. See that green indicator? That means the radio is tuned to a digital channel. There's just nothing on the channel. Try a different one." I adjusted the tuner. A woman's voice came through the static. Her intonation was flat, as if she were reading from a script. "This is the BBC emergency broadcast. Stay in your home. The military and police are dealing with the current situation. Stay inside and lock all doors and windows." A pause. Then the recorded message was repeated. "This is the BBC emergency." I ran up to Mike. "Listen." I turned up the volume. "And police are dealing with the current situation. Stay inside and lock all doors and windows." "What the fuck, man?" "It's the emergency broadcast system. They only use it if something really fucking bad has happened. We've got to get home. We can't be out here in the middle of nowhere if something's happening." He stopped and looked me in the eyes. "Alex, is this a joke? Some sort of prank?" I shook my head. "I swear it isn't." The EBS continued to repeat on a loop. "Turn that fucking radio off." I did so gladly. I couldn't stand to listen to it any longer either. "Maybe it's a test," Elena suggested. "They test these things all the time, right? They have to know it works, in case they need it in a real emergency." "Yeah, they do that all the time, man. They close underground stations and practice for biological warfare and shit like that." "Not on every station. I can't get anything else at all on the radio. No music, no news, nothing." He took out his phone and jabbed at it. His eyes flickered over the screen and his face went pale. "Oh, fuck," he muttered. Elena put her head on his shoulder and looked at his phone. "What is it, Mike?" "There hasn't been an update on the internet news channel since 2 hours ago. It just says, 'virus outbreak'. Nothing else. There's nothing else." He pressed the screen on his phone a few times. "I can't get shit on here." "We need to go back," I said. "Alex is right," Lucy added. Mike ran his hands through his hair and paced back and forth on the trail. "We should keep going. Make camp. It's a lot farther back to the cars than it is to the campsite. If the shit really has hit the fan, we might be in the best place out here. It's getting dark and it's going to rain. We need to set up camp. Come on." He stormed off down the trail. Elena went running after him. Lucy looked at me. "What do you think?" "He's probably right. If we went back to the cars now, it'd get dark before we got anywhere near them. I don't fancy walking over the mountains in the pitch black." "Me either." We set off after Mike and Elena. Lucy was quiet for a while, lost in her own thoughts. But then she asked, "Alex, what do you think has happened?" "I don't know. If it's a virus, how could it spread so quickly? I heard a news report earlier that mentioned a hospital in London and a doctor in quarantine. But when we left home this morning, there was no mention of anything on the news. She went quiet again, then said, "I'm scared." I looked at the darkening sky. Something told me this was the end of the last normal day ever. Life was never going to be the same again. Chapter 3. We set the tents up quickly. The trail led us around the side of the mountain Mike called the Cribbin, then to a flat area of grass where we would spend the night. Mountains surrounded us, and a rocky ravine ran off down a steep slope. It felt isolated. If the world had gone to hell, isolated could be good. As we put together the steel poles and threaded them through the nylon loops as quickly as we could, I tried to piece together the fragments of knowledge I had. A viral outbreak. All media dead except for the emergency broadcast. A warning to lock all doors and windows. It was that last fragment that scared me. If a virus had somehow broken out from a London hospital, even if that virus were deadly, why were they telling people to lock their doors? My mind went to places I didn't want it to even consider going. The infected. Whatever this virus was, it had already spread enough to take out the radio stations and the internet. Was it worldwide? None of us could get any internet on our phones. In theory, that might just mean that the service providers in this area were down. Or it could mean that the whole world was affected by the virus. We erected the first tent, and I looked at the flimsy fabric dome held together by hollow steel tubes. No protection, not from the infected. Jesus Christ, Alex! Stop scaring yourself. But even Mike had gone silent. He moved on to the next tent and started fitting the poles together. He had brought 2 tents, one for the boys and one for the girls. We placed them close together. It doesn't matter how close they are, I thought. If someone comes up that ravine and attacks us, we're as good as dead. Huddling together like frightened animals won't help us. I imagined a horde of infected men and women with blue skin, ripping at the tents with sharp nails and teeth. Not stopping, even when those nails and teeth were ripping flesh. "Alex!" I looked up. "Yeah? Let's get inside. It's starting to rain." I nodded. We shoved our rucksacks in one tent and the girls in the other. Mike and I climbed into ours and zipped up the door just as heavy drops of rain hit the tent. Slowly at first, then faster, like 1,000 fingers drumming on the fabric. We unrolled the sleeping bags and laid them out on the tent floor. Mike lit a kerosene lamp and hung it from a hook on the ceiling. "You girls okay in there?" he shouted. "We're fine," Elena replied. He looked at me. "Alex, I don't think there's really anything wrong. There's something wrong with the internet, yeah, and the radio. But we're in the middle of nowhere out here, man. That's life in the sticks for you. Fuck all communication. What about the emergency broadcast? You must have tuned in to some military test channel or something. I told you, the army train up here all the time. We're probably in the middle of one of their war games or something. Yeah, that makes sense. That explains the media blackout. There's like a jammer or something to simulate a war." The more he thought about it, the more he seemed to convince himself. I thought about what he was saying. Was it plausible? The army did come to these mountains to train, particularly the SAS who were based at Hereford, not too far from here. But surely even they would put up signs telling hikers they were blocking the local phone towers, wouldn't they? Maybe not. My knowledge of military matters was limited to video games. I had no idea if they would even consider how their training protocols affected civilians. I think you could be right, I told Mike. After all, even my game-addicted mind acknowledged that scenario was more likely than some sort of zombie outbreak. It was the army. We had seen their choppers earlier, so they were definitely in the area. I breathed a little easier. It made sense. "Hey, girls," Mike called. "I've figured it out. The world isn't ending after all. It's the fucking army playing around." "What do you mean?" A smirk crossed his face. "I'll come in there and explain it to Elena. Alex will explain it to Lucy." "What?" I whispered. "Hey, man, I spent the last few hours thinking the world was ending. Now I know it's not. I need to do something life-affirming, if you know what I mean." "Mike, no." I didn't care what he did with Elena. It was the fact that Lucy was going to come into this tent that scared me. He patted me on the shoulder as he left the tent. "Just talk to Lucy. She likes you, man." I sat back on my sleeping bag, leaning against my rucksack. I had agreed to come on this trip in a moment of weakness, thinking I would get to know Lucy Hoffmeister, and maybe have a chance to go out with her. That moment had long since passed, and I knew in the cold light of reality that I didn't have a chance with Lucy. I wasn't good at talking to any girls, particularly good-looking ones. I wasn't scared of them or anything like that. I just got tongue-tied and embarrassed around them, so I went quiet. Then they thought I disliked them because I wouldn't speak to them. On my 20th birthday, Mike had taken me to Amsterdam with a couple of his friends, and they had paid for a certain lady in the red light district to help me become a man. She didn't speak English, and I didn't speak Dutch, so my communication problem didn't become a factor. Mike thought the experience would help me overcome my shyness with women when we returned back home. But as soon as we got off the plane, I was back to my old self. The worst thing about it was, I didn't want to be this way. I wanted normal relationships with girls. I wasn't proud that I had lost my virginity to a prostitute. I would rather have a real girlfriend. The door unzipped, and Lucy climbed into the tent. She looked as embarrassed as I felt. She would probably rather be anywhere than in a tent with me. "Hey," I said. "Hey." She sat on Mike's sleeping bag, facing me. She had tied her hair up into a ponytail and taken off her jacket. Sitting there in beige cargo pants and a black sweater, she looked even sexier, because I had the impression she didn't acknowledge her own sexiness. The understated makeup, tied-up hair and curves refusing to be hidden by the loose sweater, accentuated the beauty Lucy was either unaware of or was trying to play down. The pale light from the lamp made her look ethereal. "Mike said he's figured out what's happening," she prompted, probably aware of my eyes on her. "He came up with an explanation, and it makes sense. We're probably in the middle of some war game. The SAS train up here all the time. The emergency broadcast, the lack of signal. It's probably part of their training." "What about the man who attacked you?" "Maybe it was just a guy in a mask trying to scare his friends. I didn't stick around long enough to find out." But that explanation sounded lame. His eyes had burned with such fury. Those yellow eyes still haunted my thoughts. Even if the rest was a military exercise, it didn't explain the man on the mountain. "You don't sound so sure." I shrugged. "Let's try the radio again. There might be a better signal here. I rolled onto my stomach and pulled the radio out of my jacket, where I had draped it over my rucksack. I clicked it on. Lucy got onto her stomach next to me, her blue eyes on the radio. Our hips and shoulders were touching. I could smell her light perfume. "Concentrate, Alex." Static filled the tent. I turned the dial slowly. Silence. Then a voice. "This is the BBC emergency broadcast. Stay in your home. The military and police are dealing—" "It's the same broadcast," Lucy said. "It must have been playing all day, over and over." I searched for more stations, but got nothing. Turning off the radio, I said, "So, what do you think? Are we in the middle of a very realistic military training exercise, or is this for real?" She looked at me, and there were tears in her eyes. "I think it's real." Her conviction made me realize I had been fooling myself. This had to be real. If the army wanted to train their soldiers and deny them media access, they would simply take away their radios, phones, and any other devices that allowed access to cyberspace. They wouldn't black out the entire area. "I think you're right," I admitted. That admission broke through a dam that had been holding back the emotions inside of me. I thought of my parents, my brother Joe, my friends. Were they safe? Reflecting my thoughts, Lucy asked, "What about our families?" Tears rolled down her cheeks. "I don't know," I said. "Please, hold me." She pressed herself into me. I turned, so we faced each other, her head buried against my chest. Her arm went around my waist, and I put mine around her shoulders, as we both cried in the pale lantern light. This was it. The end. Something had happened to finally put an end to society as we knew it. This was real. Game over. Chapter 4. I woke up when sunlight hit the tents and the birds started their chorus outside. Just like any other day. Just like yesterday. But yesterday was gone, and all we had to look forward to was a very different tomorrow. I opened my bleary eyes to find Lucy asleep next to me. Somehow we had fallen asleep last night and ended up tangled together in the sleeping bags. Her head was on my chest, her eyes closed. She looked so peaceful. My arm was trapped beneath her body, and it felt dead. My back ached from sleeping on the ground all night. The sleeping bags had hardly provided a layer of comfort. I moved gently, dragging my arm from under Lucy. I extricated it and waited while the blood returned, sending pins and needles shooting through my hand and fingers. The tent smelled of sweat and tears, with an undercurrent of Lucy's perfume. I sat up. It was cold. At least the rain had stopped. Crawling to the tent door, I unzipped it and climbed out into the chill morning. There was no sound from Mike and Elena's tent, so I assumed they were still asleep. Thick mist shrouded the tops of the mountains, and also drifted along the ground. It was like one of those old horror movies, where the set was covered in dry ice. Apart from the calling of the occasional bird, there was no other sound. I staggered across to the ravine, rubbing my aching back, and relieved myself behind a tree. It was too quiet. Could this silent world really be a place in which some event happened yesterday? Some disaster? In the distance, a helicopter whirred. It came up along the ravine. The dull green paint job distinguished it as military. The men in that chopper probably knew what the hell was going on. As it passed over us, The noise from its rotors seemed to fill the air, killing the silence. Mike appeared, looking up at the sky, his eyes bloodshot. The helicopter passed over us and continued on over the mountains. As it disappeared into the distance, the unnerving quiet settled over us again. Mike came over to me. He was wearing just a t-shirt and boxers. He must be freezing, but he didn't seem to notice the cold. "Dude," he said as he approached, smiling. "How was your night?" "Mine was fucking awesome." Ignoring his question, I said, "We've decided it's real, Mike. The warning. Everything." "For fuck's sake, not this again. So now you've convinced Lucy with your paranoid delusions." "I'm not paranoid." "Like fuck you aren't, Alex. You couldn't just come out here and have some fun, could you? You had to go and turn it into one of your games. You can't just come out here and hike around the mountains for a couple of days. You have to make it the end of the fucking world. Well, here's some news for you. This is just a normal day like any other. Tomorrow, you'll be back at work like every other Monday. Same old shit as always. So let's enjoy today and make the most of it. Mike, we think it's real." He glared at me and shook his head. "You really are crazy." He stalked back to the tents and picked up a saucepan and spoon. Crashing them together, he shouted, "Come on, ladies, it's time to get up and get moving. We have to go home today." Elena and Lucy appeared, blinking against the sunlight. "Let's get all this packed up." Mike's attitude was brash and loud. "Got to get back to the cars by this afternoon. Move it, people!" He tossed the pan and spoon into the grass. They clattered as they rolled across the grass, then went silent. Mike walked away from the tents and stood staring up at the misty mountains. I went over to him and put a hand on his shoulder. "Mike." He shrugged me off and took a few steps away. His eyes had tears in them. I had never seen Mike cry. Never. "You'll see," he said, waving a finger at me. "We'll get to the cars and go home, and everything will be just fine. And we'll be telling this story in the pub with our friends, telling them how Alex thought the fucking world had ended, and they'll laugh and drink to your paranoid, delusional fucking conspiracy theories." I went back to the tent without a word. Climbing inside, I shook my head. "What is it?" Lucy was rolling the sleeping bags up. "Mike doesn't believe us, except maybe he does, but can't admit it." "What do you think we'll find when we get back home?" "If something really bad has happened, we won't make it home, Lucy. If there's a virus, the army will have checkpoints, quarantine. They'll try to separate the infected. I suppose they'll set up emergency hospitals. But we're not infected." "No, but they won't know that. They'll probably put people in quarantine for the duration of the incubation period of the virus. That's the only way they could separate the healthy population from the infected. Unless there's a blood test or something. This is so fucked up. Look, maybe we're wrong. Maybe we'll get back home and everything will be normal, like Mike says." Neither of us believed that. We packed up the tents and gear into the rucksacks and left the campsite, heading along the hiking trail as it ran through a sharp-smelling pine forest. Mike had said we should be back at the cars by late afternoon. After saying that, he had gone quiet, walking ahead with Elena, while Lucy and I trailed behind. Our little group, which yesterday had been split by physical fitness, was now split by beliefs. The shadows among the pines made me think of the man who had attacked me yesterday, and one word kept repeating itself over and over in my mind. Infected. If the people infected by the virus became violent, that would explain the warning on the EBS to lock all doors and windows. Lucy was quiet as we walked, her mind obviously on her family and thoughts of home. I hoped that, whatever was happening, my parents and Joe were okay. Mike and Elena stopped and waited for us. As we reached them, Mike said, "I'm going to prove to you that nothing's wrong, man." He pointed past the edge of the forest to a farmhouse on a hill. "They must have a TV in there. We'll go ask them if anything is wrong. They'll think we're crazy, but at least it'll make you shut up about your crazy theory." I looked at the place beyond the pines. It looked deserted. Apart from a few sheep grazing in the field, there were no signs of life. But Mike was right. At least we would know for sure what had happened. We left the trail and made our way through the trees to the wooden fence that skirted the farm. After throwing the rucksacks over into the field, we climbed over one by one. The fence may have been strong enough to keep sheep in the field, but didn't look like it could take our combined weight. As I slipped the rucksack straps back onto my shoulders, I took a better look at the farmhouse. An old building made of wood that had seen better days. It had 2 levels and was flanked by stables and a barn. There was a faded blue Land Rover parked on a patchy area of grass by the house. Looked like someone was home after all. The others had already started for the house, so I jogged to catch up with them. The sheep weren't too happy about strangers in their field and moved as far away from us as they could get, watching us with baleful yellow eyes. "This place looks creepy," Elena said as we got closer to the house. "It's just run down," Mike replied. "Anyway, it will solve the mystery of the end of the world once and for all." We climbed the fence and stood before the place. Mike strode up onto the wooden porch and knocked on the door. Lucy wrinkled her nose. "What's that smell?" As soon as she said it, I smelled it too, like dead, rancid meat. Probably a dead animal the farmer hadn't disposed of yet. "Jesus, Alex, you could have waited," Mike joked, knocking on the door again. "I don't think anyone's home," I said. "Maybe they've been evacuated," Lucy offered. "Oh, for fuck's sake!" Mike tried the door and it opened. "OK, let's find the TV." He stepped inside. "We can't just go into someone's house," Lucy said. "Hey, the door was open. If that isn't an invitation, I don't know what is." He disappeared inside. Elena followed. Lucy looked at me. "Should we go in?" "We want to know what's happened. There might be something on the TV." She nodded and stepped through the door. I followed, not oblivious to the fact that a split had occurred in the group, and Lucy was on my side. It felt good. The house looked like it had last been decorated sometime during the 70s. Peeling wooden panels adorned the hall, and garish green and yellow wallpaper covered the walls of the living room. The sofa and chairs in there were covered in green paisley fabric. In the corner, looking out of place among the retro decor, stood a big flat-screen TV. Mike found the remote and turned it on. The screen popped to life, showing us a message that simply said, "Off air." "Try another channel," Elena suggested. Mike flicked through the channels. Each had a different message, but all said essentially the same thing. Off air. Not transmitting. Dead. "This isn't fucking happening, man," Mike said, throwing the remote against the sofa. It bounced off the cushions and landed on the carpet. The battery hatch lid broke off, and the battery spilled out like tubular guts. "You can't be thinking what they're thinking," Elena said to Mike. He looked at her. "What else is there to think? No TV, no radio, some fucked up message on every channel." He looked over at me. "I think you're right, man. I hate to say it, but I think you're right." "Mike, no." Elena shook her head. "This can't be happening." He looked at me. "Tell me about this virus." "We don't know much. Something about a doctor being quarantined in a hospital in London. I think the infected are dangerous. That's why there was a warning on the radio to lock all doors and windows." He nodded grimly. "Try the radio. I want to hear that message again." I took the radio out of my pocket and switched it on. The familiar voice filled the room. "Emergency broadcast. Stay in your home. The military and police are dealing with the current situation. Stay inside and lock all doors and windows. If law enforcement or military personnel come to your home, do as instructed and proceed to the checkpoint they designate. Do not open your door to anyone except law enforcement or military personnel. Do not leave your home unless instructed. This is the BBC emergency broadcast. Stay in..." I switched it off. "What's all that about checkpoints?" Mike asked. "It didn't say that yesterday. They added that part." "Fuck." "No, that's good. It means the army and the police have a plan. They're dealing with the situation, sending people to a safe place." "And what about us?" Elena asked. "Are we in a safe place?" "We're far enough away from the shit that's going down to be safe," Mike replied. I shook my head. "No, we're not. What about the man who attacked me yesterday? He must have been infected. The people who live out here still go into populated areas to get supplies, to go shopping. They come into contact with the rest of society all the time. Where are the owners of this farm?" As if in reply, a noise came from upstairs. It sounded like someone climbing out of bed and walking across the wooden floor. The floorboards creaked with each step. Mike looked up at the ceiling. "There's someone here, man." His voice had dropped to an urgent whisper. Elena's eyes were wide with terror. "What do we do?" The footsteps upstairs creaked slowly across the room and sounded like they were moving towards the stairs. "I'm getting out of here." Mike ran for the front door and out of the house. "Let's go," I said to the girls. Elena went next, then Lucy. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I glanced up to the floor above. There at the top stood the farmer, dressed in blue jeans and a red check shirt that had a dark blood stain across the shoulder. His skin was mottled blue and his eyes were yellow. He drew back his lips and snarled. He stepped down onto the top step. His eyes looked more like a wild animal's than a human's, and they looked at me with pure rage. I fled the house, but as soon as I got outside, I heard a sound that pierced the morning air. Lucy screaming. Chapter 5. I squinted against the sun as I ran out onto the porch. Lucy and Elena stood flattened to the wall of the house, their frightened eyes locked on the scene in front of them. Mike was lying on the ground, face down, hands behind his neck. Above him stood a soldier pointing an assault rifle at Mike's head. The man was dressed in green combat gear. His black hair was close-cropped, and his face looked hard. I halted on the porch, aware of the creaking stairs behind me. The farmer was coming down slowly, but it wouldn't be a moment or two before he was within grabbing distance of me. I moved away from the open doorway. "Stay where you are," the soldier said. "How many more of you are there?" "None," I said, "but I really need to move. There's an infected person in there." He narrowed his eyes. "What do you know about the infected? Has one of your group been bitten?" Another creak on the stairs, a low moan. "It's the owner of this house," I said quickly. "Please, I have to move. Don't shoot me." "Stay where you are, or I'll shoot your friend. Don't even think about stepping away from that doorway." Lucy glanced sideways at me, her big blue eyes gleaming with tears. She must have seen what was behind me, because they opened even wider, and she screamed. A low groan sounded behind me. The farmer was almost at the bottom of the stairs now. The dead meat smell got stronger, making me want to vomit. If I ran, the soldier would shoot Mike, then the rest of us. If I stayed where I was, the infected farmer was going to kill me. "Please," I begged the soldier. "Don't you move," he ordered. I closed my eyes. The farmer reached the bottom step. He was in the hallway now. I heard his footsteps coming closer. The smell was overwhelming. Mike, his face still in the dirt, pleaded for me. "Please, let him move away from the door. Please." The soldier looked down and told Mike to shut up. Bang! The gunshot came from behind me, from inside the house. I felt something wet hit the back of my jacket. The farmer collapsed to the floor with a heavy thump. I looked over my shoulder. A second soldier came from the kitchen, looked down at the farmer and nudged the body with the toe of his combat boot. "We need to get rid of this thing, Cartwright. It fucking stinks." He stepped out onto the porch and looked us over. "Back inside, everybody. There's a whole bunch of nasties coming this way, and I don't think you want to be outdoors when they get here." He looked over at his companion. "Let him up, Cartwright. He isn't going anywhere." Cartwright stepped back, allowing Mike to get to his feet. We went back into the living room while the soldiers dragged the farmer's body out of the house and into the grass. They came back inside and closed the front door behind them. The soldier who seemed to be in charge came into the room and said, "Right, listen up. My name is Sergeant Brand. You can call me Mr. Brand or Sergeant. Anything else will get you shot. I'm in charge. If you want to live, you will accept that. Ladies, close all the curtains in the house. Gentlemen, find the keys and lock the doors." We did as he said. Mike and I went into the kitchen looking for the house keys. We found them hanging from a cast-iron rooster on the wall next to the back door. As he locked the door, Mike whispered, "Do you think we can trust them? We don't have a choice at the moment. What happened to the farmer, man? He was like a fucking zombie. All the more reason to trust these soldiers. They have guns. If there are more of those things out there, we don't stand a chance without weapons." We walked through to the hallway to lock the front door. Lucy and Elena stood at the foot of the stairs. Brand came out of the living room. "What's wrong, ladies?" "We don't want to go upstairs," Elena said. "That's where he came from." "Cartwright, check upstairs." Cartwright went up, rifle raised. Brand looked at me. His eyes were steel grey. "You need to wash your jacket. Got some blood and brains on the back there. What's your name?" "Alex." "Well, Alex, once Corporal Cartwright has cleared upstairs, you need to wash your jacket in the bath. It stinks of death." "What regiment are you from?" I asked. Neither man wore any identifying insignia. They didn't even have stripes on their arms to designate rank. "We're from the regiment, lad." He winked at me. "What does that mean?" Mike asked. "SAS," I said. "They're from the SAS." "I didn't say that," Brand said lightly. "If I told you that, I'd have to kill you." He winked again. "Clear!" Cartwright shouted down from upstairs. "There's a hell of a mess on the bed, though. I reckon he was lying there when he turned." Lucy and Elena went up to close the curtains. I followed them. I needed to get the pieces of farmer off my jacket. With the house in darkness, Cartwright lit a fire in the fireplace with logs he found next to the wood-burning stove in the kitchen. The flickering flames lent the room an eerie orange glow. My cleaned-up jacket hung in the hall drying, along with everyone else's. We were making ourselves at home as much as possible, but we all kept our boots on, knowing we may need to make a quick escape from the house. Brand and Cartwright had removed their combat jackets. Beneath, they wore dark green army sweaters over green shirts. They sat near the window, occasionally pulling back the curtains to peek out. They kept their weapons close. "Can you tell us what's happened?" I asked Brand. He looked surprised. "You don't know?" "We were in the mountains. All we know is what the EBS says. I heard something about a virus, but my radio wasn't working properly. There is a virus. One fucked-up virus. Yesterday morning, India went dark. No communication from inside the country at all. Nothing. There had been reports for a few weeks about a new outbreak of bubonic plague there. You know the Black Plague that killed off most of England in the Middle Ages? Well, that plague still exists in India, so nobody thought much of it. There were some strange reports coming out of the country about infected people going mad, but this all happened in the mountains, in the villages. Then yesterday, the entire country went off radar. People over here tried to contact relatives there. The newspapers had news crews out there, but suddenly there was no word coming back from them. Nothing. Then it turns out a doctor in London who had been working in the mountain villages for a couple of months and returned to Britain last week got put into quarantine 3 days ago. Whatever had been killing people off over there was now over here. Fucker brought it back with him. By the time they got him into quarantine, it was too late. He was already dead. He took a glance out of the window, then turned his face back to us. He was dead, but still trying to attack people. He managed to bite a nurse and a paramedic. Probably already infected people on his street before they took him to hospital. By Saturday lunchtime, the police were overrun with emergency calls. People being attacked on the street, loved ones suddenly taking ill. He shrugged. You can guess the rest. It's a virus. It spreads itself by making the host bite the uninfected. It's like one of those late-night films. Who'd have thought they'd have hit the nail on the head when it came to the end of the world? He shook his head, as if in disgust. "The world?" Lucy asked. "Is it really the world?" He looked at her and nodded. That doctor wasn't the only person coming out of India on that flight. There were other flights that flew from there all over the world before the country's lights went out. The virus has gone worldwide. Even though I already knew something terrible had happened to society, having it confirmed made me feel sick. I tried to imagine the chaos and panic spreading across the world, through all the cities, through every neighbourhood, every street. "What about survivors?" I asked, remembering the addition to the emergency broadcast. "We're doing all we can," Brand said grimly. "The hospitals are under military command. We've set up checkpoints along all major traffic routes to try and contain the virus in certain areas. We're not winning the battle. The infected are a big problem. They move slowly, but they're bloody determined. And they move in groups. So if you shoot one, there are 10 more still coming at you. We're trying to keep the survivors safe, while also fighting the nasties. It's a losing battle, especially when the survivors you save have a nasty habit of turning into nasties themselves. "They're here," Cartwright said, peering out through the window. "Everybody keep quiet," Brand whispered. I could hear shuffling outside, movement in the grass. Then a heavy set of footsteps sounded on the wood of the porch, and I felt adrenaline pumping through my body. I wanted to run, but there was nowhere to run to. Another set of footsteps joined the first, and the two nasties lumbered along the porch. A bang on the door made me jump. It sounded like a fist landing heavily on the wood. A pause. Then another bang. Then another. Cartwright whispered, "I'll count 7 of them out there." "There are some around the back as well," Brand replied. As if to prove him correct, a heavy fist landed on the back door. Knock. Knock. "Can they get in?" Lucy whispered. Brand shook his head. "They're testing for ways into the house, but they aren't intelligent enough to combine their strength to break the doors down." Something hit the window at the back of the house, and we all jumped. Another blow to the glass made it shudder in the frame. Brand positioned himself so he faced the window, assault rifle ready in case the thing outside broke through. As they pounded on the doors and windows, Lucy looked at me with fear in her eyes. "I can't take much more of this." I put a comforting arm around her shoulder. "Do they know we're in here?" Mike fidgeted nervously by the fireplace. He looked like he might actually run out of the house and into the mountains. His body trembled with unspent adrenaline, and his eyes darted around the room every time one of those things banged on the house. "Who knows?" Brand shrugged. "They probably know that people live in houses, so there might be people inside this one. If they don't get in and we don't make a noise, they should move on. They respond to movement and sound. If they don't see or hear anything that attracts their attention, they go elsewhere." We sat there in the glow of the firelight, while the zombies shuffled around the house and tested the doors and windows. We probably sat like that for half an hour, but it seemed like an eternity. When the banging and pounding stopped, Cartwright and Brand still didn't touch the curtains, in case the nasties were still in the area. When Brand finally looked out, he said, "They're gone." The entire room breathed a sigh of relief. Brand pulled back the curtains to let light spill into the room. "Now, how about some food? There must be something in that kitchen." "I'll see what there is," Lucy said, getting up. "I'll come with you." I got to my feet, then froze when I heard a sound on the window. Brand laughed. "You scaredy cat, it's just the rain." The sky opened, and heavy droplets of rain spattered against the glass. In the distance, thunder rumbled. "Typical Welsh weather," Cartwright murmured. "Yeah, but it gave our lad here a fright." Brand laughed again, and Cartwright joined him. Following Lucy into the kitchen, I tried to ignore the laughter. We'd all just sat here, hiding from a bunch of zombies, so it was no wonder I felt on edge. I was still coming down from an adrenaline high. Lucy rummaged through the cupboards and found pasta. Placing it onto the kitchen counter, she searched in another cupboard and brought out 2 jars of sauce. There was a wood-burning stove sitting in the corner, but also a modern gas cooker on one wall. I took 2 saucepans from the wall where they hung from metal hooks and filled one of them with water, before placing it on the burner and turning on the gas. The igniter sparked and the gas lit with blue flame, heating the water. I found a salt shaker and added a few grains to the pan. Outside, the rain came down heavier, lashing against the house from a dark grey sky. The view from the kitchen window showed open grassy fields leading to the mountains. "What are we going to do, Alex?" Lucy placed the pasta into the boiling pan of water. "What can we do? except try to survive. We can't stay in this house forever. She stirred the pasta with a fork. Where else can we go? What about our families? You have a brother, don't you? And your parents are still alive. They were the last time I checked, but I didn't hold out much hope now. Yeah, I have a brother, Joe. He's 2 years older than me, and when we were growing up, he was a pain in the ass. But we get on much better now that we don't live in the same house. I didn't realise it at the time, but when I was younger, Joe looked out for me a lot. As a geek, I got pushed around in school, made fun of by the other kids, avoided by most of the girls. I found out a few years after leaving school that Joe had gotten into a few scrapes on my behalf, including a fight that saw him taking on the school bully, Derek Green. I remember Joe coming home with a black eye and bruises, but he never told me until we were both adults that he had fought with Green that day because the bully made a remark about me. I didn't even hear him say it, but Joe went wading in to defend me. I prayed to all the gods in heaven that Joe was still alive somewhere, surviving this shit. It didn't seem right for me to be still alive if Joe were dead. He was tough, and I was weak. He was successful in life, but I was mediocre. Don't you want to know what happened to him? Lucy asked. Of course I do. But what can I do about that right now? It's not like I can just go to his house and say, Hey, Joe, what do you think of all this zombie stuff? While he makes me a cup of tea. He won't be there. I just hope he's with our parents. They lived quite close. Maybe Joe had time to get to their house before all the virus stuff went too crazy. We're going to have to find our families sometime, she said, looking out of the window at the rain. Yes, but we also have to stay alive. We're safe here. She stared at the stormy landscape. For now. What happens when those nasties realise we're in here? That's not going to be a problem, Brand said from the doorway. You can't stay here. Why do you think Cartwright and I are here? We're doing a sweep to gather the remaining uninfected survivors for the survivors' camp at Brecon. But we don't want to go to a survivors' camp, I said. I had a problem with authority, and the thought of being herded into a military camp with a load of other people, some of whom could be infected, sounded worse than trying to survive alone. You don't have a choice, Brand said. We're in charge now. The government has declared a state of emergency. Britain is controlled by the military. Don't worry. There's a checkpoint on the main road. We'll get you there safely. I hear the camps aren't too bad. I'm not going to any camp, I said. We can't have you running about out here. Look at you. You'll get turned in no time. Then it's one more nasty for us to deal with. I'll take my chances. He looked at me with a hard stare and shook his head. No, you won't. Either we escort you civilians to the checkpoint, or we take you there at gunpoint. It makes no difference to us. He looked at Lucy and winked. How's that food coming along, gorgeous? It'll be ready in 10 minutes, she said, turning to the stove and stirring the pot, so she didn't have to look at him. Excellent. He went back to the living room. Lucy looked at me and whispered, What are we going to do? I don't know. What chance did we have against 2 armed Special Forces soldiers? If we tried to run, they would shoot us. As far as they were concerned, we were dead out here anyway. They wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger. If we went with them, we would be trapped in a military-run camp with hundreds of other survivors. A concentration of people like that would be too big an attraction for the zombies to ignore. One thing I knew, the camp would mean death for us all. We had to take our chances, surviving on our own wits. If a steady diet of zombie movies and books had taught me anything, they had taught me that the military and the government were fallible. Eventually, they would get everyone killed, either through ignorance or through overconfidence in their own abilities. I didn't want to get killed just because some organisation made a fatal mistake while my life was in their hands. If I was going to die, it would be on my own terms. I went over to the key hooks where we had found the house keys. Hanging there was a set of keys with a leather Land Rover key tag attached to them. I took them from the hook and placed them in my back pocket. Lucy saw what I was doing and nodded. I nodded back. The keys were a secret shared between us. We were getting out of here. Chapter 6. The meal tasted good. The tomato sauce was infused with garlic, peppers and herbs, and Lucy found some cheese in the fridge, which we melted on the pasta. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of Italian sauce. As the 6 of us sat around the table eating, we were silent. The only sound was the rain hitting the roof and windows. I was hungry, and the food helped curb the gnawing in my belly. I didn't want to talk. I needed to think. How were we going to get away from the soldiers while we had the chance? Only Lucy and I knew about the Land Rover keys in my pocket. I wanted to tell Mike and Elena, but there was no way I could do that without Brand and Cartwright overhearing. When we were all done, every scrap of pasta had been eaten. Brand pushed his chair back and stood up. He looked at Cartwright. "Right. We need to get these civvies to the checkpoint." Cartwright nodded and wiped tomato sauce from his lips with a napkin. "We're okay as we are, man," Mike said. Brand sighed. "I already had this conversation with your friend here. You're civilians. You have to go to the survivors' camp. Leave fighting the zombies to us big boys." "Maybe we'll be safe there," Elena said. "See, your girlfriend's got some sense. Now let's go." My mind raced for a way to escape. We couldn't just make a run for it. We'd have no chance. Brand would gun us down before we reached the back door. We all stood solemnly, like prisoners of war about to be taken for execution. After we had our jackets and rucksacks on, Brand looked us over. "It's about a mile to the main road," he said, "so stick with us. Don't get any ideas about running away, because I will kill you. If you're not going to the camp, you're just another nasty as far as I'm concerned. Cartwright, have a look out of the window and see if any of our dead friends have come back." Cartwright went into the living room and glanced out. "Just rain and mountains out there." Brand nodded. "You lead the way and I'll bring up the rear." Going over to the front door, Cartwright unlocked it and stepped out onto the porch, and all hell broke loose. He took 2 steps over the threshold, rifle pointed ahead of him, and was about to step from the covered porch into the rain when a shape lunged out from beside the door. Cartwright turned, his face a mask of surprise. The shape was a zombie, a hiker dressed in hiking gear, and with a backpack slung over his shoulders. He roared as he stepped towards Cartwright, his arms outstretched. Cartwright spun on his heels, firing point-blank into the zombie's head. Blood and brains blew over the porch, and the hiker dropped backward. But as soon as he fell, 4 more took his place. 2 old women, one of them dressed in a white bathrobe, which fell open as she lurched forward, showing me more of her blue-mottled flesh than I wanted to see, and 2 young men who looked like they were farmers, judging by their beards and flannel shirts, fell onto Cartwright, dragging him across the porch by his boot. Brand jumped out through the doorway and started firing in 3-round bursts. His teeth gritted as he took aim and fired. His training made his movements almost automatic. He grabbed Cartwright's jacket and pulled him back inside. "Shut the door!" he shouted. "There are more of them out there!" Mike slammed the door shut and locked it. "They were out there waiting for us," Brand said, shocked. "They were fucking waiting for us." Cartwright sat propped against the stairs. Blood oozed from his calf. He stared at the floor as if in a trance. Brand saw the wound and cursed. He tore a strip of fabric from Cartwright's torn combat trousers and tied it above the wound. "It's going to be okay, Dave," he muttered. "It's going to be okay." "They bit me," Cartwright said simply. "I got bit. It hurts." A heavy thump sounded against the front door. Then another. A barrage of banging assaulted the flimsy wood. It sounded like they were throwing their bodies at the door, trying to break in. Brand stood and wrenched the door open, sending a spray of bullets out through the doorway. 2 more zombies fell. Behind them, at least a dozen more clawed at Brand. He fired into the mass of rotting flesh, his roar of anger louder than the sound of the assault rifle as it spat bullets. He closed the door again, leaning his back against it, breathing hard. The banging started again. Cartwright's eyes were closed, his head drooping. Brand looked at his companion, and something inside him seemed to snap. He pulled the door open again and began firing. I took the others into the kitchen. "We need to get out of here. Brand is going to get us all killed." In the doorway, Brand was kicking and screaming at the zombies, sending hailstorms of bullets into their rotted flesh. A movement at the foot of the stairs caught my attention. Cartwright twitched, raised his head. His skin had changed and taken on a blue hue. The veins in his neck and face stood out like dark purple gnarled branches. His eyes were yellow, his glare hateful. I tried to shout out to Brand, but it was too late. Cartwright was on him, pushing the soldier out onto the porch, even as he sunk his teeth into his neck. Brand screamed. His rifle clattered to the ground among the shuffling feet of the zombies that surrounded him. They pulled him down, hungry mouths gnashing, nails clawing. Some of them looked in our direction, left their prey, and stumbled forward into the house. We ran to the back door and unlocked it. It opened onto a grassy area beside the house. It looked empty. The only sound was the hissing of the rain. Mike went out first. He turned towards the back of the house. "No," I said. "The Land Rover. I've got the keys." I dug into my back pocket and grabbed them. Mike changed direction and headed for the front of the house. We followed. My brain screamed at me to run away from the zombies, but if we really wanted to escape, we needed the vehicle. Running blindly into the mountains would only get us into more trouble. If we had the Land Rover, we could travel faster, and we had some protection. Mike went around the side of the Land Rover and ducked down, waiting for us. I ran for the driver's door and pressed the unlock switch on the key fob. The doors clicked open. We slipped our rucksacks off and piled in. I got behind the wheel and fumbled the key into the ignition. Only when the engine had roared into life did I risk a glance at the porch. The nasties watched us with their yellow eyes, but they didn't come for us. Lying at their feet, I saw the remains of Sergeant Brand, and I felt acidic bile rise in my throat. Looking away, I reversed the Land Rover away from the house and spun it round, so we faced the dirt track that led to the road. I put the windscreen wipers on at full speed. They sluiced the water from the screen, giving me a rain-smeared view of the track and the forest on either side. The fence we had climbed over earlier was broken down in places. The wood splintered like broken bones. I put the Rover into first gear and we drove out of the farm. On either side of us, zombies stood in the trees, their angry eyes watching us as we passed. Chapter 7. We hit the main road and I turned right. The roads in this area were never busy, but now they were deserted and it felt eerie. The tarmac stretched off into the distance, and all we could see was rain, mist, mountains, and trees. There were no other vehicles. It made us feel conspicuous, being on the road alone. "Why the hell didn't they follow us?" Mike asked from the passenger seat. He had found a road map in the door pocket and was looking for side roads that might lead us out of the area. If we stayed on the main road too long, we would hit an army checkpoint and be right back where we started, headed for a survivors' camp. I pulled over onto the side of the road, keeping the engine running. The farmer must have filled the tank before he fell ill, because the fuel gauge read full, and there were 2 jerry cans tied to the metal roof rack. I hoped they weren't empty, but I wasn't about to leave the safety of the vehicle and check. I felt like we were exposed out here. "I don't know why they didn't come after us," I said. "The ones that came into the house didn't follow us out of the back door either." Mike tracked his finger along the map. "There's a right turn up ahead, man. That takes us to Swansea. It's a main road, but we can get off here and take the back roads." "Why do we want to go to Swansea?" Elena asked. "We should stay away from cities. If there are loads of those things out here, imagine how many of them there are in the cities." "We don't want to go to a city," I said. Then a thought occurred to me. Maybe we should go in that direction, though. Swansea is on the coast. If we head southwest, we'll come to the sea. Lucy knew where I was going with that thought. "A boat," she said. "We can take a boat." Mike grinned. "That's a sweet plan, man. Those things would never get us on a boat." He slapped his leg and laughed. "Fuck yeah! Let's go!" "There are a few miles between us and the sea," I said. "We don't know what we're driving into." "Alex," Mike said, looking at me, "you've had a downer on this trip ever since we left home. Lighten up." "Lighten up? I just nearly got eaten by fucking zombies." We all laughed. The relief of getting away from the farm hit us, and we expressed that emotion in laughter. Despite the fact that we were anything but safe, we forgot for a moment that the area was crawling with the undead. It felt good. A moment of the old world, creeping into this new fucked up one. I pulled back onto the road and set off slowly, looking for the right turn and keeping an eye out for checkpoints. A few miles along the road, we reached the turn and I took it. The road ahead looked clear. "Dude, put your foot down," Mike said. "We want to get there before it gets dark." "It's only 2 o'clock, Mike." "And you're doing 10 miles an hour, Alex." "If we see a checkpoint, I want to make sure I have time to stop before we crash into it and get caught." "Let me drive." "No, I'm driving." "We'll never get to a boat at this rate." "Mike," Lucy said, "Alex knows what he's doing." I felt a sudden flush of pride. It was nice to have Lucy on my side. 5 minutes later, my strategy was proved right. In the distance, I saw a dark, bulky shape on the road. Slowing to a crawl, I pulled into the trees and killed the engine. "Looks like a checkpoint." Mike turned to the girls. "Elena, pass the binoculars out of my rucksack." She rummaged in the top pocket and handed him a small pair of binoculars encased in green rubber. He got out of the Land Rover and crept through the trees. Once he broke cover, he got onto his belly and crawled through the mud to the edge of the road. He raised the binoculars to his eyes and studied the area along the road. By the time he climbed back into the Land Rover, his jacket was smeared with mud, and he had a worried look on his face. "There's an armoured personnel carrier on the road, and 6 soldiers standing around it. There's a Land Rover as well, but I couldn't see if there was anyone inside it." I looked at the map. I couldn't see any way to get out of the mountains and to the coast without hitting a main road somewhere along the way. If all the roads were blocked like this, we were screwed. I opened my door and got out, needing fresh air. The rain was letting up, slowing to an insidious drizzle, and we were sheltered in the trees. Everyone got out of the Rover to stretch their legs. We were stuck here anyway. We couldn't go any farther up the road without being spotted. "Any ideas?" Mike said to no one in particular. We were silent. "Not unless we're willing to go on foot from here. But it's about 40 miles to the coast, and it isn't only the army we have to worry about." I didn't want to proceed on foot. The Land Rover offered at least some protection, and there was no way we could hike 40 miles before nightfall. I wasn't even sure I could hike 40 miles at all. Also,
I didn't hold out much hope for our chances of survival without a vehicle. There must be thousands of zombies between here and the coast. We couldn't outrun them all. The only other plan I could come up with involved driving around the roadblock. The Land Rover could handle the terrain by the side of the road, but we couldn't exactly drive up the side of a mountain, which meant the soldiers would see us and start shooting. If we got past the bullets, they would probably chase us. I may be good at racing games on my consoles, but in real life, I didn't think I would manage to outrun soldiers in a high-speed chase. Lucy interrupted my thoughts. "Can you hear that?" She seemed to be listening to the forest. "We need to get back in the Land Rover," I said. "If there were zombies in the trees, I was getting us out of here." "No, it's voices." I listened. I heard it too. A lot of voices. Talking. The terrain sloped up steeply to a ridge. The sounds were coming from the other side. "We should check it out, man." Mike was already heading up the slope. I looked at the girls and shrugged. There weren't any better options coming our way, so we might as well see who was making all the noise. Maybe if it got louder, it would distract the soldiers at the checkpoint, and we would be able to drive past, unseen. The slope steepened as we climbed, and I had to hold on to pine tree trunks to prevent myself from slipping over on the carpet of pine needles on the ground. When I finally got to the rocky ridge, I was out of breath, and my lungs hurt. "You won't believe this, man." Mike stared down the slope on the other side, his eyes wide. I looked over. A wide area had been cleared in the trees, and a settlement of green tents huddled together there. A wire fence surrounded the tent city, and along the perimeter, wooden guard towers had been erected, complete with searchlights. There were 4 towers, and each had 2 soldiers standing lookout by the searchlights. Soldiers patrolled the fence in pairs, some with dogs on leashes. Inside the fence, civilians sat by the tents or paced the area between them. They looked miserable, as if they had lost all hope. This was man's defense against the zombies. A survivor's camp. Chapter 8. I looked down at the misery and shuddered. What were the army hoping to achieve by caging up human beings like this? I had seen the broken fences at the farm, and knew the wire surrounding the camp would be useless as protection against a zombie horde. How long were they intending to keep people locked up like this? Even up here, I could smell the camp's stink of human waste and fear. Lucy, Mike, and Elena looked down at the scene with just as much horror as I felt. "Maybe they have food down there," Elena said. Our supplies were low. We had only brought enough granola bars and packs of instant noodles to last us for 2 days of hiking and camping. The meal at the farmhouse had been a bonus, but we had left so quickly that we didn't have time to grab food from the cupboards. Besides, Brand and Cartwright would have known we were planning to escape if we stocked our rucksacks with cans of beans. "Maybe," I said. "But do we really want to go down there and find out?" Mike pointed out a tent that had been erected outside the fence, near the trees. "I bet it's in there." This was a bad idea. Even if we tried to get down there, we would get caught. I couldn't think of a worse way to spend the apocalypse than locked in a cage like cows in an abattoir. Mike pulled us back from the rocks and looked at us solemnly. I knew that look. It meant Mike was trying to convey that what he was about to say was serious. "We can go down there, steal some food, and be gone before they even know it." "This is crazy," I said. "There are going to be much easier places to get food than from a survivor's camp. The place is crawling with soldiers." "Why are they keeping people locked up like that?" Elena glanced back at the camp. "They're trying to separate the infected from the uninfected. All they need to do is cage everyone up and see who turns. The ones who don't are clean. It sounded simple, but even as I said it, I realised that explanation didn't make sense. We had seen Cartwright turn in a matter of minutes. If the virus's incubation period was so short, all the people in the camp must be uninfected. Otherwise, they would have turned by now. Unless the soldiers knew something we didn't. What about the food? Mike looked eager to go down there. I'm not going, I said. When we get to the coast, we can find an abandoned house and raid the pantry. We don't need to risk our lives like this. Alex is right, Lucy said. For fuck's sake, Alex is right, Mike mocked. That's all I hear from you two. How right you are and how wrong I am. The Alex and Lucy Mutual Appreciation Club. We were right about something going wrong with the world, she said calmly. Yeah, whatever. I'm coming up with a plan to get us some food. It's a bad plan, I said. He glared at me. What do you know about plans, Alex? Unless it's a plan to storm an enemy castle in Warcraft, you don't know shit. Thanks for that, Mike. Well, unless you haven't noticed, there's a fucking zombie apocalypse going on and I'm still alive. Only because you came away with me for the weekend. Really? I seem to remember it was me who got the keys to the Land Rover. Boys, please, Elena said, holding her arms up in a halting motion. We'll all be dead if we keep arguing like this. We need to be quiet, remember? She was right. Not only were there soldiers around, there could be nasties in these woods. Mike dropped his voice to a whisper. I'm just saying that we should consider going down there and getting some supplies. It's a bad idea, man, I said, using the term of address he used all the time. A growling erupted from the camp. That growl was neither human nor animal. I had heard that sound before, on the porch of the farmhouse. We clambered up to the rocks again to get a better view. The sound drifted from one of the tents, a painful growl. The people in the vicinity of the tent panicked, tried to run. But there was nowhere to run. A nasty burst from the tent, grabbing the nearest victim it could find. A man in a neat black suit who looked almost surreally out of place in the camp and bit his neck. Discarding his bleeding body, the zombie staggered towards a girl who looked like she could be maybe 10 years old. A woman in her 30s jumped forward between the girl and the zombie, telling the girl to run. Before the woman had a chance to take her own advice, the zombie had its teeth clamped around her shoulder. A shot from outside the fence cracked the air. The zombie's head burst open, black blood spewing from its pierced skull. The woman screamed. The monster fell heavily to the ground. The man in the suit sat dazed, dabbing at the wound in his neck with a handkerchief. Outside the fence, 2 soldiers unlocked the gate and stepped inside. The little girl who had been saved rushed forward to the woman, crying. She flung her arms around her and buried her head against the woman's neck. The soldiers reached the scene of the attack, and one of them kicked the zombie's body, making sure it was dead. The woman and girl sat hugging on the ground. The suited man looked up as one of the soldiers approached him. The second soldier walked over to the woman and girl, pulled the girl away, dragged the woman to her feet. She sobbed, looking at the girl. "My daughter!" The little girl went to run forward to her mother. An older woman in the crowd held her back, her own eyes filling with tears. The first soldier pulled the man in the suit up and led him into the tent the zombie had come from. The second soldier followed, bringing the crying woman. A moment of silence. Then 2 shots rang out from the tent. The old woman clutched the little girl, letting her cry, rubbing her back to comfort her. I turned away from the scene. I didn't want to ever think again of what I had just seen, but I knew it would haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. The sound of boots on the rocks to my left made me whirl around in that direction. A soldier stood over us, handgun pointed at me. He grinned humorlessly. "Don't even think about running." He seemed to be alone, probably part of the checkpoint detail sent out to patrol the woods. He looked fresh and strong. The army were obviously looking after their own, while the general population lived like caged animals. With his gun still trained on us, he unclipped a radio from his belt and brought it up to his mouth. "I've got 4 civvies up here. Over." A static-filled reply, probably from the soldiers at the checkpoint, said, "Okay, we'll be there in a minute. Over and out." Mike cracked. I don't know if it was because of the scene we had just witnessed, or because of the entire situation we found ourselves in, but he leapt at the soldier. Surprised, the soldier went down, Mike on top of him. They rolled down the slope, struggling against each other. The gun went off. A black cloud of starlings flocked from the trees at the sharp sound. Mike and the soldier lay still. I went down to see if my friend was still alive, slipped on the pine needles, slid to the 2 bodies. Mike pushed himself away from the dead soldier. He picked up the pistol. A dark bloodstain covered the soldier's combat jacket. I didn't care that a man was dead. I had seen what they were doing to the people in that camp. I only cared that my friend was alive. Mike looked down at the dead body. He held the handgun loosely in his right hand. The soldier's radio crackled from where it had been jammed beneath a tree root during the struggle. "Peterson, we heard a shot fired. Confirm. Over." I grabbed it and switched it off. Stuffing it into my coat pocket, I put a hand on Mike's arm. "We need to go, Mike." His eyes never left the dead soldier. "Yeah, man." Lucy appeared at my side. "There are more soldiers coming." We could hear them coming through the woods below us, twigs cracking beneath their boots. If they found out we had killed one of their number, they might not even put us in the camp. A cold-blooded execution by the roadside was possible. In this society, where the army kept citizens in cages and killed the bitten before they turned, what was to stop these soldiers from killing us in cold blood? The fate of the girls might even be worse than that. "We need to move," I said, vocalizing my thoughts. "This way. We can follow that stream down to the road and get to the Land Rover." "Then what?" Lucy asked, as we slipped and scrambled across the slope towards the stream that trickled down from the higher rocks. "We have to go through the checkpoint. We don't have a choice now." We climbed down carefully. The water gurgled over rocks and fallen branches in its unchanging course down the slope. Like this stream, society had forced its way constantly forward, cutting through barriers in its way until it got to the point it was at today. Perhaps the virus was inevitable, the result of what we had done to the planet, to other species, to our environment. Maybe this was payback, and all that lay at the end of our road forward was death. Unless survivors came out of this apocalypse unscathed, all that would be left of mankind would be a few shambling, rotting remnants. How long would they last before they rotted away for good? The zombies would eventually die out, just as humanity had, and all that would be left of us would be dust. The virus had chosen a host that was simply a collection of blood, bones, tissue, and bacteria. The host would eventually rot, and then the virus would be killed. A memory entered my head, but it meant nothing. It was something I had seen on TV once. A fish, swimming in the shallows of a river, being picked up by the hunting beak of a heron. Why had that come to mind? I tried to remember more about the show, but being chased by armed soldiers wasn't conducive to remembering old TV programmes. We managed to get down the slope without breaking any bones, and found the Land Rover. I climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. The smell of petrol as the engine roared to life was comforting. The girls climbed into the back, and Mike slid into the passenger seat. "Hit it, man!" His shock at killing the soldier seemed to be gone. I slammed the gear stick into first and guided us out onto the road. In the rear-view mirror, I saw 2 soldiers break from the trees. They dropped to a kneeling position, bringing up their rifles. "Get down," I said, sliding down in my seat. I stomped on the accelerator and got the rover up into 4th gear as we sped along the road. Ahead, the dark bulk of the armoured personnel carrier blocked the road. On the right, a green Land Rover was parked in the dirt. On the left was a small gap. Standing by the APC were 3 soldiers. Judging by the surprised looks on their faces, they hadn't been expecting a Land Rover to come speeding towards them. 2 of them threw cigarettes down onto the road. The butts sparked orange before dying. 3 thuds from the back of the vehicle told me we'd been hit. It sounded like the bullets tore into the back panel. I still had control of the wheel, so at least they hadn't hit the tyres. The APC grew in the windscreen as I increased our speed. The soldiers fumbled for their guns. I wrenched the wheel and we left the road. The steering wheel shook in my hands as we hit undergrowth and uneven ground. The dark green metal armour of the APC passed by my side window. I pulled the wheel to the right, and we slammed back onto the road. In the rear view, I saw 2 of the soldiers running for their Land Rover. They pulled onto the road behind us, and the passenger leaned out of his window, aiming his assault rifle, and sprayed us with a hail of bullets. We weren't going to make it to the coast. Chapter 9. "Put your foot down!" Mike shouted at me. I had the accelerator pushed down to the floor. We were doing nearly 100 miles an hour. The scenery flashed past the windows like a streaky oil painting. The sounds of shots from the soldier's gun were like exploding firecrackers. I looked in the rear view. They were gaining on us. "Why don't you shoot back at them?" I said, indicating the gun on Mike's lap. "Try to hit a tyre or something." "Yeah, right. Like that's going to happen." "Give me the gun," Lucy said from the back seat. "I'll do it." He looked back at her. "You know how to shoot?" "My dad's in a gun club. I go to the range with him all the time." Mike looked surprised. He passed the gun back to her. I heard clicks as she checked the magazine and slid it home. "Colt M 1911, she said. "Only 5 rounds left." Cold air rushed into the vehicle as she slid the window open and leaned out, facing backwards, gun raised. She fired and missed. "Stop moving all over the road," she demanded. "I need a steady shot." I kept the wheel steady. She fired again. In the rear view, the military Land Rover swerved. Lucy came back in and closed the window. "You're going to have to outrun them, Alex. Shooting from a moving vehicle isn't as easy as it looks in the movies. We can't waste these bullets." I nodded and kept the pedal to the floor. The road twisted around the mountainous terrain, and I had to hit the brakes at every bend, gearing down to take the turn before flooring the accelerator again. The soldier driving the chasing vehicle didn't seem to be any more familiar with these roads than I was. They dropped back on the tight turns, and the distance between us and them increased. I followed the road signs for Swansea, knowing I would have to take a different route to the coast once we got near the city, because of the huge number of zombies that must be in that area. I had no idea how we were going to be able to stop the Land Rover and find a boat before our pursuers either killed or caught us. That was something we would have to think about once we got to the sea. Mike had the same thought. What are we going to do when we have to stop, man? I don't know. We may have to run for a boat. This is a bad idea, man. Any other suggestions? I can't be put in one of those camps, Elena said. After what we had seen, none of us wanted that. The soldiers had stopped firing on us now, content to follow and wait. We couldn't outrun them forever. Mike pointed at the road ahead. There's another checkpoint, man. I saw the dark shape of the personnel carrier as soon as he said it. Maybe that was why our pursuers were staying back. They knew the soldiers at the checkpoint ahead would take us out. Except there were no soldiers at the checkpoint ahead. The APC sat alone and unattended. As we got closer, I could see bodies strewn around the area, on the road, at the side of the road, and in the trees. Soldiers and zombies. The checkpoint had been attacked. The soldiers were dead. I slowed down and drove around the personnel carrier. The road felt slippery beneath the tires, and I tried not to think why. If it hadn't been for the soldiers driving behind us, we could have stopped and taken much-needed guns and supplies. Although salvaging items from the carnage would have been a nightmare. Everywhere we looked, horror stared back at us. I kept my eyes fixed on the road ahead, trying to ignore the twisted and ripped bodies I saw through my side window. The stench of guts and death drifted into the Land Rover as we drove past and made me nauseous. Crows perched atop the APC, ragged pieces of red flesh dangling from their black beaks. We drove on, and as soon as we got past the mess of bodies, I pressed the accelerator and didn't look in the rear-view mirror until that place of death was out of sight. Then I checked the mirror several times. The road behind was empty. The soldiers aren't following us anymore. Mike looked over his shoulder. Maybe seeing their dead friends spooked them. I wasn't so sure. It didn't feel right that they were letting us go. That was unreal, man. We need to get on a boat and leave this shit behind. Mike seemed to think that a boat would solve all our problems. It would solve some of them. We would be able to sleep safely at night. We could spend days out on the sea, away from the zombies. But we still needed to eat. There would be food runs, during which we would have to land the boat, or at least row to shore, and raid the houses, villages and towns along the coast. We couldn't leave this shit behind. We could only try to survive it. I didn't say anything to Mike. No need to slap him around the face with a cold dose of reality. He had been through enough today. We all had. I envied his ability to dream of an escape, to actually think life could be good again. It was probably a result of his life experience so far. Mike had it easy. He was good-looking, physical, charming. He might not be the sharpest tool in the box, but he was a man's man. His poor school grades were the gateway through which we met. I helped him do a math assignment at school. At the time, I did it because I thought Mike was going to beat me up if I didn't. Later, we discovered that, despite our social differences, we shared some interests. Mike liked to play video games when he wasn't playing sports, and once he saw my collection of titles, he realized I wasn't just a game player, I was a game geek. I introduced him to the online worlds, and therefore also to my world. In return, he invited me to events that were outside of my comfort zone. He didn't care what his friends, mainly jocks, said about him bringing a geek to parties. As far as Mike was concerned, we were friends, and that was that. He was good like that. If it weren't for Mike, I wouldn't be alive now. I would never have gone to Doug Latimer's barbecue. That led to coming to Wales in a desperate attempt to speak to Lucy Hoffmeister. If I had stayed at home, I would most likely be dead. I owed Mike my life. So, instead of saying, "No, Mike, we are never going to leave this shit behind. Even if we get a boat, we are still going to be in the shit because we have needs like every human being. And if those needs aren't met, we die." I looked across at him and gave him a thin-lipped smile. "Don't worry, Mike. We'll get a boat." But first, we had to get to the coast. I couldn't understand why the soldiers had stopped chasing us. If they had friends at that checkpoint, why not chase us down and come back later? It wasn't like any of those soldiers were going anywhere. Or was that it? Had they stopped to make sure their friends weren't going anywhere? The bodies had been in pieces, but that didn't mean some of them couldn't be in a zombie state. The two soldiers had probably pulled over to deliver headshots to any infected. That gave us a chance to get away. "Mike, look out!" Lucy's voice snapped me back to reality. Ahead on the road, two cars lay across both lanes. It looked like they had ploughed into each other at high speed. The bodywork was mostly wrecked. Carpets of glass lay twinkling in the sunlight all across the road. I couldn't see any survivors. There was no way around the wreckage. Unless we moved it quickly, we were trapped. Chapter 10. I stopped the Land Rover, but kept the engine running. As soon as I got out, I could smell petrol and burned flesh. A white Ford Focus lay on its side across the road. Its tail was facing us, so I couldn't see if there was anyone inside. A dark blue Chrysler Cruiser sat on its wheels, but its front was destroyed, the engine sticking up through a gash in the bodywork like an erupted boil. The airbags had inflated, so we couldn't see the driver. I leaned into the Land Rover. "Lucy, hand me the gun." She passed it to me. "The safeties are off," she said. "Be careful." I nodded. "Keep an eye on the road behind us, in case those soldiers show up." Holding the gun in my right hand, muzzle pointed to the ground, I strode across to the crash site. Mike joined me, brandishing a large branch he had found at the roadside. I hoped his clubbing would be more accurate than my shooting. I had never fired a real gun in my life. We approached the Focus first. As soon as we got close, the smell of death became overwhelming. Mike grabbed my arm. "There's no one alive in there, man." He was right. There had once been a family of 4 in that car. Now every inch of unbroken glass was tinted red with blood. Through the broken windows, we could see the bodies, still buckled in by their seatbelts. All of them had turned. They glared at us with their yellow eyes and began to emit that eerie moan of hunger. We stepped back instinctively, even though they were trapped in there. I wondered if they had been infection-free when they crashed. Maybe the same zombies that had killed the checkpoint soldiers had come upon this family in the overturned car and gone to work on them. Or maybe the family had simply died in the crash and then turned because everybody turns after death. That was how it worked in all of George A. Romero's movies anyway, as well as in a few TV shows. But the airbags were inflated, so I assumed it wasn't the crash that had killed them. It was roaming zombies. We moved away and went to the cruiser. The driver was dead, and human. His face rested on the airbag as if he were simply lying on a pillow. He was in his 50s, balding, and wearing glasses that were still intact. There was no blood, no wounds. What had killed him? A heart attack? On the passenger seat, a road atlas lay open. The hospital in Brecon was circled in red pen. A sudden movement from the back seat surprised us. I raised the pistol automatically, peering through the window. A grey-haired woman sat on the back seat, dressed in a white nightgown and green bathrobe. She had turned. Struggling against the seatbelt that held her in place, She gnashed her teeth at us and growled. "Fuck," Mike said. "Looks like he was taking his wife to hospital and she turned in the back seat. He had a heart attack and crashed into the Focus. They got turned before they got out of the car. There must have been zombies in the area. So, why didn't they turn him? He looks normal. He was already dead. The virus wants to spread itself. There's no point infecting someone who isn't going anywhere." Mike nodded at the Focus. "They aren't going anywhere either." But they were alive, so the virus could infect them, kill them, and raise them from the dead. Now they have the potential to spread it by killing others. I looked at the way the cars were blocking the road. If we could move the cruiser, we should be able to make it past the Focus. We need to see if there's a tow rope in the Land Rover. We walked back to our vehicle and opened the back. A length of thick blue rope lay amongst various tools and a tire iron. Mike took the rope, while I turned the Land Rover around so the back faced the cruiser. "Are there any survivors?" Elena asked as I performed the maneuver. "No," I said. "Everyone's dead." I got out, and Mike tied one end of the rope to the tow bar on the Rover. I found a piece of solid chassis on the cruiser and tied the rope to it. Getting back in the Land Rover, I put it into first and slowly let up the clutch. The vehicle moved forward until the rope tautened. Then I gave it more gas gradually until it moved forward again, slower this time, as it pulled the weight of the cruiser. I drove forward 20 feet, creating enough of a gap to get our vehicle through. As I stopped and put the Rover into neutral, I told Mike to untie the rope. "We need to move fast," he said, pointing at the woods near the Focus. There must have been 20 of them coming through the trees, lumbering towards the road. Maybe they were the group that had turned the family in the car. Our noise had attracted them, and now they wanted our blood. Mike went to work on the rope, untying it from the Rover. He went to the cruiser, but I stopped him. "Leave it, Mike. We don't have time." I waited for him to get back in the Land Rover before I turned it, so we were facing the right way. The zombies were all over the road, staggering towards us. "Go, man!" I stomped on the accelerator, and we lurched forward into them. A nasty, that had once been a young woman with long blonde hair, went down under the front bumper. We drove over her, and the Rover shuddered as her bones broke beneath the wheels. Hands grabbed at our vehicle, sliding greasily along the windows as we drove past. Yellow eyes, set in blue mottled faces, stared in at us with hatred and hunger. We got past them, and I let out a breath of relief. "If those soldiers are still following us, they'll get a nasty surprise," Lucy said. I frowned. It was still worrying me that the soldiers had given up. We had spent long enough at the crash site for them to catch up with us if they were still coming this way. Maybe they had just been low on fuel and had turned back. No, they wouldn't have a vehicle parked at a checkpoint with no petrol in the tank. It didn't make sense. "Mike," I said, "check that map. Back where that last checkpoint was, I thought I saw a side road. Where does it lead?" He picked up the map and traced back along the road we were on with his finger. "Yeah, it's here. It cuts through some farmland and a couple of villages. Does it meet up with this road again?" He scanned the map and nodded. "Yeah, near the coast. There's a crossroads. That road meets up with this one." They were going to cut us off. I told the others. The soldiers were waiting for us ahead. According to the road signs, we were only a couple of miles from the coast. At a speed of 60 miles an hour, which was the speed we were travelling at, we would be there in 2 minutes, straight into an ambush. There was no going back now. We had to get to a boat before nightfall. We needed safety, a place to sleep. These woods were dangerous. This area was crawling with zombies and soldiers. We had to take our chances at the coast. To stay here would mean certain death. I increased our speed to 80 and peered at the road ahead. The rain started again, and I put the wipers on at full speed. The sound of the blades wiping rhythmically across the wet glass was like a countdown, ticking off the seconds until we reached the crossroads. Daylight was fading, and my hope seemed to be going with it. Were these our last moments? I couldn't accept that. I pressed the accelerator, and the speedometer needle climbed up to 90. "There they are, man!" Mike pointed at the crossroads ahead. The Army Land Rover was parked on the side road, headlights cutting through the evening gloom. Positioned next to the vehicle were the two soldiers. They saw us coming and adopted firing positions. "Where do the roads go?" I asked Mike frantically. "This road heads down to a marina. The side roads just go along the top of the cliffs." We had to get to the marina. If the Land Rover could withstand the bullets they were about to spray us with, we might be able to get to the marina and onto a boat before they got back into their vehicle and caught up with us. We were almost at the crossroads. "Hold on," I said. The firing started. Bullets peppered the Land Rover, and I heard both tyres blow out. The steering wheel juddered in my hand. I lost control. We careened off the road and onto grass. I fought with the wheel. Elena screamed from the back seat. I saw the grass disappear ahead, disappear into darkness, the cliff edge. The ground beneath the flat tyres was rough, bumpy. Then, suddenly, it was gone. We were in the air, flipping and falling. The rocky wall of the cliff hurtled by the windows. Below us, the dark churning sea waited. We hit the water like it was a concrete wall, and everything went black. Chapter 11. "Alex!" The voice came from far away. I felt hands on my shoulders, shaking me. Something very cold covered my legs, wet and cold. I opened my eyes. We were sinking. Waves lashed against the windows. Freezing water poured in over our legs. "Is everyone okay?" I asked. "As good as we can be in the situation," Mike said. "Alex, we're sinking." I nodded, trying to clear my vision of the black floating spots that danced there. "We can't open the doors until the car fills with water. Something about equalizing pressure." "We'll fucking freeze to death by then, man. So we need to break the windscreen and climb out." Mike looked around for something to break the glass. "The tire iron," he said. "Elena, it's in the back." She leaned over the back seat and into the boot. She grabbed the tire iron and handed it to Mike. The sea water was rising. It spread over the seats. Mike took a swing at the windscreen and managed to crack it. A second blow shattered the safety glass. We both used our legs to push it clear of the frame. "Bring the rucksacks," Mike said. "There are things in there we'll need." The girls passed the rucksacks forward. "Tie the straps together," I suggested. "They'll float. We won't lose them if they're all tied together." Mike unfastened the clips and attached the straps, so the rucksacks were looped together. He pushed them out through the hole where the windscreen had been, and climbed out onto the bonnet. I followed him, and we helped the girls clamber through. With our weight on top of it, the Land Rover sank quickly into the deep water. "See that beach?" Mike said, pointing at a stretch of sand beneath the cliffs. "Head for that." He pushed the rucksack raft into the water and followed it. I let myself fall forward into the water and gasped as I felt the icy wetness cover my body. I grabbed the rucksacks and kicked my legs to stay afloat. The four of us used the raft to stay together, each of us holding on to the slippery fabric and swimming towards the beach. I glanced back to where the Land Rover had been. It was gone, buried beneath the waves. I spat out a salty mouthful of cold seawater and scanned the beach. It appeared deserted. As darkness fell, so did the rain, fat drops splashing into the water around us. I looked up at the cliffs where we had gone over the edge. It must be at least a 50-foot drop. We were lucky to be alive. I felt something grasp my legs and I cried out, certain that a zombie was standing down there under the water and had curled his rotting hands around my calf. "It's just weeds," Mike said, his teeth chattering with cold. I looked at Lucy. Her lips were turning blue and her skin was pale, making her appear like a beautiful vampire. We reached the shallows and stood up, dragging the rucksacks out of the water. "What now?" I asked. Mike looked along the cliff wall. "There must be caves. There are always caves." That was true. I remembered many family holidays when I was a kid, exploring caves along the beach with Joe, while Mom and Dad sat on sun loungers. There were always caves. We set off along the wet sand. The rain lashed into our faces, making it hard to see. I put my hand up to ward it off, but I had to keep blinking raindrops from my eyes. It made it harder to find a cave. Worse, I was afraid we wouldn't be able to see the zombies. There would be nothing more tragic than surviving thus far, only to stumble into a zombie in the rain. "There's a cave," Lucy shouted, pointing to the rocks with a trembling hand. A dark gap in the cliff wall led into darkness. We made for it, shuffling through the sand until we stood at the mouth of the cave. Mike searched through the side pocket of his rucksack and got a flashlight. He shone the beam into the blackness. Shadows fled to the edges of the space he illuminated. The sand on the floor in there was dry. The space was big enough for all of us to fit inside. We got in out of the rain, and Mike lit the kerosene lamps, placing them at the back of the cave so the light wouldn't spill out onto the beach outside. There was driftwood in here. It looked like someone visited this cave regularly and built fires here, before the world went to hell. Blackened and charred wood lay in the centre of a circle of stones. I placed fresh wood in there, and Mike lit it. As the fire sparked into life, we huddled around it, removing our soaked jackets, and laying them on the sand by the rocky wall. "I'm going to get changed," Elena said, digging into her rucksack. "So am I," Lucy agreed. They fished out dry clothes and stood in the heat of the fire. I watched as they peeled off their wet clothing. Mike looked at me and grinned, then stared at the girls, firelight glowing in his eyes. As they stripped down to their underwear, I felt myself getting excited despite the cold, wet cargo pants clinging to me. Elena was much thinner than Lucy, her ribs showing beneath her black bra. Her legs were sleek and muscled. Lucy's curves made her appear more womanly in my eyes. Her breasts thrust against her pink bra, her cleavage deep between the swells of soft flesh. Her waist was small, above the inviting curves of her hips. Her pink panties were small too, and when she turned around to protect her modesty while she removed her bra, the firelight cast flickering shadows over the smooth slopes of her buttocks. She removed the panties and quickly replaced them with a fresh, dry pair, white with tiny blue flowers printed on the cotton. She put on a matching bra before slipping on a black t-shirt and blue jeans. When the girls turned to face us, we were sitting there with huge grins on our faces. Elena looked at Lucy and raised an eyebrow. "Looks like the boys are happy about something." We all laughed. It was a moment of light relief in an otherwise shitty day. "It's your turn now, boys," Elena said. I looked at Mike and he shrugged. We did need to get out of our wet things. I found my dry clothes and faced away from the girls while I stripped. Mike did the same, except he spun around for a split second to give the girls a flash of his goods. I remained as hidden as I could in the shadows. Working a sedentary job and playing video games is not the way to get a great physique. I hurried into my clothes and returned to warm myself by the fire as quickly as I could. Lucy looked into my eyes. "You've got nothing to be embarrassed about." I was thankful she didn't know the non-history of my non-existent love life. Apart from the prostitute in Amsterdam, my only other experience in the sex department had been with a girl named Gina Lewis when I was 21. Gina was as much of a geek as I was, and we met in Second Life one afternoon when I was off sick from work. I actually only had a cold, but I rang in and said I had the flu because I wanted a couple of days off to stay in bed and play on the computer. I took enough shit at work to have a couple extra days off at my discretion. On this particular sunny afternoon, I was propped up against the pillows, balancing the laptop on my knee, when I ran into Gina. We had a chat, and it turned out she lived in Manchester, which was only an hour's drive from my house. Gina was online looking for a man, as obsessed with games as I was, but without a mic equivalent to get her out of the house. She lived most of her life online. She worked freelance, writing manuals for software companies, so she didn't even have contact with work colleagues. Every now and then, she craved human contact, so she went online to find a man who lived close by. And so I had spent an hour driving to Manchester, followed by an hour of sex. I didn't see Gina again, and she never contacted me. So I reckoned my embarrassment in front of Lucy was justified. I stared into the fire and let it warm my face. I felt exhausted. Today had been the longest day of my life. I had experienced every emotion possible and almost been killed a number of times. "Someone should be on guard duty," I said. "We can take turns." We arranged a shift pattern, which meant I had 2 hours sleep before it was my turn to keep watch for an hour. Laying the sleeping bags out in the sand, we agreed that the guard would have the gun. I put my head down and closed my eyes. The soft sand shifted beneath my sleeping bag, adjusting to my body. This was more comfortable than the ground on the mountain. I fell asleep almost immediately, and dreamed of a fish swimming in the shallows before being picked up and eaten by a heron. Chapter 12. I knew what the dream meant. I sat by the entrance of the cave on my guard shift, watching the rain pour down over the sea and sand and cliffs, and I knew why I had dreamed of the fish and the heron. It was because of the virus. I had seen a TV show once about how viruses controlled the hosts they infected. There was a virus that infected insects, then made them climb as high as they could up a plant or a tree, so the virus could send out spores to infect more insects. The higher the spores were, the better they could catch the breeze and travel farther. The virus that infected the fish I had dreamed about was a waterborne virus that wanted to infect birds, not fish at all. But it started in rivers because it was spread in bird feces. So it infected a fish host, then made that host swim in the shallows in a manner that would attract hungry birds. The birds ate the fish and became infected. The virus got to where it wanted to be. So now there was a virus infecting everyone, and my mind had looked back in its databanks for any information it had about viruses, and brought up memories of that TV show. Interesting, but useless to me in my current situation. If a virus could control its host like that, it explained why the zombies were seeking out prey. The virus wanted to spread, but we already guessed that, so nothing new there. Thanks, brain, but you're on the wrong track. An old TV show about ants and fish isn't really relevant in a zombie apocalypse. I was bored and hungry. Tomorrow we needed to find a boat and food. As for boredom, staring at a rainy beach for an hour was mind-numbing. I unzipped the pocket on my jacket and took out the army radio we had taken from the soldier. It looked and felt dry. The hiking jacket had waterproof pockets, But I didn't think that included being immersed in the sea, so I was surprised that the radio seemed to be intact. I clicked it on. Static came out of the speaker. I turned the volume down and found the tuning dial. With the radio to my ear, I searched for a signal. Maybe I could pick up a conversation between soldiers in the area. I thought I caught a fragment of a word for a second, but it got lost in all the hissing static. Maybe the water had affected the radio after all. I turned the dial the opposite direction slowly, scanning back across the channels. "That's what I think, anyway. Over." My fingers froze on the dial. "Yeah, I know, but we have to follow orders, Jim. These things are decided at a much higher pay grade than ours, mate. Over." "The fucking UN. Who put them in charge? And why do they get to come sailing in on their fucking rescue mission and get all the fucking glory, when it's us who've done all the grunt work? Have they been separating the uninfected from the zombies? Have they? Fuck. We run all the risks, and they come in for the medals. It pisses me off. Over." "Relax. It'll all be done soon. Over." "It'll be done, all right. Done and dusted. Do you know what they're going to do to this country once they get the uninfected out? I heard they're going to nuke it. Nuke Britain. What gives them the right to do that to our country? Over." "That's just a rumour, Jim. Don't go spreading it around. Anyway, once we're gone, there will only be nasties left, so why not nuke the place? Over." "Because it's... Oh, fuck. I've got to go. The captain is coming this way. Over and out." I sat staring at the green military radio in my hand, trying to process what I had just heard. The UN was staging a rescue mission, and then they were going to launch a nuclear strike on the zombies. That meant the entire world wasn't affected by the apocalypse. If the UN was still operating, they must have a base somewhere. If they were rescuing survivors, they must have somewhere to take them. That explained the survivor camps. The British Army had been instructed to separate the uninfected in preparation for a rescue mission. The soldier on the radio said the UN were going to come sailing in, so that probably meant they were coming here on ships. I scanned the other radio channels, desperate for more information, but all I got was static. When I woke up Elena for her shift, I told her to try the radio every now and then to see if she could pick up any more military chatter. She nodded wearily and took her post by the cave entrance, while I crawled back into my sleeping bag. I lay looking up at the darkness for a while before I could get to sleep. There was a way out of all this. We just needed to find out where and when the UN ships were going to land. Maybe Joe and my parents would be rescued too. If they had been taken to a survivors' camp and avoided infection, they could be among the ones waiting to be rescued. The chance of that was slim. I knew that, but still my spirits were lifted. We just had to make it to those ships. Maybe Mike had been right to be optimistic earlier, and there was a way to escape all of this. I closed my eyes and dared to dream. But my dream wasn't about rescue ships, or Joe, or my parents. I stood on the beach outside the cave. The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly. The beach was deserted, the golden sand stretching off into the distance. But I didn't mind having the place to myself. This was a good day to be at the beach. I raised my face to the sun and felt its warmth bathe my skin. Movement in the sea caught my eye, and I looked out to where two shapes were rising from the waves. One dark-haired, one blonde, both naked. Elena and Lucy. They waded in towards the beach, their long hair covering their faces. As they got closer, I could see their breasts. Elena's small and perky, Lucy's rounded and full. I got a sudden erection and realised I was naked too. The girls were in the shallows now, the seawater lapping against their thighs. They stopped there, and I knew they wanted me. Their need pulsed from them like a thick, heady scent. I went to them, running over the hot sand until I was ankle-deep in the warm sea. Both girls looked up, the hair falling back from their faces. They glared at me with their hateful yellow eyes. I sat up, immediately awake and disoriented. Where was I? The rock walls felt like they were closing in on me. The cave. I was in the cave. It was just a dream, a nightmare. I lay back down and glanced over at the cave entrance. Lucy sat there, gun in hand, army radio on the sand by her feet. She leaned back against the rock, watching the rain hiss down over the sand outside. "It's still raining," she said, looking over at me. "Typical Welsh weather." She nodded. "I didn't pick anything up on the radio." I sat up and rubbed my eyes. We had kept the fire burning all night, and I had slept in my clothes, so, despite the weather, I felt warm and dry. We need to find out where those UN ships are going to land. We had relayed the information I picked up from the radio during the night. Now all of us were hoping to be rescued. "We'll keep checking." She stood up and stretched, those perfect breasts I had first seen at Doug Latimer's house, pressing against the fabric of her T-shirt. She waved me over. "Look at this." She pointed out along the coastline. I squinted into the rain. What am I looking at? About 3 miles along the beach, just offshore. I saw a white shape, but it was too far to distinguish any details. What is it? I think it's a boat. It's been there all night. I delved into Mike's rucksack and brought out the binoculars. It was a boat, a long white yacht. The type of pleasure craft wealthy people spend their summers on, cruising the Riviera or the Bahamas. I concentrated the binoculars on the windows. No movement inside that I could see. Painted in blue script on the white hull was the name, The Big Easy. I hoped the name was prophetic. "Looks like it's anchored there." I handed Lucy the binoculars. She took a look and nodded. "So how do we get out to it?" "There must be a rowboat or something around here somewhere. There's a marina just along the coast." I didn't want to go to the marina if we could avoid it. It was situated in the city, which meant zombies, a lot of zombies. That boat, anchored tantalizingly close to the shore, seemed our best option to remain safe, while we tried to figure out the UN rescue plan. I judged the distance from the shoreline to the boat to be maybe half a mile. We could cover that distance in a rowboat in a short time and be in a zombie-free environment. We still needed food, but we could sail along the coast and find a house or a village to raid. I hoped it was going to be that easy. The beach was eerily quiet, except for the constant sound of the sea breaking on the pebbles and the rain hitting the rocks. It seemed too quiet. We weren't all that far from Swansea, a city with a population of 240,000 people before the virus outbreak. There should be more zombies around. I didn't believe the military had eradicated that many of them. I kept my thoughts to myself. I wasn't about to complain out loud about the lack of zombies. If it meant we could get to the Big Easy without much trouble, that suited me just fine. I didn't want to look into a pair of yellow eyes again for as long as I lived. Chapter 13. We packed up our stuff and hoisted the rucksacks onto our backs. Lucy had the gun in case we met anyone along the beach, but the area looked deserted. Mike led the way, striding along the wet sand as if he were out for a pleasant walk along the seashore. Elena kept up with him, while Lucy and I trailed behind. This was now the accepted formation of our group, and one that we fell into easily. I liked it for 2 reasons. 1, I didn't have to keep up with Mike and Elena, and 2, I could talk with Lucy. "Where do you think the UN are going to take the survivors?" she said as we walked beneath the cliffs. "I don't know. America, maybe. We don't know which countries have been affected and which ones are virus-free."
If the US closed down their borders as soon as they heard about the outbreak in India and Britain, it's possible they could be uncontaminated.
Or maybe somewhere in Europe, like France or Spain. "If those places are clean, we could just sail there ourselves on the boat," she said. "We could, but if the UN has sanctioned a rescue operation, I would say only their ships would be allowed to dock anywhere. A small boat trying to do the same would probably get shot out of the water by the Coast Guard of whatever country it tried to dock in. If some countries are uninfected, they'll be doing everything in their power to stay that way." "Yeah, I guess so. So, unless we get on board one of the UN ships, we're stuck." The problem with getting onto one of the rescue ships, we knew, was that we hadn't been part of the military cleansing operation. We hadn't been certified virus-free in the survivors' camps. We were going to have to try and sneak on board a UN ship. "Do you really think they'll nuke Britain?" Lucy asked. "I don't know. The soldier said that was just a rumour, but it makes sense. Once they've saved everyone they're going to save, why not just nuke the rest? They're dead anyway. The survivors still left in the country won't last all that long. It seems extreme. The nuclear fallout will cause problems to the uninfected countries as well as Britain. They're trying to eradicate the virus from the planet. They'll have to pay a price to do that. They're probably willing to pay that price if it means future generations can live in a world without the zombie virus." It did seem extreme, but the countries that were zombie-free wanted to remain that way. If that meant a final solution involving nuclear warheads, then so be it. The future of the world was at stake here. Nobody cared about the individuals fighting to survive the Armageddon on a day-by-day basis. The politicians and the military would look at this situation on a worldwide scale. Even killing 1 million innocent citizens could be justified if it meant the survival of the planet. Mike and Elena stopped up ahead. Lying on the sand was an upturned rowboat, its mooring rope tied around a large rock to keep it from drifting out to sea. Mike flipped it over and stood by it, grinning. "We can get out of here, man." The little boat looked like it was used for fishing. Nets and lobster traps lay in the sand next to where it was tied. The oars were inside, attached by hooks to the wooden slats. This little wooden craft had once been someone's livelihood. That person was probably dead now, but his boat was going to give us a slim chance to live. We reached the Big Easy half an hour later, approaching the large yacht from the stern. Mike was on the oars. Elena sat at the back of the rowboat, while Lucy and I sat at the front. Lucy had the gun ready in her hand, in case the boat was occupied. We weren't going to kill anyone on board if they were living people. In that case, we would leave them be, and row away to find another boat. If the occupants of the Big Easy were undead, though, we needed to be prepared. Mike guided the rowboat to the rear of the yacht, where a metal-runged ladder was affixed. I grabbed the cold metal to hold us steady, while Lucy and Mike climbed up to the deck. I waited nervously, expecting to hear a gunshot or a scream, but everything was quiet. Mike's head appeared, a grin on his face. "It's all clear." Elena climbed up, and I followed after throwing up the rowboat's mooring line for Mike to tie it to a cleat on the yacht's stern. The Big Easy was large enough to live on. We stood on the aft deck that had a small cockpit and cushioned seats. A wooden door opened into a living area, which contained a small kitchen, complete with refrigerator and a dining table. A door to the bow opened onto a sunbathing deck. "The bedrooms and toilet are below," Mike said. "Everything we need." I went back outside to the cockpit and looked at the wheel and throttle. "We have a problem," I said. Mike poked his head through the door. "What is it, man?" "No keys to start the engine." He pointed up a ladder. "The bridge is up there. I'm betting there's a spare pair of keys hidden away somewhere." He climbed the ladder, and a few minutes later I heard the engine turn over, then kick into life. Mike shouted down, "Got it!" I climbed up to the bridge. Mike was inspecting the dials and gauges on the instrument panel. "Looks like this boat was used for cruising and fishing. There's a fish finder on here, and there's fishing gear in the hold. We can fish for our food, man." It sounded perfect. That was what worried me. My motto had always been that if something seemed too good to be true, it probably was. "How are we for fuel?" He looked at the gauges. "Low. Very low." My motto proved itself correct yet again. I looked out through the window and along the coast. What I was about to suggest filled me with dread. "I suppose we'll have to go to the marina and fill the tank." He looked at me, and the smile that had been on his face a second ago vanished. "I suppose we will." "I don't like the idea any more than you do," I said, "but we need the fuel. Otherwise, we're stuck here floating near the shore. We'd be much safer if we sailed out into deeper waters." He nodded, looking through the rain-streaked window at the shoreline. We were too visible here. The army could see us easily, might even be able to hit us with mortars, fired from the cliffs. We weren't out of danger yet. But with a single run to the marina, we could set ourselves up for a long time, at least for as long as we had to wait for the UN rescue ships to arrive. There would be stores there. A moment of risk now would take away such risk in the near future. Once we were refueled and stocked with supplies, we could sail out into open water. We had nothing to lose. If we arrived at the marina and found it overrun with zombies, we could move on and come back later. From the Big Easy, we could check the place out from the safety of the sea. Mike found a map of the coastline and located the marina. While he learned the yacht controls, I went back down to the aft deck and made sure the rowboat was securely tied. A clanking, winding sound told me Mike had found the controls to pull up the anchor.
The engine revved a little, and we moved forward slowly, our nose pointing up along the shoreline.
As we made our way past the beach, I unhooked a hand axe from where it hung next to a fire extinguisher, and I swung it in the air a few times, as if attacking an imaginary opponent. I wanted to be ready for whatever awaited us at the marina.
Chapter 14. When the city of Swansea appeared off the bow, I squinted against the falling rain at the buildings and streets visible from the sea. Mike had taken us out into deeper waters as a precaution, and the rain made it harder to see anything clearly. But the city looked deathly quiet. Something wasn't right. The city shouldn't be like this. I had expected to see zombies lumbering around the streets. The city should be full of the hungry groans of the undead. This unearthly silence chilled me to the bone. Mike shouted down from the bridge, "You see that, man? It's too good to be true." Those were my thoughts exactly. I remembered the zombies at the farmhouse, and how they had waited silently on the porch until we came out of the house. I didn't think they had the reasoning power to set such a trap, but now, as I looked at the ghostly city in the rain, I wondered if we were heading straight into an ambush. The rain bothered me. I went through the door into the living room. The girls were in the kitchen, sorting through the cupboards,
and making a list of what food we had and what we needed. Because this boat was used for long trips, the cupboard contained long-life products, mainly in cans, so it was perfect for our needs. I wiped rainwater from my face and peered through the window at the tall buildings and empty coastline. I still had the axe gripped in my right hand. "What's up, Alex?" Lucy asked from the counter, where she and Elena had piled up packets of rice and cans of beans. "It's just so quiet. Where are all the people who lived here? Where are all the zombies?" "He's complaining because there aren't zombies," Elena asked, rolling her eyes. "You really are weird, Alex." Weird or not, I still couldn't shake my feeling of unease. A speaker set into the wall crackled, and Mike's voice came out of it. "Hey, can you guys hear me? I can see the marina." I went out and up the ladder to the bridge. Mike was bringing us in closer to the shore. Ahead, the twin jetties of the marina jutted out into the sea. There were boats everywhere. Most were moored in the slips, but some floated freely on the tide. "I don't get it, man," Mike said. "Why didn't everybody just take the boats when they knew about the zombies?" The virus spread fast. By the time people knew what was happening, the army was probably rounding them up for the survivors' camps. There were no people on the jetties, no sign of life, no sign of the undead. Mike brought us around, so we faced the docks. There were 2 fuel pumps, one at either side of the marina. We sailed towards the closest one, and I jumped off the Big Easy onto the jetty, mooring rope in hand. Before I tied the boat to one of the steel cleats, I listened to the marina. All I could hear was rain bouncing off the boats and splashing into the water. I tied a fast and loose knot in case we had to leave here quickly. Mike jumped up onto the dock and inspected the pump. "Looks like someone left it switched on, so at least some people got away on boats." I looked towards the marine supply shop on shore. It looked quiet enough. "How long will it take to fill the tank?" I asked Mike. "About 10 minutes. Climbing back onto the Big Easy, I grabbed the gun from where Lucy had left it on the dining table and headed back outside. "Where are you going?" Lucy asked. "There's a store here. I'm going to check it out." "Want me to come with?" "No, it looks deserted." Elena looked up from the piles of food they had arranged across every available kitchen surface. "We need sugar, if they have any. I'll see what I can do." I grabbed the binoculars, climbed back out onto the dock, and looked towards the marine supply store through the magnifying lenses. A glass door gave me a view into the shop. A second door on the far side of the building led to the street beyond. That didn't make me happy. There were 2 ways into the shop, which meant zombies could come in off the street. I couldn't see that street from where I stood, so I decided to check everything out and lock the street door, if it wasn't already locked, before I salvaged supplies from the store. With the gun in one hand and the axe in the other, I walked along the wooden dock. A large poster inside the shop window had a picture of a man and woman drinking champagne on the back of a luxury yacht, with the slogan, "Sail to your destiny." The world that poster belonged to no longer existed. I glanced into each moored boat as I passed, looking for movement inside. Nothing. The boats sat silently, waiting for owners who would never return. For most of these craft, this was the end of the line. Unless other survivors found them, they would float here until they rotted into the sea. I reached the shop door and looked through the glass. It was dark inside, but I could make out racks of clothing, fishing gear, a bookshelf crammed with books, and shelves of food. No movement, no sounds from within. I slid the axe into the leg pocket of my cargo pants and put my hand on the cold, wet metal door handle. Holding my breath, I gently pulled the door open. Nothing jumped out at me. No yellow eyes appeared in the shadows. I sniffed the air inside. No rank, decaying meat smell assaulted my nostrils. I slipped inside, stood by the half-open door, listened. The gun felt slippery in my hand. No sound except the rain outside and the whir of the pump at the end of the dock as Mike refueled our boat. I took 2 steps into the shop, my wet boots squeaking on the floor. The clothing racks cast deep shadows over some areas of the room. I wished I could see if anything was hiding in those shadows. The door and windows looking out onto the street showed me a deserted road lined with more shops. There was nobody out there. I crossed the room quickly, arcing the gun in front of me in case anything jumped out at me. The door to the street was unlocked, and without a key, I had no way of changing that situation. I went to the counter, where a display of GPS units in a glass case stared at me with blank screens. Hopping over the counter, I looked for a light switch. When I found it on the wall behind the cash register, I debated whether I should use it. First of all, I didn't know if there was electricity still running to the shop. Secondly, switching on the lights would give away my position to anyone out there in the street. Just because I couldn't see anybody didn't mean there wasn't someone out there somewhere. That thought chilled me. Leaving the switch alone, I went back into the main part of the store and found a bunch of small metal shopping carts lined up near the door. Wheeling one over to the clothing racks, I filled it with T-shirts, sweaters, hoodies, and cargo pants. I grabbed waterproof jackets from a rack near the wall and put them into the cart as well. When I had raided most of the men's and women's clothing section, leaving behind only the children's clothing, I positioned the full cart near the door to the docks. Taking a second cart, I loaded it with wetsuits, diving masks, and snorkels. If we were going to spend a long time at sea, these things would be useful. I read a zombie novel once in which the main character used a wetsuit as protection against bites and scratches. No reason why it wouldn't work. I added swimming trunks and bathing suits to the cart and picked up some pairs of sunglasses. Pushing the cart to the back of the shop, I found a food shelf and loaded up with pots of dehydrated noodles and 3 bags of the sugar Elena had requested. I found coils of strong, thick marine rope and looped one over my shoulder. I slung a large pair of binoculars around my neck. They looked more powerful than Mike's. A closed glass cabinet in the fishing section caught my eye, and I went over to look at the spear guns displayed inside. The cabinet was locked. Using the handle of a fishing rod, I smashed the glass and reached inside, taking the 6 guns and all the spears in there. The cart was full, and I was sure I had salvaged everything useful from the store. I wheeled it over to the cart of clothing and left it there. I thought of checking to see if any of the nearby stores on the street held any treasures. How far did I dare push my luck? The safety of the marine shop and my 2 carts of plunder had made me overconfident. I looked out at the street. Rain lashed down from dark clouds. That was going to affect my vision, making a trip across the road even more dangerous. There was no point looking out for zombies if I was blinking rain out of my eyes every 2 seconds. Taking a diving mask from the display, I put it on and pulled up the hood of my jacket. With the mask on, I could keep my eyes open. Pulling up my scarf to cover my lower face, I pushed the door open and stepped out onto the street, gun in hand. The rain bounced off my hood and the mask, but at least I could see. I looked along the street in both directions. Nothing. 50 feet away, I saw the open doorway of a supermarket. It looked like the door had been smashed. The place had probably already been looted, but it was worth a look. I strode across the street quickly. As I approached the broken door, I lifted the gun and stared into the darkness of the supermarket. What I saw made me gasp and step back. Too quickly. I stumbled and fell, scrambling to regain my feet before the dozens of zombies I had just seen came pouring out of that supermarket like a tidal wave of rotting flesh. I ran back towards the marine shop, praying I had time to get my carts and wheel them out to the Big Easy before the shambling nasties caught up with me. But when I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see monsters, I saw an empty street. They hadn't followed me. I stopped and stood in the road, watching the door of the supermarket. I heard groans coming from inside, but none of the zombies stepped out through the doorway. Slowly, carefully, I walked back to the doorway and risked a glance inside. The shop was full of them, packed in there so tightly it was standing room only. They shot hateful looks at me with their yellow eyes, and a collective moan rose from the herd. The ones standing closest to the door reached for me, but none of them made a move. I watched them, the prey regarding the predator, and wiped rain from the lenses of the diving mask. This made no sense. Either way, the supermarket was a bust. Out of curiosity, I went to the Chinese restaurant next door and looked in through the windows. The place was full of zombies. I turned on my heels and went back to the marine shop. Opening the back door and pushing the carts outside, I took a last look around the place to make sure I hadn't missed anything valuable. Mike stood by the Big Easy waiting for me. When he saw the carts, he came running along the jetty and took one of them from me, pushing it to our boat as I followed. "You look like a bandit, man. It's easier to see this way. See any zombies?" "Plenty." He looked over his shoulder and increased his pace. "Don't worry, they're not coming," I said. I was pretty sure I understood why the city seemed deserted, why we hadn't seen any zombies during our night in the cave, and why they had seemed to be waiting for us on the porch at the farmhouse. We reached the Big Easy and managed to unload both carts into the living room area. By the time we were done and the carts on the jetty were empty, the sky had begun to clear a little. Mike untied us and jumped on board. "Let's go, man." "Just take us out a little," I said. "I want to see if my theory is correct." "Theory?" I nodded. "Okay, man." He climbed up to the bridge and started the engines. We sailed away from the marina, our wake bobbing the moored boats up and down like fishing floats indicating a bite. When we got half a mile out, I shouted up to Mike, "Stop here!" He cut the engines, and the clanking of the chain began as the anchor lowered. "What is it, man?" He slid down the ladder and stood beside me. The rain was stopping. I removed my diving mask and stood watching the marina. Lucy and Elena came out from the kitchen. "What's going on? Why have we stopped?" "Alex thinks something's going to happen," Mike informed them. "What?" Lucy asked. "Just wait and see," I said. We stood on the deck while the sea lapped against the side of the boat. The dark clouds that had hung over the city scudded away farther inland, and the sun broke through. Sunlight hit the boat, and we basked in its warmth. The sea shimmered like glass. "Look," I said, pointing at the marina. A lone figure moved stiffly out over the jetty. Then another. Within minutes, the place where we had been standing earlier was swarming with zombies. The streets erupted with movement as the monsters came staggering out of the shops. Soon the city, which had been deadly silent, was a writhing mass of rotting undead bodies. Their mournful groans reached us, even across the half-mile of water. "I don't understand," Lucy said. "How did you know this would happen?" "It's simple," I said, watching the monsters roam the city. "They won't come out in the rain." Chapter 15. We sat around the dining table with the lights on in the cabin. Darkness had fallen outside. Mike had piloted the Big Easy out a few miles from shore, and for the first time in a long while, we felt safe. Elena and Lucy had arranged the food in the cupboards and made chicken curry and rice. Even though the curry came from a can, it filled the dining room with mouth-watering smells of savoury spices. The clothing and supplies from the marine shop had been stowed in the storage rooms below. Mike and Elena had claimed the largest bedroom on the stern, leaving Lucy and me with the smaller helm bedroom. Lucy wasn't complaining about the arrangement. I tried to keep my celebration hidden by fixing a nonchalant look on my face. The curry was delicious, and when we pushed the empty plates away, Lucy said, "Now tell us how you knew about the zombies and the rain." I had kept quiet on the subject, working it through in my own mind before I was ready to explain it to the others. I saw a TV show about how a virus behaves. Once it infects a host, it makes the host do things that achieve the virus's goal of spreading to other hosts. There was a virus that made ants climb up high plants, so the virus spores would spread farther when released. There was a bird virus that started out in a fish, but really wanted to be inside a bird, so it made the fish swim erratically in the shallows, where it would attract a hungry bird. Once the bird ate the fish, the virus got into the bird where it wanted to be in the first place. "I don't follow," Mike said. "How does that apply to zombies and rain?" If a virus can make an insect or a fish act like that, it shows that the virus thinks long-term. It makes the host act in ways that will ensure the virus's future. Mike said, "A virus can't think, man." But it's like thinking. The virus doesn't just infect a host, and that's that. If it has bigger plans, it makes the host act according to those plans. So this virus, whatever it is and wherever it came from, wants to spread among humans. Remember that guy who had died of a heart attack in the car crash? There was no reason for the zombies to bite him because he couldn't spread the virus. It needs the host to be mobile and able to bite or scratch uninfected humans so it can be spread. The humans it infects, it kills, then rises from the dead. As we've seen and smelled, the bodies rot. That means they will eventually rot away completely and be useless as hosts. The virus needs to slow that rotting process for as long as it can, so the host has a longer lifespan and can infect more victims. "That makes sense," Lucy said. "Keep the host body as intact as possible. Wet meat attracts microbes, so it makes the zombies avoid the rain." I nodded. When those zombies were hiding out on the farmhouse porch, they weren't hiding there waiting for us. They were sheltering from the rain. Cartwright and Brand just happened to go outside while it was still raining, and the nasties were there. That's why they didn't chase us to the Land Rover. The virus wouldn't let them. Rather than take one or two victims at that moment, it wanted to keep the hosts in good condition for longer so they could infect more victims in the future. "So it makes sense," Elena said. "But how does it help us?" I had been thinking about that during our meal. It means that if we have to move over land, we do it when it's raining. We time our raids to coincide with rain, and we can move about the streets freely. We'll only have to deal with the zombies inside the buildings we enter. We couldn't even think about entering a city any other way. We'd be outnumbered as soon as we hit the streets. So it gives us a tactic we can use to increase our chance of survival. "But we aren't going to be raiding cities," she said, "because the UN ships are coming, remember? We just need to hold out on this boat until then, and we'll be saved." "We don't know when that will be," Mike said. "So get on that damn radio and find out. Has anyone even checked the radio lately?" She got up from the table and took her plate over to the sink. throwing it in angrily before going out on deck. Mike went to follow her. Before stepping out into the night, he turned to us. "This is all getting to her." "It's getting to all of us," I said to Lucy after Mike was gone. "But she's right. We haven't checked the radio since we heard the emergency broadcast." "I'll get it." She went below deck to where we had put the rucksacks and came back up with the radio. As I switched it on and placed it on the table, Lucy sat close to me. She had showered earlier, and her hair smelled of apple shampoo. Beneath that, I detected a faint hint of her musky perfume. The radio came on, and the EBS played, exactly as before. "Damn," I said. "No change." "Try the other stations. You never know." I moved the dial gently, pausing whenever the static seemed to falter, hoping for a transmission. As I was about to give up, a male voice broke through. "Hey, people. This is Johnny Drake at Survivor Radio, wishing you a great evening. Don't let those nasties get you. Here's a classic tune from Zager and Evans." The song "In the Year 2525 started to play. I looked at Lucy. "Survivor Radio?" She grinned, reflecting the grin I felt on my own face. It was good to hear another voice, to know that somebody was out there somewhere, playing music for survivors like us. Mike and Elena came through the door. "What's that music, man?" "Apparently it's Survivor Radio." They started to dance in the kitchen. Lucy looked at me and raised an eyebrow. "Shall we?" I had never danced before, but I joined her on the living room floor and gyrated to the music. The next song was "Break On Through" by The Doors, and by now I had gained some confidence and threw out some 60s moves I had seen in movies. Lucy laughed and joined in. We danced like that for half an hour, while Johnny Drake played tune after tune. He sounded like a professional DJ with his smooth voice and slick lead-ins to the music. He even had a station jingle which was Survivor Radio, lifting the spirits of survivors everywhere. The music was a mix of everything from old classics to modern rock. Our situation made some of the lyrics even more poignant, and we sang along with the songs we knew. We collapsed, exhausted, onto the seats, and Johnny said, "Okay, all you folks out there, it's time for Survivor Reach Out. Want to reach out to a loved one? Need to get a message to a fellow survivor? Contact Survivor Reach Out. You know how." Another man's voice spoke. The quality of the recording was bad, as if the man were talking through a walkie-talkie, and had been recorded on an external microphone. "My name is Frank Jones, and I'm trying to contact my son. His name is Lee Jones. He was at work in Regent Street when everything went wrong. If anyone sees Lee, please tell him I'm alive. His dad is alive." Johnny Drake's voice came back, sombre this time. "Survivors, keep a lookout for Lee Jones in the London area. Let him know his dad is okay. Lee, if you hear this, go to your nearest survivors camp and tell them your name. They'll make sure you get back together with your dad." I was sure everyone on the Big Easy and Johnny Drake were thinking the same thing. If this man's son had been in London when the virus broke out, he was probably dead, or wandering around Regent Street as a zombie. A woman's voice came crackling out of the radio. "My name is Linda Williams. My husband is Jim Williams. He was taking our daughters to school on the morning when the virus hit. The girls are Jessica and Olivia. They're 6 and 9 years old. Please, if anyone sees Jim and the girls, ask them to contact the army. They know which survivors camp I'm in. That's Jim, Jessica, and Olivia Williams. The school was in the Birmingham area. If you're out there, Jim, please get in contact. Drake said, "If you have a relative or loved one out there, remember to listen in to Survivor Reach Out every hour on the hour. Now here's Billy Joel and Piano Man." The music drifted from the radio, but I wasn't in the mood to listen any more. Hearing those survivors pleading to their loved ones who were almost certainly dead or worse, left a sour taste in my mouth. Also, Survivor Radio, or at least the reach-out slot, seemed to be run by the army. The appeals were telling survivors to go to survivors' camps. The people appealing were in the camps already. Was this the military's way of keeping spirits up among the survivors? Giving them hope that they could contact loved ones? It sounded like Johnny Drake was either on the military payroll or being forced to play the reach-out segments on his station. There was no news about the UN rescue mission. "What shall we do?" Mike asked. "We don't know where the UN ships will land or when. Are we just going to drift out here, hoping it'll get mentioned on the radio?" "I don't think the army are telling anyone about the rescue ships," I said. "It's probably on a need-to-know basis." "Or those two soldiers you overheard on the radio were just talking bullshit," Elena added. "That's possible too. Either way, if we just drift out to sea, we won't know anything." I had found a map of Britain in the bridge earlier. Now I laid it out on the table between the dishes. We need to figure out the most logical place the UN will land, so we can be in the area when they arrive. It could be anywhere, man. Not necessarily. It depends where the ships are coming from, and what the conditions near the ports are like. If the ships come from Europe, they'll be landing on the east coast, unless the ports are too dangerous. Since the main ports on that coast are near majorly populated areas, they're probably too risky. So the ships would probably come around Scotland and sail along the west coast. The main ports on the west are also in densely populated areas, except in Scotland or the Isle of Man. Now, if the UN ships are coming from America, they would most likely dock on the west coast. So, it looks like the west coast is the most likely, man. Yes. We don't know for sure, but I think it's the best bet. Luckily, we're sailing off the west coast at the moment. The question is, which port would they use? I discounted the Isle of Man, because that would require the army to transport all the survivors from mainland Britain to the Isle. The port must be on the mainland, but in a less populated area. Scotland? Lucy suggested. I looked at the map. It seemed logical. That would mean we would have to sail north along the coast to get into the right area. But the Scottish coastline was huge. How would we know where the ships were headed? If we get close enough, we should be able to pick up their radio communications, Mike said. There's some equipment on the bridge that we can use, but we need to get in range. It was a long shot. The area we were talking about was huge, and we didn't even know the time, never mind the place, that the ships would arrive. So we planned to sail up and down the Scottish coast until we picked up radio communications, or saw the ships coming across the Atlantic. I didn't hold out much hope for the plan. Unless we found some more information soon, or even evidence that UN ships were actually coming, we would probably spend the rest of our days sailing around the British coast, raiding the mainland for food and supplies. The Big Easy was probably going to become our permanent home. Even that future looked grim if the rest of the world decided to nuke Britain. In that case, the Big Easy would become our tomb, as we all died of radiation poisoning. Our chance of finding those ships was slim, but it was the only chance we had. We had no other choice. I looked at Mike. Can you plot a course to get us to Scotland? Sure thing, man. The bedroom that Lucy and I were expected to share was small, wood-panelled, and contained twin beds. After a shower, I changed into one of the T-shirts I had plundered from the marine shop. A black shirt with a green logo that said, "Sail to your destiny," above a picture of a sailboat. With the addition of a fresh pair of boxers from the same pile of plundered goods, I felt fresh and energised. I had found some paperback thrillers in the living room and planned to spend a couple of hours reading. I climbed into bed and lay there for a moment before cracking open the book I had chosen. The swaying motion of the Big Easy lulled me into a sleepiness that crept over me like a heavy blanket. I closed my eyes and slipped into a dream where I was sailing across miles of ocean to reach an island scorched by nuclear destruction and plagued by zombies. Chapter 16. When I got up top the next morning, Lucy was on the sun deck, looking out over the sea. The sun was already up, and the sky was clear. A good day for zombies. Lucy wore a "Sail to Your Destiny" T-shirt, the same as mine. It was long enough to reach down to her knees, and I wondered if she was wearing anything beneath it. Her hair blew in the gentle breeze as she leaned on the rail, her eyes on the distant shoreline. The air smelled faintly of sea salt, with an underlying tang of rotten meat. Even at this distance from the mainland, we could smell the monsters. "Hey," I said as I approached. "Did you come to bed last night?" She looked at me and smiled. I felt my heart melt. "I did. You were fast asleep." I had really gone under fast last night. The stress of the last few days must have become too much for my body and mind. They had simply shut down. Actually, my mind had stayed active. I could still remember a nightmare of walking across a zombie-infested land which had been ravaged by a nuclear winter. I shuddered. Even when I was deep in the middle of gaming weekends involving the most horrific video games, I never had nightmares like that one. Lucy saw the troubled look on my face. "You okay, Alex?" "Yeah. I just had a nightmare last night." "Me too. Then I woke up and realised it was real. At least we're still alive." She stared at the dark shape of the coastline. "Sometimes I think we might be better off dead." "Don't you mean better off undead?" "No, not one of them. They seem so tortured. I mean really dead. At peace." I didn't like the way this conversation was going. Lucy was usually so resilient, despite the circumstances. There was a lightness about her that lifted my spirits when I felt low. If she spiraled into depression, it wouldn't be long before I followed. "It's peaceful on the boat," I said, "and we're safe. Those things can't hurt us out here." "I know. We're lucky to be alive. It's just that I can't shake the feeling that it won't be long before we're fighting to stay alive again." I went inside and got the radio. Maybe some music would lift the mood. It might also wake Mike and Elena. I was anxious to start our journey to Scotland. The sooner we got there, the more chance we had of intercepting those rescue ships. Lucy saw the radio in my hand as I came back out on deck and smiled. "Care for some early morning music?" I put the radio on one of the padded benches. "As long as it's not Survivor Reach Out." "Yeah, that was a bit depressing." I clicked the radio on, and Bon Jovi filled the air, singing about living on a prayer. Lucy laughed and head-banged along. I did some lame dancing and air guitar, which made her laugh even harder. "You're crazy!" she shouted over the music. That made me add in even more ridiculous moves to my heavy metal repertoire, and as the solo began, I contorted my face into a grimace as I played my air guitar. Lucy joined me, playing an air guitar of her own and leaning her back against mine, as if we were posing on a stage and playing for a crowd. The song ended, and we both collapsed on the bench, breathing heavily. Lucy looked at me, her blue eyes sparkling in the morning light. Zombie apocalypse or not, I was glad I was here with her right now. Something passed between us, and I felt for the first time that she might actually like me. Really like me, in the same way I liked her. It had taken the end of the world to make it happen, but I might have actually met a girl who wasn't a red light professional or somebody on an internet hunt for human contact with anybody at all. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes locked on mine. I did the same, feeling her breath against my lips. My heart hammered in my chest. "For fuck's sake, you two! Turn the fucking music down!" The moment was gone. Mike stood in the doorway, his eyes bleary, his hair sticking up. Jimi Hendrix was on the radio, singing, "Are You Experienced?" Lucy and I parted. I felt the loss immediately. Turning to Mike, I said, "We need to get moving, Mike. The sooner we get into Scottish waters, the better." He looked at us for a moment, his eyes flickering from me to Lucy and back again, as if he were trying to figure out a puzzle. "Okay," he said. "Let me get dressed first. And turn that fucking radio down, man." He disappeared inside. Lucy stood up. "I guess I should get dressed too." She went over to the radio and Jimmy faded as she turned the volume down. She went inside quickly. Fuck. Now she felt embarrassed at what had almost happened between us. I didn't blame her, I guess. She was way out of my league, and she knew it. We both knew it. Everybody on board knew it. Even the zombies on shore probably fucking knew it. I felt like jumping overboard and drowning myself. I had tried to cheer Lucy up, and the music had done the trick. But then I had let my idiotic expectations get too high. I was crazy to think Lucy could ever go for a guy like me. There was a reason I spent most of my weekends locked away in a fantasy game world. It was time I faced reality. And now Lucy was ashamed because we had almost kissed. She must be down there, looking at herself in the mirror and saying, "What the fuck are you doing? He's an inexperienced geek. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, you can do a lot better for yourself." I went over to the radio and turned it off. Striding through the living area to the back of the boat, I climbed the ladder to the bridge. If Mike couldn't get up at a reasonable time because he was too busy in bed with Elena, I would get the boat started myself. After all, how hard could it be to get to Scotland? All we had to do was point north and follow the coastline. I couldn't take any more of this drifting and going nowhere. I sat in the bridge chair and looked at the instruments on the panel. Okay, maybe this looked complex, but all I needed to do was raise the anchor and start the engine. The keys sat in a cupboard that also contained maps and charts. They had a neon yellow plastic float attached to the key ring, so if they fell into the sea, they would float and would be easy to see. I took them out and fit them into the ignition, and stopped myself before I turned them. I really didn't know what I was doing. I took the keys out of the ignition and put them back in the cupboard. I looked out at the calm sea and the clear blue sky. Just sit here and try to calm down. No point crashing the Big Easy into Swansea just because you're a loser. A crackling sound made me jump. It had come from the instruments. I listened carefully. Crackle. "Big Easy," a man's voice, coming from the radio set that sat on the wall. I turned up the volume and moved the tuning knob a fraction until his voice came in clearly. "Lighthouse hailing the Big Easy. Do you read? Over." I picked up the handset and pressed the button. "This is the Big Easy reading you. Over." "Ah, so you have got the radio on. I've been hailing you all morning. Saw you on deck, dancing with your girl." "Saw us?" I leaned towards the window and scanned the coastline. To the north, in the distance, the dark shape of a lighthouse rose from a rocky island. If he could see us from there, he must have some powerful binoculars. "I wondered if you knew the latest news. Over," he said. "What news is that?" Over. "If you want the details, I'll do a deal with you. Face to face. Not over the radio. Over." I frowned at the lighthouse. Could he see me? Was he watching me even now? "What deal?" Over. "You get me off this rock and we can all be saved. Over." "I don't understand. What do you mean?" I almost forgot to add, "Over." There was a static-filled pause. Then he said, "The Americans are coming to save us. If you get me off this rock, I'll tell you where and when. Over." I looked at the radio. I didn't want to make a group decision without the others. "I'll have to get back to you in a few minutes. Over." More static. Then, "All right, lad, but don't be too long about it. Otherwise we'll all be dead. Over." I wondered if he had lost his mind, surviving alone in that lighthouse, while the world around him went to hell. "What do you mean?" Over. "After they pick up survivors and get to a safe distance, they're going to drop the bomb. Over and out." Chapter 17. "Maybe he's just a crazy guy who got into the lighthouse and is using the radio to lure us into a trap, man," Mike said as we sat around the dining table. We had eaten a breakfast of pancakes that Elena had made from some sort of egg powder, flour, and long-life milk. They actually tasted good, even though they had a rubbery texture. I wasn't sure if that was because of the ingredients or Elena's lack of cooking skills. The mug of coffee I washed them down with was strong and bitter. I usually took 2 spoons of sugar in hot drinks, but I decided to cut down to half a spoon. Sugar was in plentiful supply on the Big Easy at the moment, but that situation probably wouldn't last long. We needed to preserve what we had. Lucy barely looked at me as we discussed the lighthouse. She had dressed in blue jeans and a tight black sweater, her perfect curves amplifying the fact that she was way out of my league. I tried not to think about it. The radio call from the lighthouse had caused us a problem. Either the man in there knew where and when the rescue ships were going to land, in which case we needed that information, or he was trying to draw us into a trap. It doesn't add up, man. Why does he need us to get him off his island? Where's his own boat? He must have got out there somehow. And if all he wants is to use our boat so he can get rescued, Elena added, he won't care if we're with him or not. What if he steals the Big Easy? He said he wanted to make a deal. I assume the deal is how we know he isn't going to steal our boat. Yeah, right, Mike scoffed. Make a deal with a fucking madman. We don't know his story, Mike. He could be telling us the truth. If he's stuck in that lighthouse and Britain is going to be nuked, don't we owe it to him to take him with us to the rescue site? Otherwise, we're leaving him there to die. A lot of people are dead, man. A fucking lot of people. So we shouldn't care about one more, even if we have a chance to save his life. He shrugged. We need to look after ourselves. I agree. And if he has information about the rescue mission, we need it. And if this is a trap, we could all get killed, man. We don't know how many people are in that lighthouse. There could be a dozen killers in there waiting to steal our boat. So what do we do? I asked. Should we vote on it? Fuck that, man. I'm going to talk to this guy. He got up and strode out to the aft deck. We followed. The bridge was only big enough for 2 people, so Elena climbed up while Lucy and I stood on the deck. We could hear the radio from there. Mike was talking into the handset. "Hey, lighthouse guy! You there?" Static. "Hey, lighthouse guy! You want us to save your ass? You need to talk to me." Static. "He isn't even fucking there, man." The radio crackled and hissed. I looked over at the lighthouse. Was he watching us through his binoculars? I felt like raising my middle finger and flipping him off. Maybe that would get a response out of him. Lucy came over and stood next to me. "Alex, about earlier." "Hey, it's okay. Forget it." "No, The man's voice came from the radio, cutting through the static. "My name is Eric." "Well, Eric, I'm Mike. There are 6 of us on this boat, and we want to know what the fuck your deal is." More static. Then Eric said, "There are 4 of you." "Are you fucking spying on us, man?" "I can see you. There isn't much else to look at out here. There are 4 of you, not 6. "Is that right?" "Yes." "Well, you'd better tell us about this deal you want to make, man." "I need to get off this rock, Mike. They're going to drop the bomb. I don't want to be around when that happens. There's a rescue mission taking place. I know where and when the ships are going to land. After that, everyone in this area is going to be dead. That includes me, and it includes you. All I want is a ride to the rescue site." "Where's your own boat?" "That's a long story." "We have a long time." "No, we don't." Before Mike pressed the button to transmit again, I called him. He poked his head over the top of the ladder. "What is it, man?" He said we don't have a lot of time, so the ships must be arriving soon. Like it or not, we need information from this guy. "Alex, he's been spying on us, man. The Big Easy is the best thing that happened to us since this shitstorm went down. And now you want to risk her? He said the Americans are coming to save us, didn't he? So, if they're heading up this UN mission, America must be virus-free. Fuck this guy and his information. We just sail to America. And get blown out of the water by the Coast Guard as soon as we get there," I reminded him. "I'd rather take my chances with the Coast Guard than with this guy. He's probably working for some band of pirates and luring ships onto the rocks." Eric's voice came out of the radio. "Are you still there? Over." Mike looked at me. "I say we ignore him." "What do you think?" I asked Lucy. She sighed. "We need the information about the rescue, but I don't think we should risk our boat to get it." Mike pumped the air with his fist. "Yes! Elena, what's your vote?" "We should make this guy tell us what he knows. What gives him the right to keep it to himself?" "He wants to live too," I said. "What gives us the right to take the info and leave him to die? And how were you thinking of taking it anyway?" "We've got a gun." I shook my head. Even Mike's plan of ignoring the man was better than this. Was this what we had become now? Thieves? Murderers? "Elena's right, man. We can't trust him. I say we go over there and fuck him up until he tells us what we want to know." "Mike, listen to yourself. This isn't you. You don't use violence to solve problems." All his life, Mike had only ever used violence as a last resort, in self-defense, or in defending me. I had never seen this side of him before. He looked at me with hard eyes. "The world has changed, man. It's kill or be killed." Great. So now he was on a survival of the fittest kick. Where did that leave me? The out-of-shape gamer geek. How long before Mike and Elena decided I didn't fit into their new evolutionary plan and threw me overboard to fight the sharks for survival? I looked to Lucy for some common sense, but she didn't seem to care that we were entering Lord of the Flies territory, just so long as we didn't risk the boat. "I'll stay with the Big Easy," she said to Mike. "We can't risk losing her." He grinned. "Awesome. What about you, Alex? You staying on board or coming ashore?" "I'll come with you," I said reluctantly. I didn't have much choice if I wanted to stay part of this group of survivors. It felt like the rules were changing by the second, and I couldn't let myself be the outcast. So, just like when I was at school, I went along with the stronger kids to ensure my own survival. "Cool." Mike went back into the bridge and keyed the radio. "Yeah, we'll talk with you." "We can talk when I'm on your boat, okay?" The calmness that had been in Eric's voice earlier seemed to be breaking. Maybe he was going mad up there. "No," Mike replied. "We're coming to see you. Listen, you don't understand. See you in a few minutes, man." Mike turned off the radio, and Eric's voice was silenced. The Big Easy's engine started up, and the anchor chain clanked as it drew the anchor up from the seabed. I felt a nervous anticipation run through my body as we started moving towards the lighthouse. Like it or not, we were going in hard, and nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 18. Mike brought the Big Easy to a stop a quarter-mile out from the lighthouse. As we rocked in the ocean, our own wake hitting the stern, I inspected the lighthouse for signs of danger. It rose from the rocks like a white cylinder. Windows were placed at various levels, and, at the top, the huge light sat like an eye looking out over the sea. It reminded me of the Eye of Sauron from Lord of the Rings. Around the light ran a balcony, and leaning over the railing was a dark-bearded man dressed in green waterproof trousers and a dark blue sweater. He waved at us and shouted, "Let me come aboard!" Mike snorted. "Yeah, right." He turned to us. "Okay, here's the plan. Lucy stays with the Big Easy, and we take the rowboat to the island. I've got the gun. If that fucker tries anything, he'll be sorry. Alex, where's that rope you got from the marine store?" "In the hold, but—" "Go get it." There was no point arguing. I went below deck to fetch the rope I had slung over my shoulder at the marine store. I'd had no idea then that we would be using it to tie up a man. If I had known, would I have still brought it aboard? Depressing as the answer was, I knew I wouldn't have done anything differently. Mike's earlier reference to the survival of the fittest hadn't just been an off-the-cuff remark. The world as we knew it had ended. Survival was a prize that had to be fought for. Mike's tactics may have seemed barbaric, but the world had slipped into a new reality. I didn't know where I fit into the new world order, but at the moment I was with people who could thrive in it. I had to keep my head down and survive the best I could. At the moment, that meant following Mike's plan to get the information we needed from Eric. I took the rope up to the aft deck and threw it over the stern railing into the rowboat. "You need a weapon, man," Mike said. He had the gun in his hand, and Elena had the hand axe. "I'm fine," I said. "I'm not taking you ashore unless you have a weapon, man. What if it's a trap and there's 10 guys in there?" I sighed. I had seen a wooden baseball bat in one of the storage closets earlier. I went to get it. Returning to the deck with my weapon, I said, "Let's go," before tossing the bat into the rowboat. Mike started down the ladder to the rowboat, Elena close behind. Before I set foot on the top rung, Lucy came over to me. "Be careful, Alex." "I will. Look after the Big Easy." She smiled, and I started down the ladder. I felt a cold knot in my stomach. As I sat in the rowboat, Mike took the oars and grinned. "Hey, lighten up. Everything will be okay." I nodded, and gave him a thin-lipped smile. On the lighthouse balcony, Eric seemed as resigned to what was going to happen as I was. He grimly turned from the railing and went inside. As we rowed across the water to the rocky island, I was glad I had brought the baseball bat along. Mike was right. There could be a dozen men in there, waiting to ambush us and take our boat. It was better to have a fighting chance than no chance at all. The lighthouse looked much bigger as we approached it, towering above us, like a finger pointing at the clear sky. The rocks it stood on were closer to the mainland than they had appeared from the Big Easy. Beyond the rocky island, I could see the cliffs and shoreline. Zombies swarmed over the beach, staggering in the sand. Their pitiful moans reached my ears, and I wanted to club every last one of them with the baseball bat, just to shut them up. Mike stopped rowing, and let the little boat drift to the rocks. He took the anchor, which the previous owner had made out of a bleach bottle filled with gravel, and threw it overboard. The bottle sank, and pulled the rowboat back slightly as it settled on the bottom. Mike looked over the side. "It's deep here. We're going to have to swim ashore." A dip in the icy sea was not something I had planned on today. The jeans, t-shirt, sweater and boots I wore had only recently dried after the last unplanned swim. Salt stains had ruined the clothes, but I still preferred them over the t-shirts from the marine store with their nautical slogans. In this post-apocalyptic world, a t-shirt that said, "Sail to your destiny," was just depressing. I looked over the edge of the boat. The rocks dropped straight down into the murky depths. "Why couldn't we tie the boat to the rocks?" I asked Mike. "Then we don't need to get wet." "Can't do that, man. A few good waves will crash the boat against the rocks and destroy her. Then we'd have to swim back to the Big Easy." I looked out at the yacht. That was a long way to swim. I could barely make out Lucy standing on the sundeck, watching us through Mike's binoculars. I felt like waving, but repressed the urge. Mike took off his t-shirt and placed it on his seat. Bare-chested, he slipped into the sea and swam ashore. When he climbed out onto the rocks in his jeans and boots, he looked like a model on a shoot for a cologne commercial. Only the gun in his hand looked out of place. "Come on," he said. I removed my sweater, but left my Slipknot t-shirt on. It was already ruined by seawater anyway, and our display of power might be ruined if I was standing there feeling self-conscious. As I was about to jump in, Mike called, "Throw me the rope, man." I tossed it over to him, and he slung it over his shoulder. Elena slid gracefully into the water and breaststroked towards shore. It wasn't until she climbed out of the water and onto the rocks that I realized she had stripped to her black bra. With her khaki cargo pants, boots and toned physique, she looked like Lara Croft. The axe in her hand enhanced that illusion. I grabbed the baseball bat, jumped in, and came up gasping for air as the cold sea took the breath from me. Using a combination of doggy paddle and breaststroke, I got to the rocks and clambered out of the water. The t-shirt clung to my back like an icy second skin. I stood up and pulled it away from my goose-bumped flesh. "Careful on the rocks," Mike said. "They're slippery." He climbed up to the lighthouse, Elena close behind. I steeled myself and followed them, the unwieldy bat making the climb difficult. When I got to the top, I was out of breath and shivering with cold. The little island had been levelled and reinforced with concrete to facilitate the building of the lighthouse. We stood at the base of the building and looked towards the beach. "There's a hell of a lot of zombies over there, man." I nodded. Although the lighthouse was built on an island, it was no more than a quarter-mile from the mainland, and the water separating us and the beach looked shallow. The monsters on the sand could see us, and they came to the water's edge. staring at us with their dead yellow eyes. "They won't go into the sea," I said. "If the virus compels them to protect themselves from rain, they won't go walking into salt water." "I hope you're right, man." "If I wasn't, they'd be wading towards us right now. Look at the hunger in their eyes." Mike shouted at them, "You fuckers! You want some of this? Come and get it!" He laughed, and watched them react to the sound of his voice. More of the things came from distant parts of the beach and gathered at the water's edge. "Look at them," Mike said. "Stupid fuckers. I'm not scared of them." "Mike, we should meet with Eric," I reminded him. "Yeah, I'm not scared of him either." He strode to the metal door of the lighthouse and banged on it with the butt of the gun. "Hey, open up!" "It's open!" Eric shouted from inside. He sounded distant, like he was a few floors up, shouting down at us. Mike looked at us and tried the metal handle on the door, pressing it down. Elena held her axe ready, and I had the baseball bat in both hands. I wasn't sure I could actually hit a person with it. I hoped I wouldn't have to find out. The door clicked open and swung outward. We stepped back, ready for whatever waited inside. My heart pounded, and the cold I had felt a few minutes ago was gone. All my attention was focused on the interior of the lighthouse. The circular room beyond the door was empty. Coats hung on hooks, and boots stood beneath them, but there was nothing else there. A circular steel staircase led up to the rooms above. "Eric!" Mike shouted. "Where are you? It's Mike." "Up here!" Eric shouted back. I didn't like this one bit. Why was he up there waiting for us? Why hadn't he come down? If he wanted to leave the lighthouse, he had to come down at some point. There was no other door, only the one we had come through. "Why don't you come down?" Mike shouted. "Is this any way to treat your guests?" "You come up." "Should we close the door?" I asked Mike. He shrugged. "Why? There's nobody else on this shitty piece of rock. Leave it open in case we need to get out of here fast." We moved to the base of the steps. Mike put his boot on the bottom step, and I grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. "This doesn't feel right," I whispered. He held the coat up in front of my face. "Don't worry, man." He ascended the steps, gun held in both hands, eyes darting around as if he expected Eric to come jumping out from somewhere up there. I didn't share Mike's gung-ho attitude. I wished I had stayed on the Big Easy with Lucy, but Mike was my friend. As well as having something to prove, I wanted to look out for him. We went back a lot of years, and what he had done for me meant a lot. Even so, my stomach was going crazy with butterflies, and my mouth felt dry. My heart hammered in my chest, and my breathing was fast. The baseball bat felt like lead. Don't panic. There's just one guy up there. Mike has a gun. We'll be okay. I followed my friend, and Elena took the rear. We ascended to the first room, a living area with a wood-burning stove, sofa, easy chair, and bookshelves. No sign of Eric. Mike stood on the steps waiting for us. He looked eager to find the lighthouse keeper. "Keep up," he whispered as we went up to the next level. I looked down at Elena, wondering if she was as eager to find Eric as Mike seemed to be. Coming here in force had been her idea after all. "Move it, Alex," she urged. I looked back up. Mike had disappeared around the curve in the steps. Then I heard a gunshot. Chapter 19. "Mike!" I ran up the steps, all thoughts of self-preservation blown out of my head by the fact that my friend was in trouble. I reached the room above, the kitchen. Eric stood behind the kitchen counter with a shotgun in his hands. Mike was flattened against the wall by the steps. The shotgun had blown a hole in the wall, inches from his head. The air smelled of gunpowder. "Get back," Eric commanded, "or your friend dies." I halted on the top step. "You okay, Mike?" "Yeah, man." "Now we're all getting out of here," Eric said. "We're going back to that boat of yours." "What's the hurry, man? We can talk about this." Eric shot a glance out of the window. "There isn't time to talk. Either you take me back to your boat with you, or I shoot you and go back by myself." Elena whispered into my ear, "If we rush him, we can take him down." I was about to protest, thinking how much ground we had to cover between us and Eric, but she was already counting down. 3, 2, 1, go! She gave me a push, and I went sprinting forward, bat held in front of me in both hands. Eric jerked his head in our direction, and surprise crossed his face. He swung the shotgun so the muzzle pointed at us, and he fired. The blast sounded like an explosion in the confined space. Ears ringing, I jumped up onto the kitchen counter and slid across it on my butt, pushing the bat into Eric's face. He managed to twist away and lifted the shotgun again. This time, I swung the bat at his stomach. It connected, and he went down with a groan. The shotgun clattered away across the floor. I considered delivering another swing, but he was down and out, holding his stomach and gasping for breath. Elena was writhing on the kitchen floor, holding her leg where a gash in her jeans revealed a bloody wound. Mike was holding her, telling her everything was going to be okay. He looked at me with tears in his angry eyes. "I'm going to kill that fucker. He shot Elena." He came over the kitchen counter in one swift movement and pointed his gun at Eric's head. "You shot my girlfriend, you fucker." Eric shielded his face with his hands, cowering away from the muzzle of the gun. "Listen to me. We have to get out of here. I'll explain everything when we get to the boat." "The boat? You aren't getting on our boat." "The bombs," Eric pleaded. "They're going to drop the bombs." "You won't be around to see that," Mike said coldly. I put a hand on Mike's shoulder. "You can't kill him, Mike. We need to know where those ships are going to be." Mike turned on me. "He shot Elena, man." "Yes, and we need to get her back to the Big Easy as soon as possible. Her wound needs to be bandaged up. We're wasting time here. We can tie him up and take him with us, interrogate him later." Eric looked at me with hope in his eyes. He really wanted off this rock, and fast. Mike glanced over at Elena. She staggered to her feet, pain etched on her face. Leaning heavily against the wall, she looked at Mike and said, "Kill him. We don't need him. We can find the rescue ships ourselves." Mike nodded. He lifted the gun, pointed it at Eric's head. "Wait! There's something you need to know." Eric's eyes were wide. Sweat had broken out across his forehead. "Talk," Mike said. Eric pointed a shaky finger at the window. "Look out there." I went to the window, and the sight outside made my blood run cold. The water between us and the mainland was gone, leaving a cement causeway connecting the lighthouse to the beach. All of the zombies from the beach were making their way to the lighthouse. There were dozens of them. "What is it?" Mike asked. "We're connected to the beach," I said. "This isn't an island at all. It's tidal. At low tide, there's a causeway." I looked at him, and I knew there was fear in my eyes. "The tide's gone out. The zombies are coming." A sound from the ground floor came drifting up the steps. Shuffling feet, low moans. "They're here," Eric groaned. "How do we get out of here?" Mike asked him, shoving the gun into his temple. "There's no other way, only the door downstairs." He looked up at Mike and sneered. "I'm not the only one who's going to die." "Why the fuck didn't you tell us to close the door? Warn us." "You'd have sailed away and left me here. If we'd made a deal, we could have gotten off here together. Now we're all going to die. Go ahead and shoot me." Elena cast a glance down the stairs. What do we do? The only way to go was up. The lighthouse had no doors, so we couldn't barricade ourselves inside a room and wait for the zombies to leave. They were coming up, and they would find us. The moans on the steps became louder. They could probably smell us up here. "We need to go up," I said. "Not him," Mike said, indicating Eric. "What? You can't leave me here for those things to find me." "It might buy us a little more time," Mike said, shooting Eric twice, once in each leg. The lighthouse keeper screamed, clutching his wounds. I didn't judge Mike's actions. We were all dead anyway. It was just a matter of time. While Eric continued screaming on the kitchen floor, we left him and went up to the next level. Elena leaned on Mike for support, and I followed, glancing over my shoulder every now and then, expecting to see a zombie reaching out for me. Luckily, they were slow, and stairs seemed to slow them down even more. We reached the bedrooms and continued up to the level above. I wondered what Lucy would do when we didn't return. She was a survivor. I was sure she'd be all right. The only regret I had was that I would never know what had become of Joe and my parents. This was the time to face facts. They were probably lying dead somewhere, victims of the apocalypse. And I was about to join them. One more victim of the zombie outbreak. Below us, Eric's screams of pain were suddenly replaced with a panicked, "Oh my God! No! No!" The zombies had reached him. His cries turned into screams of agony, which suddenly cut off. We ascended the steps to a radio room. A large radio sat on a wooden table. Papers and charts littered a shelf on the wall, and a black hardbound logbook and pen sat on the table. While Mike and Elena went up to the next level, I grabbed the logbook from the table and stuffed it into my jeans. If Eric had learned about the UN ships from the radio, he might have written details in the book. It didn't even matter now, but something made me take that book. I followed Mike and Elena up to the top level. The stairs terminated in a small, featureless room. A steel door led out onto the balcony. We went through the door and I closed it. There was a lock, but no key. Enough force from the other side would break the latch easily. Of all the places I had thought I might die, on top of a lighthouse had come pretty far down the list. I leaned over the railing and looked down, immediately regretting it as my stomach lurched. It was a long way down. I stepped back. In the distance, I could see the Big Easy floating calmly on the still sea. A bang on the door made me flinch. A second bang followed, then a third, until the door was being beaten constantly by hungry fists. I wondered if Lucy could see us through the binoculars. I didn't want her to see me getting ripped apart by zombies. I would rather jump to my death on the rocks below. Mike was leaning out over the rail, and I wondered if he had the same suicidal tendencies. "We can jump," he said. "It's either that or get ripped to pieces," I replied. "Getting splattered on the rocks might be the quickest way to go." "No, man, we can jump into the sea." "Are you crazy?" He went to the railing. "If we jump from here, it's straight down into the water. It's plenty deep enough down there. We can do it, man." The door buckled beneath the pounding fists. There was no choice. The zombies would be all over this balcony in a few seconds. I nodded. "Okay." Elena looked over the edge. "It's totally doable. Mike, you go first and get to the rowboat. Bring it closer for when Alex and I jump." He nodded, grinned, saluted us, and vaulted over the railing. I watched him drop like a rock into the sea below. After the splash, he surfaced and gave us a thumbs up before swimming to the rowboat. The door collapsed, and 2 zombies came onto the balcony, many more behind them. I rushed forward with my bat, swinging it wildly. We needed to slow them down to give us time to jump over the railing. The bat connected with the head of a monster that had once been a businessman, judging by his suit and tie. He went down hard, and the zombies behind fought to get past the body in their way. I ran back to the railing. Elena was climbing over, her face a mask of agony, as she took her weight on the bad leg. "You okay?" I asked as I straddled the railing. I tried not to look down. My stomach was flipping crazily, and I felt off balance. "I'm fine," she said. "Let's go." She pushed me forward the same way she had done when we rushed Eric. I felt my feet leave the railing, and suddenly I was suspended in mid-air, the deep sea below me. Then I fell so fast I barely had time to register it before I hit cold water and heard nothing but a rush in my ears as I went under. I struggled against the sea, pulling with my arms to bring myself to the surface. As my face broke through, I breathed in sweet air. Mike was close by in the rowboat. I swam towards him, but his attention was on the lighthouse. He stared up at the balcony and shouted, "Elena!" I looked up and my heart sank. For some reason, Elena hadn't managed to clear the railing, and now she hung by her hands, dangling over the sea. She looked panicked. "Just let go!" Mike shouted to her. She held her breath and let go, but she didn't fall into the sea. Hands reached over the railing and grabbed her, blue-skinned, rotting hands. She screamed as they dragged her back up onto the balcony. "No!" Mike screamed. He dived off the boat and swam towards the lighthouse. I grabbed him, and he struggled against me. "Elena!" Her screams had been silenced. There was nothing anyone could do. "It's too late," I told Mike. His eyes went to the scene on the balcony. The zombies were in a frenzy up there, tearing, ripping, biting. He looked at me and started to cry. "It's Elena, man." "I know." I put a hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry, Mike." He looked from me to the lighthouse, and for a moment I was sure he was going to swim ashore, despite the dozens of zombies on the rocks. Then he went weak, and I had to hold him up to stop him from sinking. Supporting him with one arm and using the other to swim, I got us to the rowboat. He climbed aboard, but then sat staring at the sea. I put the oars into the metal locks and started to row us back to the Big Easy. My friend stared at the water in a daze, and I was sure I would never see the Mike I knew ever again. Chapter 20. "He's been like that for hours," Lucy said, as we sat at the dining table. Her face was still streaked from the tears she had cried for Elena. I was sure there would be more tears, but for now she was too drained to shed them. Outside, evening fell quickly, the darkness spreading over the sea. I had managed to pilot the Big Easy away from the lighthouse. None of us wanted to see that place again. Now we were anchored farther north, about 2 miles from shore. We could still see the city on the coast, but at least we couldn't smell it any more. The sea breeze was fresh and tangy. I felt more removed from those monsters than I had since the apocalypse happened. It was a shame that my feelings of safety were tinged with the darkness of tragedy. Mike had slumped into the easy chair in the living room when we got back from the lighthouse and had not moved since. I knew his feelings for Elena ran deep, but I had never seen him in a catatonic state like this before. We had already lost one of our group. I didn't know how we would survive if we lost Mike too. "I don't understand why Eric didn't warn you about the zombies," Lucy said. "It doesn't make sense." "He was afraid we'd run away and leave him there. He probably stayed zombie-free out there on his rock, because when the tide was low, it was raining, and they weren't around. This was the first time the low tide coincided with dry weather. So, suddenly, he saw dozens of zombies on the beach, and he knew that when the tide went out, they could get to him. That's why he was desperate to leave immediately. If I knew then what I know now, I would have brought him aboard the Big Easy straight away. At least Elena would still be alive. She wiped a tear from her eye. I still can't believe she's dead. I looked at the night darkening beyond the windows, and my thoughts went somewhere I wished they wouldn't. What if Elena weren't dead, but had been turned into one of them? Maybe even now she was roaming the lighthouse in an undead state. I tried not to think about it. There was nothing that could be done. But there must be something I could do to help Mike. He was hurting in a way I had never seen before. I wasn't going to sit by and watch my friend spiral into depression. I went to the bar and poured 3 glasses of brandy. Giving one to Lucy, I went over to Mike and handed him the glass. He took it with a muttered, "Thanks." "Hey, why don't we raise a glass to Elena? She was a brave woman, one of the bravest." Lucy seemed to pick up on what I was trying to do. Make Elena's death an event we could remember, but also move on from. She raised her brandy. "To Elena, a great friend and a brave survivor." Mike looked over at her, then at me. His eyes were bloodshot. The drink trembled in his hand, spilling over the edge of the glass. "I loved her," he said simply. "We all did," I said. I took a hit of brandy, feeling it burn all the way down my throat. Mike threw back his glass and downed his drink in one swallow. He resumed his 1,000-yard stare, the empty glass forgotten in his hand. I didn't know what else to do, so I went to the bar and got the brandy bottle. I refilled his glass and started back to the dining table. Mike murmured something. "What's that, buddy?" I asked, turning to face him. He repeated what he had said, but I had the feeling he was speaking to himself. He whispered the words over and over, like a mantra. "They're going to pay." Later that evening, after a mostly uneaten meal of rice and beans spiced with curry powder, I took Eric's logbook from where I had put it to dry over one of the portable radiators in the living room. Mike was asleep in the chair as I walked past him to get the book. I hoped he would be feeling better when he woke up. The only time I saw him express grief in any major way was when his dad died, and even then, the emotion had only brought forth a few tears. Mike had been a lot younger then. I wondered if his grief over Elena's death was bringing out unexpressed feelings about his father, leaving him at a young age. I sometimes wondered if the reason Mike's life involved the pursuit of activities like rock climbing and hiking was because his father had the same interests. Mike had never been interested in these things until after his father's death. Maybe he was trying to make his dad proud. Sitting at the table, I opened the book and flicked through the pages. They were still damp and stuck to my fingers. In places, the pen had smeared, but in others, it was still legible. The book wasn't meant to be immersed in salt water, and was almost ruined after its time in the sea. The entries I could read contained dates, times, ship names, weather reports, and tidal records. Working carefully, I peeled the pages back until I found the last entries Eric would ever write. Being closer to the middle of the book, these pages were less water-damaged. The handwriting was more readable. It looked like Eric had turned this into more of a diary than a logbook. The last entry read, "They are back on the beach again. I am only alive because of the high tide. If not for that, they would be over here banging on the door. Still no sign of Harper. I fear he's dead. He would have come back by now, unless he's left me here. He used to tell me something like this would happen someday, but I never listened. I spend most of my time looking out to sea for him, or any other boat. I have to leave here soon." I skipped back to the previous page. Eric hadn't bothered to date these entries. I got the feeling he was using the logbook, something he had developed the habit of writing in every day, as a way to express his thoughts as he became isolated in the lighthouse. I felt sorry for him. At least I had faced the end of the world with 3 friends. It sounded like Eric had been alone, apart from the person he referred to as Harper. And even Harper had left. Why hadn't Eric gone with him? I scanned down the page. Harper has decided to take the boat up along the coast to get a sense of the situation. This is the kind of thing he used to talk about, but I don't think even he believes it is really happening. All we receive are garbled radio reports from some of the ships. Even those have stopped now, and I fear the ships I see in the distance are crewed by something other than men. And further down the page, no sign of Harper. It looks like I will be facing this situation alone. Then, at the bottom of that page, I found the entry referring to the UN rescue mission. Radio picked up a military broadcast. American ships coming to rescue survivors. Everyone moving north to be picked up. I can't be left here alone. I need a boat. I dare not travel by land. The tide is out at the moment, but thankfully there is no sign of those things on the beach. I pray for the sea to come back in and protect me again. My heart sank. He hadn't written down the location of the rescue. He said north, which probably meant Scotland, but that didn't help. We were heading that way anyway. Without a specific location, we would be drifting around aimlessly off the Scottish coast. I flicked back through the pages, but the other entries were all in the standard report format before the apocalypse. Lucy came over from the kitchen carrying 2 bottles of beer. Anything? Nothing. He wrote that the rescue will be in the north, but that's all. She took a swig of beer. Do you think if we had let him on board he would have taken us to the rescue site? From what I read in here, he was just scared and lonely. There was someone called Harper in the lighthouse with him. Harper took their boat up the coast to find out what was happening and never returned. I think Eric was being honest when he said he wanted to make a deal with us. He just spooked at the last minute and tried to use his shotgun to make sure he ended up on the boat. He knew the tide was going out and the zombies were on their way. What happened in there, Alex? I shrugged. Mike lost it when Elena got shot. I think we approached the situation the wrong way. We went in with force. If we had dealt with Eric the way he wanted, we'd probably be on the way to being rescued now, and we'd all be alive. She nodded, and took another drink of beer to stop herself from crying. Do you think Mike is going to snap out of it? I don't know. We'll have to see how he is when he wakes up. With tears in her eyes, she stared at the night beyond the window. This is never going to end, is it? Things aren't going to get any better. I put the radio on when you left for the lighthouse, and the reach-out came on. All those people looking for loved ones they'll never find. They won't ever know how they died, or even if they are dead. Their relatives could be out there wandering around as zombies, spreading the disease. And none of it is going to get better. They're just going to bomb the country. It's like they want to wipe the slate clean, but they're wiping away all those lives and memories. She started to cry, her face in her hands. I put an arm around her, and she leaned into my chest. She was right. The world would never be the same again. There was no going back from this. Whether the virus was man-made or nature's attack on our species, the human race would never recover. We went to bed and lay in the darkness, fully clothed, holding each other against the pain and sense of loss. We both cried for what was gone. I cried for my parents, for Joe, and for Elena. I even shed a tear for Eric. He hadn't been trying to steal the Big Easy. He was just as frightened as we were. He was simply trying to survive. We fell asleep in each other's arms. Two lost souls, surrounded by a vast sea of darkness. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning, as sunlight started to seep in through the windows, that we were both startled awake. Something big had bumped into the Big Easy. Chapter 21. I went up to the aft deck, rubbing sleep from my eyes. Mike was still dead to the world in the easy chair. The room smelled of curry and beer as I walked through to the deck. Dark clouds were forming farther out to sea. The sea was calm at the moment, rolling gently beneath the Big Easy and lifting her into a slow rocking motion. I leaned over the side and looked towards the bow. A second yacht floated on the water in front of us. I walked through the dining room to the bow, picking up my baseball bat as I went. The first thing I thought of was pirates. These were lawless times. The military exerted some control on the mainland, but the sea was a no-man's land. We knew there must be pirates out here somewhere. Had they finally found us? I stepped onto the sun deck, bat clutched in my hands. Lucy joined me, holding the coat gingerly. "Is there anyone on board?" "It doesn't look like it." The yacht was smaller than the Big Easy. Her name, written across her hull in green script, was the Hornet. She had collided with our bow and floated away about 20 feet. Her engines were dead, and everything was silent, but a creepy atmosphere hung over her. "What do you think?" I asked Lucy. "Looks like she's been floating out here with no crew." "So how did she get out here?" "Maybe she came loose from her moorings at the marina and just floated away." It was possible, but unlikely. It was more likely that the Hornet had been piloted out here and something had happened to the crew. They were either dead or turned into monsters, and they might still be on board. "We could just let her float away," I suggested. After our experience at the lighthouse, I didn't see any reason to risk our lives just to explore a ghost ship. The possible rewards were far outweighed by the deadly risk. Lucy nodded. "I think that's the best idea." I was glad Mike was still asleep inside. I was sure he would insist on going on board the Hornet. I had zero desire to explore that eerie ship. "Back to bed," Lucy suggested. I took a glance at the Hornet. She was floating away slowly on the gentle waves. She wasn't going to bump into us again. "Bed sounds good." We turned to the door, and I held it open to let Lucy inside. Then we heard it. A bang. From the Hornet. We both froze and looked over at the boat. Another bang came from inside. It sounded like someone slapping their hand against a wooden door. "We don't have to investigate that," I said. She bit her lip. God, she was so cute. What if someone's trapped below deck? The only thing trapped below deck on there is probably a zombie. We should let it go. I thought she was going to agree with me. I looked forward to getting back to bed. It was still way too early to get up. Never mind explore a zombie-infested boat. Lucy didn't agree. She said, "What if it's a person on there? What if they need our help?" I sighed. The bed suddenly seemed an unfathomable distance away. "What are you suggesting?" "We could check it out. We don't have to go on board. We could row up to the Hornet and look through the portholes. If it's a zombie, we let it drift away." It sounded safe enough. I hoped that whatever was on board the Hornet could be seen from the portholes. At least we'd know what we were dealing with. "Only one of us should go," I said, "in case Mike wakes up. I don't want him to wake up and be alone." "I'll go," she said. I didn't see any reason to argue with that. It wasn't like I had to step up to the plate and volunteer for Lucy's protection. Looking through the portholes of a boat wasn't exactly dangerous. Besides, she was capable of looking after herself. I just hoped she saw a zombie through the window. Then we could forget about the Hornet and let her drift away. We went through to the aft deck, passing a sleeping Mike. Lucy climbed down into the rowboat, and I handed her the baseball bat. "Take this." She held up the Colt. "I've got the gun. I don't need the bat." "I'll get a spear gun and cover you." I was dying to try them out, but hadn't had the chance yet. "Don't point those things anywhere near me. I'll be fine. Just promise me you won't go on board." "I promise. This is just a reconnaissance mission." I untied the rowboat from the Big Easy and went back through the boat to the sun deck to watch her. She waved as she came into view, then put her back into the rowing. The Hornet had drifted 30 feet away now. Lucy rowed half the distance, then shouted to me, "Throw me the mooring rope." I frowned at her. "Why?" "If I tie her on, she won't drift away. Otherwise, I might have to row half a mile to get back to the Big Easy." She had a point. I picked up the thick rope, swung it a couple of times to get momentum, then let it go. It snaked across the water and landed a few feet from the rowboat. Lucy fished it out of the sea with an oar and coiled it by her feet. She rowed the rest of the distance to the Hornet and tied the rope around one of the aft railings. Even being connected by a rope felt like too much contact between us and the Hornet. The banging had stopped, and the Hornet was quiet again, but the silence was unsettling. Lucy knelt in the rowboat and used her hands on the hull of the Hornet to pull herself to the first porthole. She peered inside. After a few seconds, she pulled herself along to the next porthole and shielded her eyes from the sun as she looked through the glass. The Hornet had 4 portholes on this side, and after Lucy had inspected the interior of the boat through each one, she rowed around the other side to check there. I waited until she reappeared around the stern. "Nothing," she shouted. "Should I climb aboard and have a look?" Sudden panic rose in me like acid in my throat. "No! Come back and we'll decide what to do next." She stood in the rowboat and grabbed the edge of the Hornet, craning her neck to see over onto the aft deck. "It looks deserted," she said. "Lucy, come back!" If she went on board, I was going to have to jump in and swim over there. I couldn't let her go onto the Hornet by herself. It might look empty from the windows, but that meant nothing. She reached up as if she was going to pull herself up onto the deck. "Lucy, you promised!" She stopped and looked over at me, hesitated, sat back down in the rowboat and made her way back to the Big Easy. I breathed a sigh of relief, but I knew this wasn't going to be as simple as untying the Hornet and letting her float away. Lucy's curiosity had gotten the better of her, and she wanted to investigate. I felt like cutting the rope now and watching the Hornet disappear into the distance. That would be that. But that would just delay the inevitable. At some point, we were going to have to raid the mainland for food, and then we would have to deal with zombies. Maybe facing 1 or 2 on a boat was a good way to get us ready for that confrontation when it came. The world was full of monsters now, and there was no way we could avoid them forever. Lucy shouted to me from the aft deck. I went back there, the baseball bat feeling heavy in my hands. It looked like I was about to face a nerve-shredding situation again. I would have thought that after playing hundreds of video games involving sneaking around and trying to avoid enemies, I would be prepared for this kind of thing. But my games had only prepared my nervous system so far. Just the thought of going below deck on the Hornet made my palms feel sweaty and my hands tremble. I climbed into the rowboat and took the oars from Lucy. As I rowed towards the Hornet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something really bad was about to happen.
Chapter 22. I stood on the deck of the Hornet, bat ready in my hands, while Lucy climbed up to join me. The boat swayed gently beneath my feet, but there was no other movement. No zombie rushing at me from inside, yellow eyes blazing. Even the banging we had heard earlier had stopped, and the eerie quiet had descended over the yacht again. "Anything?" Lucy asked, as she stood next to me. "I wouldn't be standing here calmly if I'd seen anything." "That's true." She stepped to the door that led below deck and turned the handle. The door opened slowly with a slight creak. A small flight of wooden steps led down to living quarters. I sniffed the air. It smelled stale, and underlying the staleness was a hint of decomposition. Lucy wrinkled her nose. "Something's dead down there." I could deal with the dead. It was the undead I wanted to avoid. Lucy went down the steps, with the gun held up in front of her face. I followed, leaving the door open behind me, to let fresh air into the cabins and cleanse the stench of death. Lucy poked her head around a doorway and said, "He's in here." She stepped into the room, and I took a quick glance along the corridor before joining her. It stank worse in here, and that was because of the corpse on the bed. He was a man in his 30s. He had a neat haircut, linen shirt, jeans, and what looked like a real gold Rolex on his left wrist. In his day, this man had been wealthy, but his day was gone, and there would be no more. On the nightstand, an empty bottle of pills and a drained bottle of whiskey told the story. In case we didn't get it from the booze and tranquilizers, he had left a note on the bed next to his body. I picked it up and read it out loud. "Mary and Dan have changed. I have locked them in the storeroom. I can't live without them. Max Prentice." I looked over the paper at Lucy. "He said he locked them in the storeroom. They're still on board." Instinctively, I glanced at the door, expecting this dead man's wife and son to come staggering in, reaching for us. "Why can't we hear them banging any more?" Lucy asked. I shrugged. "If they know we're here, why aren't they going crazy to get to us? I'd at least expect banging on the door if they're locked in somewhere. Why are they being quiet?" "You're the zombie expert. You tell me." "I don't know." "Were they lying in wait for us?" I had assumed that the zombies at the farmhouse hadn't been waiting for us to leave the house, that they had only been on the porch because they were sheltering from the rain. But now I wondered if they had been hiding after all. A sudden bang from within the boat made us both jump. I put my finger to my lips, and we stood there in the silence that had again descended over the Hornet. I wanted to get out of this room of death more than anything, but I needed to know if my theory was correct. I tried to put myself in the shoes of the virus. It wanted to spread. If it was trapped and unable to infect others, what would it make the host do to increase the chances of escape? Another bang sounded from along the corridor. "They're trying to attract our attention," I whispered to Lucy. "By banging on the door?" "They're locked in a room. There's no way for the virus to spread. So it's trying to attract the attention of somebody, anybody, to come open the door. They've probably been banging like that since they got locked in there, just biding their time and waiting." "Do you think they know we're here?" "Yeah." "They probably want to try and tear that door down to get to us, but they know we'd run, so they're luring us to them. Think about it. The only reason we came on board was because we heard that bang. They're using human curiosity to get us to open the door, and if we did that—" "Curiosity killed the cat," she said. "Exactly. I say we don't open the door.
Sounds good to me. We should take a quick look around to see if there's anything worth taking before we leave. We left the last resting place of Max Prentice and went to the kitchen, ignoring a bang from down the corridor. An empty plastic cool box on the table seemed an ideal way to transport goods back to the rowboat, so we set about placing cans inside. There weren't many. I had the impression Max and his family had taken the Hornet out on a weekend cruise. Their pleasure had turned to horror when somebody on board turned. Maybe it was Mary, the mother, saying that morning that she felt well enough to go out on the boat despite being a little sick. Maybe it was Dan, the son, keeping his illness hidden from his parents because he'd been looking forward all week to a weekend out at sea. Either way, the consequences were tragic. A mother and her son turned into monsters. A father, unable to deal with the loss, taking his own life. "There's not much here," Lucy said, searching the cupboards. "No, let's go." "Wait, what's this?" She brought out a gun from the cupboard underneath the sink. "Flare gun. There's one on the Big Easy, too. It's in a cupboard up on the bridge." She found a box of flares and stuffed it into her pocket along with the gun. Might as well take them. Sure, although I'm not sure who we'll be signalling. You take that box outside and I'll check the other bedrooms. Don't go near that storeroom. She turned to me. How will I know which door leads to the storeroom? It's the door that's locked. Oh, yeah. She went down the corridor to search for more plunder. A loud banging came from down there. "It's the door that's being pounded on," I shouted after her. "Got it. Avoid the noisy door." I picked up the cool box, carried it outside, and laid it on the deck. I was about to go back inside to help Lucy search the bedrooms when I heard something break, and then a high-pitched scream. I ran in, bat ready in my hands. "Lucy!" There was banging coming from down the corridor, and that god-awful low moaning. "I'm in a bedroom," she said. "They're trying to get in. I can't hold the door closed." I didn't even think. I sprinted down the corridor and around a corner to come face to face with Max's wife and son. They had broken through the storeroom door. It lay in splinters on the floor. They pounded on the door opposite. With every blow from their fists, the door opened slightly, and Lucy grunted as she pushed it closed again. "Hey!" I shouted at the zombies. They turned their greedy yellow eyes on me. Mary was dressed in a light brown sweater and jeans, just like any normal woman on a weekend getaway with her husband and son. Except she wasn't a normal woman. Her long blonde hair covered most of her face, but the blue skin and yellow eyes were apparent. She opened her mouth and moaned hungrily at the sight of me. Dan, dressed in a Slayer t-shirt and black jeans, echoed his mother's pitiful cry and came for me, staggering forward in the cramped confines of the corridor. I backed away, hoping to lead them into the kitchen, where I could get the space I needed for a good swing of the bat. They followed. My mouth was suddenly dry, and my heart felt like it was beating in my temples. I felt repulsed by these creatures with their stink of death and rabid eyes. They were no longer the wife and son Max Prentice had come on board with. They were foul monsters, killing machines with a single purpose: destroy humanity. I backed into the kitchen. They were getting closer, picking up speed as they anticipated the taste of their prey. I refused to be that prey. I swung the bat at Dan's head. The wood cracked into his skull, sending him down to the floor. Mary stepped over her son, her maternal instincts long gone, and gnashed her teeth at me. I pushed her away with the tip of the bat, giving her a hard shove into the kitchen cupboards. The cupboard doors flung open, and plates and dishes fell onto the floor, shattering into 1,000 pieces. Dan got up and lurched forward, his rotting hand brushing my arm. The revulsion rose in my throat like hot bile, and I reflexively hit him with the bat again. I heard his skull crack. The bat sunk into his head, and he dropped heavily at my feet. Mary came at me, pushing me out of the doorway onto the deck. She was a thin woman, but she had strength lent to her by the virus that inhabited her body. I fell backwards, and she was on top of me, teeth biting and tearing at the air in front of my face. Her breath smelled like rotted leaves, rancid meat, and open graves. I retched as I fought to hold her head away from me. Her yellow eyes seemed to bore into my skull with their hatred. She came in closer, her fetid smell making me want to vomit. Just as I thought she was going to get close enough to bite me, her body lit up with sparks and flame. Her grip on me loosened, and I pushed her away, rolling out from under her and scrambling to my feet. She staggered backward, her entire body lit up like a firework, flame licking the blue skin. She seemed unable to comprehend what to do, and chose to make a final lunge at me. I hit her with the bat, and she went toppling over the back of the boat. Lucy stepped forward, flare gun in hand. "Thanks," I said. "Thank you for distracting them so I could get out of the bedroom." Beyond the stern, smoke drifted into the air. The crackle of flames reached our ears. "Oh, shit," I said, leaning over the edge and looking down. Mary's flaming corpse had landed in our rowboat. As the zombie lay like a heap of flaming rags, the rowboat burned around her. I untied the rowboat and let her drift away before she set the Hornet on fire. Lucy looked at the burning boat and sighed. "Looks like we'll be swimming back." Great. Just what I needed after fighting zombies. A swim in the cold sea. Although it might get rid of the grave smell I felt was clinging to me. I wanted to get back to the Big Easy, burn these clothes, and take a shower in disinfectant. On the water, the rowboat still burned. The zombie corpse emitted a foul-smelling black smoke. I turned to Lucy. "So was it worth coming aboard?" She nodded. "Of course. We learned a valuable lesson." "And what lesson might that be?" "We learned that flares kill zombies." "Yeah, it nearly killed me too. You could have just used the Colt. Not nearly as dramatic. At least we'd still have our rowboat. Hey, it was you who hit her overboard, slugger. She was about to kill me." Her face went suddenly serious. "What are we going to do with Dan and Max?" I assumed we would untie the Hornet and let her float free. Their bodies would float around on the boat until it sank or someone else found it. A voice came from the bridge radio, a man's voice. "Hornet!" We looked at each other and went to the radio. I hesitated before answering. Maybe these were the pirates I had been thinking about earlier. "Hornet!" the voice repeated. "Should we answer it?" Lucy whispered. "I don't know. The last time we answered the radio, it didn't turn out well." The man's voice sounded frustrated. "Come on, you two. Don't just stand there staring at the radio. Pick up." "What the hell? Can he see us?" I scanned the ocean for boats. Apart from the Big Easy and the slowly sinking rowboat, the sea was empty. Could it be someone with high-power binoculars? We were too far from the coast to be seen that clearly. I picked up the handset. "This is Hornet. Who are you?" "Name's Harper. Frank Harper. I'm the guy with a gun to your friend's head." "What?" "Don't take my word for it. Here, listen." Mike's voice came over the radio. "Hey, man, I think you'd better get back here." Harper was on board the Big Easy. While we had been investigating the Hornet, he had boarded our boat. I looked over to the Big Easy. Mike was sitting on the aft deck, his arms secured behind him. Leaning out from the bridge, radio handset in his hand, a fair-haired man in a black knitted cap sweater and trousers, stared right at me. In his other hand, he held a revolver pointed at Mike's head. "You two get back here. Don't even think about running. Your friend will end up dead." I felt angry that he had the nerve to try and take over the Big Easy. "What do you want, Harper?" "It's simple," he said. "We're going to take a trip to a lighthouse." Chapter 23. As soon as Lucy and I climbed out of the cold water and onto the deck of the Big Easy, Harper pointed the gun in Lucy's direction. "You drop that gun and the flare gun you used to finish off that zombie, and kick them across this way." She did as he asked. She had no choice. "Same with the baseball bat," he told me. I tossed it across the deck. It clattered at his feet. I felt mad at myself for letting this happen. Harper had piloted his boat up to the Big Easy while Lucy and I were on the Hornet, left it on the opposite side of the hull so we couldn't see it, and climbed aboard while Mike was still sleeping. We never should have left Mike on board alone. I looked at Harper's boat bobbing in the sea. It was filled with boxes, petrol cans, and gas canisters. It also had an outboard motor. A means of escape? I looked at Mike. His hands were tied behind his back with rope. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine, man." His eyes were dead, his voice flat. He had been forced awake by Harper, but he was still in shock over Elena's death. Whatever happened, I couldn't let Harper take us back to that lighthouse. I had the terrible feeling that Elena was still there, wandering the place in zombie form. If Mike saw that... "There's no point going to the lighthouse," I said. "It's overrun with zombies. Your friend Eric is dead." "I know that," he said unemotionally. "I saw it. It was only a matter of time before those things got to the place. Poor Eric should have stuck with me. I told him to come with me, and we'd find out what was going on. But he wanted to stay at his post, find out what he could from the radio." He pointed at me with the muzzle of the revolver. "Do you know how to drive this boat?" I nodded. "So let's weigh anchor and get going." "I just told you the lighthouse is crawling with zombies." "And I told you I know that. That's why I couldn't go back on my own. I couldn't take on all those creatures. But you three, well, I just saw you make a flame-grilled zombie burger over there, so clearing the lighthouse shouldn't be a problem for you." There was no way I was going to clear the lighthouse if Elena was in there, and there was no way Mike should even be going back to that area at all. "What's the point in going back to the lighthouse?" I asked Harper. "Never mind that. Come on. We haven't got a lot of time. The tide's high at the moment, so any zombies on the island are stuck there, and no more can come from the beach. In a couple of hours, that situation will change when the tide goes out again. So move it. Get us to the lighthouse." He jabbed his thumb at the ladder that led to the bridge. "What about the Hornet? She's still tied on." I needed to stall him. Needed time to think. "You go untie her," he said to Lucy. "Then come straight back here." She went through to the front of the boat, and I climbed up to the bridge. I watched Lucy through the window as she untied the Hornet and set her adrift. The tragedy of Max Prentice and his family would soon be in our past, but I feared a much deeper tragedy in our near future. Lucy stood on the foredeck, watching the boat slip away. I wondered if she had any plans on how we were going to get out of this mess. I hoped she did, because I was out of ideas. "Let's go," Harper called from below. I started the engine and hit the button that retracted the anchor. Turning the Big Easy south, I gave her a little throttle, and we glided along. Although we sailed at a sedate pace, my mind raced. I scanned the bridge for weapons, then remembered the flare gun in the cupboard. I opened the cupboard and looked inside. There was a first aid kit and the flare gun, along with a dozen flares. I took it out and stuffed it into my wet jeans. Could I really kill a man? Killing zombies was one thing. They were already dead, but Harper was alive. It would be murder. He seemed willing enough to murder us, so why not turn the tables on him? "Give it more throttle," he shouted up at me. I increased our speed very slightly and wondered how I was going to make my move. I had to be careful, because I couldn't risk setting the Big Easy on fire. I also had to make sure he didn't kill one of us before I could kill him. I leaned out of the bridge. I had a pretty clear shot at him from here, but he was close to Mike, keeping the gun pointed at him. He looked up and saw me. "What are you looking at?" "Can I change into some dry clothes?" "No." I sat back on the chair. I was cold. I was worried about what we'd find at the lighthouse. Maybe, just maybe, Elena had moved on with her zombie friends and was in Swansea or farther inland. I didn't know what motivated the zombies to move around. Sure, they were in search of prey, but what made them decide where to go? Did they wander aimlessly? I thought of Mary and Dan, locked in the storeroom on the Hornet. They had waited it out, banging every now and then to see if they could lure a curious person to open the door. When that didn't work, they came crashing through to get us. So they could have escaped at any time, but chose to wait. Why? Were they aware that if they came out too soon, we would have left the boat and been beyond their reach? Had they waited until they were certain we weren't going to open the door, and Lucy was close enough for them to make an attempt to get her? So many questions. I had no idea how this virus controlled its hosts. I had picked up on the rain phenomenon, and I assumed that applied to all extremes of weather. Maybe the virus would make the rotting host shelter from the sun on a hot day as well. But as far as killing their prey and spreading the virus went, I thought I might have underestimated the zombies so far. They seemed to have reasoning abilities that responded to situations and the environment. Maybe someday scientists would study them, but for now this was a game of survival, us versus them. Unfortunately, our fight wasn't just with the zombies. We were also fighting each other. The military were trying to control the populace, and men like Harper were using force to get others to risk their lives. Life had never been fair, but this event had tipped it over into a living hell. The people rounded up by the military and put in survivors' camps were innocent, yet they had to endure being treated as if they were prisoners of war captured by an enemy force. In the distance, I could see the lighthouse. If I was going to stop Harper, I had to do it now. I looked down onto the deck. He was still too close to Mike. I couldn't risk a shot. Damn it! I slapped the wall in frustration. Using the binoculars, I focused in on the lighthouse and its rocky island. A few shapes moved around the base of the tower, but it was getting cloudy and misty along the coast, and it made it hard to see clearly. At least I couldn't see Elena. Somewhere out at sea, distant thunder rumbled. A few spatters of rain hit the windscreen, then more. Then the heavens opened, and the rain came down in a torrent. I checked the rocks near the lighthouse again. The shapes were gone, obviously taking cover in the lighthouse. All of the zombies on the island would be in there now, roaming the lighthouse from the ground floor up. And we were about to go in there with them. Chapter 24. I dropped the anchor when we were about a quarter mile from the rocks and climbed down to the deck below, blinking against the rain as it lashed my face. Harper had ordered Mike and Lucy inside, and they sat together on the sofa while he sat opposite them in the easy chair, gun pointed at them. I got in out of the rain and wiped my face. "We're here," I told Harper. "Are you going to tell us what we're doing here?" "I need something from the safe in my room," he said. "You're going to help me get in there and back out in one piece. When I have what I want, we're done. I'll go my way and you go yours. None of you has to get hurt. But if you try to stop me, I will kill at least one of you, maybe all of you. All you have to do to survive is fight off the zombies in the lighthouse." "You know it's raining out there," I said. "Do you know what that means?" "Yeah, it means they'll all be inside. Zombies don't like the rain." "You think we'll go in there and come out alive?" He shrugged. "Maybe not all of us. I'm surprised you've survived this long. You look like the type of person who read zombie novels and played video games before all this went down. That normally doesn't translate well to a real situation." "What do you know about it?" I said, my anger hiding my acknowledgement that he was right. "I know plenty. While you were having fantasies about the Walking Dead, I was preparing. I spent my weekends at gun clubs, at survivalist lectures, at survival exercises in the woods. I knew something like this would happen someday, so I prepared for it. This isn't a fantasy. This is reality. If you're so well prepared, why do you have to go back to the lighthouse? Leave something behind? Doesn't sound so well prepared to me." He looked chagrined. "I admit I made one mistake. I should have taken all of my things with me when I left the lighthouse. But I didn't realize then what was actually going down. I thought I'd have time to check out the lay of the land and get back to collect what I needed. It didn't turn out that way." "What is it you need?" Lucy asked. "What are we risking our lives for?" "Just a set of keys." "Keys to what?" I asked. "My place. The place I've been preparing all this time. It's remote, protected by walls. Has enough food and supplies for years. Solar power, hot water, everything. While you're fighting to survive in this hellhole, I'll be living in luxury." He grinned at Lucy. "You could come with me, love. There's plenty of room for two." "Go to hell," she said, crossing her arms. "It's you three that will be going to hell. They're going to nuke Britain. Did you know that? Do you know how to survive in a nuclear winter? You're already dead. You just don't know it yet." "The UN are coming," Lucy said. "They're taking survivors to America." He snorted. "Is that right? How long do you think it's going to take for the virus to get there? Even if they took you to their shores, it will just be a matter of time before you're living in zombie America." "You have to have hope," Lucy said. "I have hope, young lady, because I don't trust in anyone except myself. You can trust in these rescuers if you want, but you'll end up dead. Anyway, we're wasting time here. The tide will be going out soon, and the lighthouse will be open to the mainland again. Come on. We're going on a little mission." "I need to change first," I said, "and so does Lucy." We were still dripping wet from our swim, and I felt a chill that reached all the way to my bones. "All right, but be quick about it." I headed for the door to the bedrooms, and Lucy got up to join me. No, Harper said, waving the gun. "One at a time." I went down to the room where we kept our clothes and changed into my rain gear. A Sail to Your Destiny t-shirt, dark blue fleece jacket and waterproof trousers that I had taken from the marine store. Over that, I put on the waterproof jacket Mike had lent me for the hiking trip and a woolen scarf. I grabbed the diving mask to give me better visibility in the rain and went back upstairs. "Fucking hell," Harper said when he saw me. "You look like you're ready for nuclear winter already." Lucy went and changed into jeans, a sweater, and her jacket, and Harper told her to untie Mike. Then he led all three of us out to the aft deck. Bring my boat around to the ladder and get in one by one. All of you move to the stern, where I can keep an eye on you." Mike took the rope and guided Harper's boat to the ladder. It was a fair-sized fishing boat, but Harper had loaded it with fuel cans and gas bottles, so there was hardly any room on the deck. It looked like his preparation was still ongoing. He had boxes stored in the cabin and lashed to the front deck. We climbed aboard and sat among the cartons, boxes, and canisters. Harper dropped onto the deck, told Mike to untie us from the Big Easy, and went into the cabin to start the engine. He pulled away from our boat and steered towards the lighthouse. Lucy looked at me, and I knew she was thinking the same thing as me. How would seeing Elena affect Mike? I gave her an almost imperceptible shrug. When I got changed, I put the flare gun and flares into the inside pocket of my jacket. I couldn't risk a shot now with all the petrol on board Harper's boat. It would go up like a bomb. The rain washed down on us as we approached the rocks. The sky was gravestone grey. I put on the diving mask so my eyes were more comfortable in the rain. Harper pulled the boat up to the rocks and told us to get off. We climbed out and stood in the rain while he tossed the mooring rope to Mike. Gathering up an armful of weapons, Harper kept the gun trained on us as he got out of the boat. He tossed the weapons at our feet: a hand axe, a baseball bat, and metal bar. "Arm yourselves," he said. Lucy chose the axe, and Mike picked up the metal bar, leaving me with the baseball bat. I hefted it and gave it a couple of swings in the air. We were about to go into a lighthouse full of zombies, so I wanted to be sure I knew my weapon. "Right," Harper said. "We're going up to the bedroom level. That's above the kitchen and living room." "We know," Lucy said. "We've been here before." I looked over at Mike. He was staring at the lighthouse, the rain falling unnoticed on his face. "You okay, Mike?" I asked him. "I don't want to go up there, man." I looked at Harper. Maybe Mike should wait here. His girlfriend... Harper laughed. "Wait here? He's the biggest guy among you. You think I'm going to rely on a geek and a girl to keep me safe? This guy is the only reason you're useful to me. There's no way he's staying here while we go inside." He gestured with the gun towards the lighthouse. "Let's go." While we walked ahead, he stayed far enough behind us to be out of our reach if we decided to rush him. The door to the lighthouse was open. In the darkness beyond, I could see 5 sets of yellow zombie eyes watching us. They began to groan as we got closer. From what I guessed about zombies, I had no doubt that they would come out into the rain if they thought they had a chance of catching prey. The herd I had seen in the supermarket had stayed inside because I was too far away from them to be caught easily. I would run and get away. So their conditioning told them to stay out of the rain. But the way Mary and Dan had laid their trap on the Hornet, hoping to lure people to open the door, then smashing down the door when that didn't work, made me think that these rules the zombies followed weren't rigid. They were adaptable to specific situations. In general, they didn't come out in the rain, but if there were easy prey, they would. It would be in the virus's best interests to infect another human, even if it meant quicker decay of the host that it used as an attacker. That host might decay faster after getting wet, but now there was a new zombie to help spread the virus. The math made it worth the risk, probably. So these monsters taking shelter on the ground floor of the lighthouse would wait until we got too close to run away easily, and then they would attack. "Be careful," I said to Mike and Lucy. Mike was the first to reach the doorway. He swung his steel bar, and it slammed into the skull of a zombie in a wetsuit. sending the creature down to the ground like a dead weight. 2 more came staggering out, their primitive senses obviously sensing that we were now close enough to kill. Lucy swung the axe up, and it cut through the jaw of a woman in a sundress. Her face split in 2, as the axe blade travelled up into her brain. I stepped forward to deal with the 3rd attacker, a man in a Sail to Your Destiny t-shirt and jeans. I wondered if he was an employee at the marina store. He had no stock to sell now. I had taken it all. I swung the bat as hard as I could at his head. He fell heavily and lay twitching on the ground. His eyes stared up at me with hatred. He was still alive. Whatever alive meant to these creatures. But his neck was broken and he couldn't move. He lay there, gnashing his teeth, at nothing in particular. The remaining 2 came staggering out, arms reaching for us. Mike smacked one down with the bar, and Lucy axed the other in the top of the head. We stood in the rain, letting it wash their black blood and blue flesh from our clothing. The smell of death and putrefaction hung thickly in the air. We went inside, and I removed my diving mask before it got misted up. From the floors above, we could hear them moving about, shuffling around and moaning. It sounded like there were dozens of them up there, and I somehow knew one of them was Elena. I couldn't see my best friend experience the pain of seeing her again. I would do anything to spare Mike that torture. He was staring up the steps, swallowing hard. He knew she was up there. Outside, the storm passed over, and the rain slowed to a gentle trickle before stopping completely. "Come on," Harper said from outside the doorway. "Get up the steps. My safe is on the 3rd floor. There's plenty more killing to be done yet." Mike took a deep breath and put a boot on the lowest step. The pain etched on his face killed me. No more. I reached into my jacket and gripped the handle of the flare gun. I yanked it out, arced it towards Harper, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 25. The flare shot at Harper like a rocket, leaving a snaking trail of smoke in its wake. He jumped to one side as soon as he saw me aim the gun at him, but the flare was propelled with such speed it hit him in the thigh, sending him tumbling to the cement. He cried out in surprise, clutching his leg. The flare bounced off his trousers and shot up into the sky. Mike was out the door and on Harper like a wild animal, straddling the survivalist with both legs, fist raised. He hit Harper in the face. The blow made Harper's nose erupt with vivid red blood. "You fucker!" Mike shouted over and over, bringing his fists down again and again. "Please," Harper begged, trying to shield his bloody face with his hands. "No more." "Mike, we need to get out of here," Lucy said. We could hear the zombies coming down the steps from above. We had to get out of here now. He looked up at us. "Yeah," he said, nodding. "What about him?" Harper looked pathetic, cowering beneath Mike, his face a bloody mess. I had tried to kill him a moment ago, but only to spare Mike the pain of seeing Elena. If we didn't move right now and get back to the Big Easy, all that would have been in vain. The zombies were right behind us. Their heavy footfalls thudded on the steps. I tried not to make out Elena's voice among the hungry groans. "Bring him with us," I said, desperate to leave. "We can deal with him later." Lucy cast a worried look over her shoulder into the lighthouse. "Alex, we need to go now." I wondered if she saw Elena back there. I didn't have time to look. I rushed forward and helped Mike get Harper to his feet. Taking an arm each, we hustled him along to his boat. Lucy took up the rear, urging us to move, move, move. I could hear the zombies behind us, coming out of the lighthouse and shuffling across the cement towards us. We got to the boat and lay Harper on the deck. He was conscious, but dazed. Blood from his nose stained the front of his sweater, and his eyes seemed unfocused. Lucy grabbed the mooring rope and threw it aboard, following it quickly. Mike rushed into the cabin and started the engines. As we backed away into deeper water, I risked a look at the zombies on the rocks. There she was, Elena. She stood at the water's edge. Her T-shirt was ripped and bloody, hanging off her in tatters. The left side of her neck was a big black gash, dark against her mottled blue skin. Her eyes glared at us with no recognition, only hunger. To her, we were no longer friends she had survived with. We simply were prey. "Oh, God," I whispered. "I hope Mike doesn't see her," Lucy whispered back, closing her eyes as if she couldn't bear to see Elena like this any longer. In the cabin, Mike stiffened. He looked at the herd of zombies. There was no way he didn't recognize Elena standing there. He said nothing. He simply reversed the boat into deep water, then turned her around and headed for the Big Easy. "Should we mention it?" I asked Lucy. "Only if he talks about it first. Otherwise, we keep quiet." We sat silently in the back of the boat while Mike piloted us to the Big Easy. He pulled up alongside the ladder, and Lucy climbed out. As she ascended to the deck, Mike came over to me. There were tears in his eyes. He had seen Elena, no doubt about it. "Hey, man, give me that flare gun so I can cover Harper." I handed him the gun. "And a flare, man." I gave him a flare. "You need any help with him?" "Nah, he won't put up much of a fight. You get on board the Big Easy, man." I put a hand around the cold metal of the ladder. I turned to him. Something didn't feel right. "You okay, Mike?" "I'm fine, man." I climbed the ladder, and, as I put my feet on the deck, I heard the engine of Harper's boat rev up. Mike piloted the craft out into the water off our stern. He started taking the caps off the petrol cans and pouring the liquid over the boat. "Mike, what are you doing?" Lucy joined me at the railing. All we could do was watch as Mike doused Harper's boat in petrol. "Mike!" Lucy shouted. He ignored us, his eyes fixed on the zombies on the rocks, as he covered the deck with gasoline. The smell reached us, so strong I felt like retching. "Oh my God, Alex, stop him!" Lucy pleaded. There was nothing I could do. Mike loaded the flare into the flare gun and went into the cabin, revving the engine and giving the boat full throttle. Harper realized what was happening, and his face turned into a pale mask of horror. "No!" he screamed. "No!" The noise attracted the zombies on the rocks. They came to the water's edge, reaching out for the boat, speeding towards them. Elena stood with them. Mike aimed the boat for her. Lucy's hands flew to her face, and she turned away, unable to watch. Harper continued screaming, fully aware that he was hurtling to his death. As Mike got within 20 feet of the rocks, he fired the flare at the deck. The boat became a fireball. It hit the rocks and went off like a Molotov cocktail. The flaming hull split apart on the rocks, and flaming gasoline spilled onto the zombies in burning torrents. The boat exploded. I didn't know how many zombies had been destroyed. There must have been 20 at least. One of them was Elena. I closed my eyes and felt tears stinging my cheeks. She and Mike now rested in peace. Black smoke curled up into the grey sky from the rocks around the lighthouse. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Leaving Lucy curled up and sobbing on the aft deck, I climbed to the bridge and started our engines. We had to get away from this place. Chapter 26. For 2 days, everything was a blur. I somehow managed to pilot the Big Easy north, keeping to the deep water, well away from the coastline. Lucy and I barely ate, barely communicated. We lived on board the Big Easy like ghosts. Our existence felt ethereal, illusory. I knew we were in shock. The events since the virus outbreak had finally caught up with us. Our minds needed time to process all we had been through. Even though I knew we were in shock, there was nothing I could do about it. I couldn't tell myself to just snap out of it. My best friend was dead. Nothing would change that cold fact. The weather closed in, and I dropped anchor, leaving the boat bobbing on the waves as the tombstone sky cried down unending tears of rain all around us. The water-smeared windows offered us a view of sea and sky and rain and nothing else, adding to the illusion that none of this was real. Maybe I would wake up from this bad dream, and Mike and Elena would still be alive. Maybe I would wake up in the tent in the mountains, and none of this would have happened. All a dream. A stupid dream, brought on by trying to keep up with Mike, Elena, and Lucy as we hiked across the Welsh mountains. On the third day, I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling. The wind had died down, and the boat rocked gently on the water. I didn't know what time it was, but the sky beyond the porthole was black. For the first time since Mike's death, I felt hungry. If Lucy and I didn't take care of ourselves, this boat would become our floating tomb. I thought of Max Prentice lying on his bed in the Hornet, floating somewhere out at sea, just like us. Would that be my fate? Lying on this bed forever, while the Big Easy sat dead in the water? Mike wouldn't want this. He wouldn't want us to give up. I had been withdrawn for 3 days, but now I craved human contact. I needed to hear Lucy's voice, touch her, know she was alive. We were both alive. Alive. The apocalypse had happened, but we were still alive. Survivors. She must have felt the same need for contact, because the bedroom door opened and she stood there wearing only her Sail to Your Destiny t-shirt. I remembered the time at Doug Latimer's barbecue, when she had stood in front of the refrigerator and taken a swig of beer, her breasts pushing against her black sweater. She looked that good to me right now, as she stood in the doorway. "Can I lie down with you?" she asked. It felt good just to hear her voice. I nodded, and moved back on the bed to give her room to lie with me. She lay down in front of me, her back pressed against my chest, the curve of her bottom snug against the front of my boxers. I placed my hand on her waist, feeling the warmth of her skin through the t-shirt. I could see the vein in her neck pulsing with life. She smelled of perspiration and tears. Her long hair caressed my face. "We're alive," I said. "Yes, we are." My hand stroked her hip, and she pressed herself back against me. She was soft and exciting. I kissed the pulsing vein on her neck, and she turned her head so our lips met. After living through the end of the world, after drifting like ghosts for 3 days, we each desperately needed something that only the other could provide: human touch. My hand explored the soft flesh of her thigh, before moving up under the t-shirt to find the curves of her breasts. She moaned into my mouth as my fingers brushed her nipples. It was a long night on the gentle waves, and all movement, sound, and touch merged into a single vivid dream of heat, tightness, sensation, and pleasure. When I woke up, I could hear music. Lucy was gone from the bed. We had fallen asleep together some time in the night, and the physical closeness had been like a life raft, keeping us sane after all we had experienced. I listened to the music drifting down from the upper deck. Total Eclipse of the Heart. An old song written in a different era, but it still lifted my spirits. I sang along badly as I got out of bed. Through the porthole, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white and unthreatening. A good day for zombies. I pushed that thought away and dressed hurriedly. The smell of bacon reached me and made my mouth water. We had found a freezer stocked with meat on the day we first boarded the Big Easy. We had agreed to only use it on special occasions, as it was irreplaceable. Lucy had obviously decided that today was a special occasion. I went up and found her in the kitchen, leaning over the frying pan. She had a pan of beans on the stove and bread in the toaster. The smells assailing my nose were incredible. "Something smells good," I said, as I watched the bacon sizzling in the pan. She looked over at me and smiled. "We need to keep our strength up if we're going to find those UN ships." We hadn't talked about the rescue mission for the past 3 days. It had seemed unimportant, distant. Now we were ready to be rescued. It was the only way we were going to have a future that didn't involve violence and death. After Bonnie Tyler finished singing, Johnny Drake came on the radio. "Hey to all the survivors out there. Here's a tune from way back when. The Doors and Strange Days." The music filled the room. After 3 days of barely existing, the music and the smell of the food and the renewed sense of a goal was almost sensory overload. I sat in the easy chair and let myself become accustomed to this sudden influx of sensation. The only depressing part of the morning was when the Survivor Reach Out segment came on the radio while we were eating our breakfast. More lost souls, looking for their fellow lost souls. I saw a TV program once where the mother of a murder victim whose body was never found had said that not knowing was worse than knowing her son was dead. For these people on the radio, they would probably never know what had happened to their families, and that would probably haunt them for the rest of their lives. After 3 survivors told their stories and appealed for their relatives to get in contact with the nearest survivors' camp, Johnny Drake's mellow voice came back on air. "Let's remember what we're surviving for, people. It's all about family." After we had eaten, I went down to the shower and stood beneath the hot spray for 15 minutes, letting the water roll over every inch of skin. Feeling cleansed, I went to the storeroom and picked out a new T-shirt. It had no logo, just a drawing of a yacht sailing into the sunset. The nautical folk sure liked their romanticism. I put on jeans and my boots and went up to the bridge, while Lucy went below to have her shower. The day was warm. In the distance, gulls cried. The sea undulated rhythmically, as if it were breathing. The entire world seemed alive. We were alive. I started the engine and pulled up the anchor before turning the Big Easy north and giving her a little throttle. We sailed through the calm water easily. Maybe later I would get the fishing rods from below and try fishing for our dinner. We had plenty of food all around us. All we had to do was catch it. Half an hour later, Lucy appeared on deck wearing jeans and a black sweater. I wondered if it was the sweater she'd been wearing at Doug Latimer's barbecue. She had washed her hair, and it trailed damply over her shoulders. She placed the radio on the deck and waved up at me before taking a seat in the sun. I waved back. The sound of a Snow Patrol song drifted out of the radio. For the first time in a long while, I felt like things might actually turn out okay. I wondered about the logistics of the rescue mission being mounted by the UN. There was no way they could take all the survivors out of Britain in a single ship. If that was the case, the virus had hit harder than I thought possible. It was more likely that each survivor's camp would go to the rendezvous point in turn as different ships arrived to take them to safety. The operation could take months. We had been worrying that we might miss the rescue, as if it were a single event. Now that I thought about it, that was a ridiculous notion. There would be plenty of ships, coming and going over a span of weeks. We would be able to get on board one of them, even if it meant going to a survivors' camp for a week to be quarantined. That idea left a sour taste in my mouth, but if it meant being rescued and starting a new life away from all of this, it was worth it. We spent 2 weeks drifting off the coast of Scotland. I managed to refuel the Big Easy at a deserted marina on the coast. The operation was carried out during heavy rain to protect us from zombies, but even so, Lucy stood guard with the Colt while I figured out how to fill the tanks. We didn't run into any trouble, and we avoided the temptation to search the marine store there. We simply refueled and left. I found a hard-covered notebook in one of the cupboards, and I spent most evenings writing the story of our survival, from the time I felt like I was dying in the Welsh mountains to the present day. It was hard to write about Mike and Elena, now that they were dead, but the experience helped me deal with some of the grief I had been holding inside. We listened to the radio every day, hoping that Johnny Drake might mention the rescue mission, but he never did. The reach-out appeals didn't mention it either. Nobody said, "We're going to the rescue boats." They just asked their relatives to contact the army or the nearest survivors' camp. Despite the sadness we felt every time the reach-out was broadcast, the music that played in between those broadcasts was a constant companion and made us feel like we were still part of the world. No ships arrived in Scotland as far as we could tell. I spent hours on the bridge, scanning the sea with the high-powered binoculars. A few times, I saw smaller boats like our own in the distance, but I didn't hail them or approach them. The memories of the Hornet meant I wouldn't be boarding any strange vessels unless it was an emergency. I searched the radio frequencies for transmissions from American ships, but all I got was dead air. Lucy spent the days reading paperbacks from the bookshelves and keeping stock of our food supplies. She also fished off the back of the boat. She wrote in her own journal in the evenings, but I had no idea what she put in there. We spent the nights entwined together in the bed. I started to wonder if the rescue was ever going to happen. I even wondered if I wanted it to. We were surviving well, and we were independent of any military control. I wasn't sure I wanted to give that up. Out here, we were in control of our lives. If we became part of a UN rescue mission, we would become refugees. Our future might be safe, but at what cost to our freedom? I distrusted authority. I always had. The thought of putting my life in their hands made something deep inside me rebel. As far as post-apocalypse life went, ours was pretty good. I was sure there were plenty of people on the mainland fighting to survive a living hell. What would they give to be out here at sea on a comfortable boat, eating fresh fish and not worrying about zombies? Were we really going to give all that up? The answer came one afternoon when I was looking through the binoculars, and I spotted a luxury yacht in the distance. It wasn't the first time I had seen a boat through the high-powered lenses, but something about this boat was different. She was flying the Stars and Stripes. Chapter 27. I called down to Lucy. She was sitting on the aft deck, reading in the sun. "There's an American boat over there." I pointed at the speck in the distance. She shielded her eyes from the sun and peered across the water. "I don't see it." "It's some way off. Should we go over there?" "What for?" "If the crew are American, they might know something about the rescue mission." She shrugged. "I guess so." I hadn't spoken to Lucy about my reluctance at getting rescued. but it seemed to me that she was having similar thoughts. "We don't have to go," I said. "No, we'll check it out, but we have to be careful, okay?" I grabbed the baseball bat I kept on the bridge and shook it in the air. "No fear. Me, mighty warrior." She rolled her eyes. "I'll get the gun." I grinned and gunned the engines, turning the Big Easy around, so she pointed directly at the American yacht. Her name was Solstice, and she looked like she was worth $1 million. Sitting proud and sleek on the ocean, she had an aft deck, a foredeck, and an upper deck, as well as a deck just above water level for swimming and diving. Her hull was dotted with portholes, but her upper windows were made of tinted curved glass, running almost the entire length of the cabin. A table and chairs were set out on the aft deck. I couldn't see any life on board. No movement. Maybe they were all inside. On a warm day like today? I doubted it. A chill gripped my insides. This was like the Hornet all over again, except on a larger scale. There could be 12 people on that cruiser, or 12 zombies. I suddenly felt that Lucy and I were vulnerable. Just 2 of us, armed with a gun and a baseball bat. If the Solstice was full of zombies, we wouldn't have a chance. And what were we risking our lives for? News of a rescue that neither of us was sure we wanted to be a part of. Lucy joined me on the bridge. "See anything?" I handed her the binoculars. "I can't see anybody on board." "Looks deserted." "Yeah. Maybe we should just ignore her." She looked at me closely. "I thought we wanted information about the rescue." "Do we?" "What do you mean?" "Do we really want to be rescued and shipped off to somewhere with everyone else?" I thought that was what we wanted. She hesitated, then said, "Isn't it?" There was doubt in her voice. "I'm not so sure anymore." She put the binoculars down and sighed. "I know what you mean. At least we're in control of our own lives. But we should check out this boat. Even if we get some information, we don't have to act on it." I agreed, and brought the Big Easy around, so we were headed for the diving deck on the stern of the Solstice. The only sound as we approached was M&M, coming from our radio. There was no point turning it off. We were hardly going to sneak up on the Solstice in a 42-foot yacht. If anyone was on board, they would be aware of our presence by now. Lucy jumped down onto the diving deck and tied us onto it. I cut our engine and climbed over the side of the Big Easy, dropping down onto the deck. The music coming from our boat had switched to an 80s pop tune. I didn't know where Johnny Drake got his music from, but his playlist was definitely eclectic. We went up the steps to the aft deck. The circular table and chairs in the centre of the deck were arranged neatly, as was the rest of the craft from what I could see. Double glass doors led into a neat living room, lined with leather sofas and chairs. A flat-screen TV on the wall showed a black screen. There was nobody in there. I relaxed my grip on the baseball bat slightly. We knew the decks were deserted, so if anyone was on board, they were beyond the living room. I opened the door and took a hesitant sniff of the air inside. Rancid. Foul. I gagged and put my head back outside to breathe fresh air. There were dead people in there, maybe undead. If there was ever a good time to turn back, this was it. "Do you really want to go in there?" I asked Lucy. "There's obviously nobody alive on this boat." "We could go a little further. I've got the gun. We're okay." She stepped over the threshold and into the living area, if it could be called that any more. Breathing shallowly, to smell as little of the fetid air as possible, I followed. We found them in the kitchen. a family of 4. They were all sitting around the table, as if they were gathered for a family meal. In fact, that was exactly what they had been doing. In front of each body was a half-eaten meal of mashed potatoes, peas, steak and gravy. Everyone had a glass of grape Kool-Aid poured from a pitcher that sat on the kitchen counter. Mom and Dad looked like they were in their late 30s. Dad, whose body had sagged in his chair and whose mouth hung open, was dressed in a light blue polo shirt and white trousers. His hair was neat, and he looked like he may have worked as a CEO for some company or other. Mom had definitely been pretty. In fact, she was still pretty, even in death. Her hair was long and auburn, spilling over her shoulders. Her makeup was applied perfectly, and her face had the striking type of features that were usually found on models. She wore a yellow sundress, and, apart from the fact that she was slumped to one side and her eyes were closed, you wouldn't know she was dead. The children, a blonde girl who looked about 10, and a hazelnut-headed boy of maybe 12, had fallen forward, and their heads rested on the table beside their plates. "What do you think happened?" Lucy whispered. "I don't know. Poison, maybe? There aren't any marks on them. I'd say either the dad or the mom, or both of them together, poisoned their family. Maybe it's in the Kool-Aid or the food, or both." Her face looked horrified. "But why?" I shrugged. I had no answer to that. The world had taken a sharp curve into madness. But these people were removed from all that, just as we were. They were living in luxury. People have different tolerance levels, and the situation must have become more than they could bear. We explored the rest of the boat, and found a laptop computer in the master bedroom. It was still plugged in and had power. I swished my finger across the trackpad, and the screen came to life. The computer had been on the internet. The browser window had a number of tabs open, each showing the last page viewed. All were news websites. The headline on the page that was open told the story. "Virus outbreak in the US." I clicked on one of the tabs to find a second news site. "President declares state of emergency." There were 8 sites open, and they all said pretty much the same thing. The virus had reached America. The US military were fighting hordes of zombies in almost every state. Society was collapsing. This was why no one had come for us. The dead were rising all over the world. There was nobody left to mount a rescue mission. "Nowhere is safe," Lucy whispered. I closed the laptop and unplugged it. "We might as well take this with us." She nodded. "Is there anything else you want to take?" I asked her. She shook her head. No. Tears pooled in her eyes. We walked past the dead family and out to our boat. Somebody in there, either the father or the mother, had read those news reports and then decided to cook one last meal for the family. Maybe the parents had decided to do it together and sat there calmly with their kids eating a meal that they knew would kill them. They were free from the apocalypse now. No more struggle for survival. No more fear. We got back onto the Big Easy, and I put the laptop on the coffee table in the living room. I didn't want to look at it right now. I just wanted to get away from this death boat and into open water, where I could forget that the whole world had gone to hell, and just feel the breeze on my face and listen to music from a better time. Lucy untied us and jumped aboard, and I pulled away from the solstice on a heading that would take us south to warmer waters. There was no point staying in Scottish waters if there were no rescue ships coming. We might as well sail into better weather and warmer climes off the coast of Cornwall. It didn't matter anymore. I gave the Big Easy more throttle, and I felt better when the solstice diminished to a dark shape on the waves. Then a speck, then nothing, as we got too far away to see her. I kept us out in deep water, not wanting to be anywhere near the coast when we passed the lighthouse. I didn't want to see that place ever again. I wondered what the military were going to do with the survivors' camps, now that there was no rescue planned. I expected the British government, safe somewhere in an underground bunker, had plans for the civilians. Whatever they were, I wanted no part of them. The Big Easy was home now, and as long as we could avoid pirates and military ships, this was where we would stay. I felt optimistic about the future. All of that changed when a familiar voice floated up to me from the deck below. "My name is Joe Harley, and I'm looking for my brother, Alex." Joe? It was Joe! Oh my God, that's my brother! I slid down the ladder to the deck and turned up the radio. Lucy came out from the living room, a look of surprise on her face. "Was camping with his friends in Wales when all of this happened, so we're hoping he's okay. We can't find him on the survivor board, but he might not be in a camp. He doesn't like the army or police. That's just Alex, you know. Anyway, Alex, if you're out there, we're all okay. Mom and Dad are here too. Get in contact if you can. Say hello to Mike from us. We love you." Hot, stinging tears rolled down my cheeks. It was Joe. He was alive. Somewhere out there, Joe was alive. And Mom and Dad, too. Alive. "Oh, my God," I said, crying into my hands. Lucy put an arm around me. "I'm so happy for you, Alex. They're safe." They were in a camp. They had somehow ended up in a camp. That wasn't safe. Out here, this was safe. The camps weren't safe. Once the millions of zombies left the cities in search of more victims, they would travel into the countryside where the military had set up the camps. Huge concentrations of people would draw their attention. They would overwhelm the survivors by sheer numbers. Joe and my parents wouldn't stand a chance. They were fenced in somewhere in a military compound, and it was only a matter of time before the zombies got to them. "I have to go and get them," I said, looking towards the distant mainland. "What? Alex, you can't be serious. You have no idea where they are." He mentioned something about a survivor board. If I can find out what that is, it might tell me where I can find them. "You know how many zombies there are on the mainland. This is crazy. I have to do it." I climbed back up onto the bridge and turned the Big Easy towards the shore. I remembered the first dream I had on this boat. A dream of sailing across miles of ocean to reach an island plagued by zombies. Now it was going to be real. No longer just a dream. A living nightmare. This concludes Rain by Sean Harbinger. Narrated by John Keating. Copyright 2014 by Sean Harbinger. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sean Harbinger and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Storm, Survival in the Land of the Dead, by Sean Harbinger. Narrated by John Keating. Chapter 1. A thick grey fog clung to the hull of the Big Easy, making it impossible to see anything beyond. As I stood on the sun deck looking toward the bow, Sinuous tendrils snaked over my boots. The air was cold and wet, and the chill seeped into my bones. We drifted aimlessly, the boat bobbing up and down beneath my feet, gentle waves rocking us, like a mother trying to persuade her baby to sleep. But the only lullaby was a far-off cry of gulls, and the chilly dawn air dispelled any thoughts of comfort. The bed I had climbed out of half an hour earlier was comfortable. There, I could snuggle beneath the blankets with Lucy and dream of a better time. A time when my friends were still alive and the world had not yet tipped into the deepest region of hell. A dream that had startled me awake. There was no way I was going to get back to sleep after that. I had dreamed of my brother Joe and my parents sitting in a cage in a dense forest. I was running toward the cage, determined to break them free. But as I approached, the forest suddenly became alive with shambling figures, hell-bent on stopping me. Alive wasn't the right word. They were undead. As the dream zombies shuffled closer to me, I snapped my eyes open and realized I was still on the Big Easy. No more sleep. So I came up to the deck to stand in the cold fog and think about my next move. Not the greatest idea of my life. The Sail to Your Destiny t-shirt I wore did nothing to protect me from the dawn chill. The insidious fog made the fabric damp and clingy. My face and arms felt like they were covered in droplets of ice. I wondered if the fog reached to wherever Joe was. A few days ago, I heard his voice on Survivor Reach Out, and now I was possessed of one single thought. I had to save him. He was somewhere on the mainland, in a survivors' camp, and that meant danger. I had already seen what happens in those camps. The problem was, I had no idea which camp my family was in, and, even if I found out, how was I going to break them out of what was basically a military-run prison? The task of rescuing Joe seemed so impossible, I didn't know where to start. When I had heard his voice on Survivor Radio, I had turned the Big Easy to shore, ready to storm the beaches and fight the zombies. But Lucy had pointed out the foolishness of that idea. I had reluctantly agreed, and piloted the boat south along the coast. It was only when I saw the familiar coastline of Wales and the dark buildings of the city of Swansea that I stopped the boat and let us drift overnight. Now, as I stood on the sun deck, I had no idea how far we were from Swansea. Mike had taught me the basics of piloting the boat, but nothing about navigation. The coastline was completely obscured by the fog. The cold, damp air was too uncomfortable, and the chill made me shiver. I went inside the living area and closed the wooden door. I switched on the radiators and put the kettle on. A cup of tea wasn't going to make anything better, but it might warm up my insides. The small door that led to the bedrooms opened, and Lucy poked her head around it, looking for me with bleary blue eyes. Her blonde hair was sticking out, and an oversized Sail to Your Destiny t-shirt hid her curves, but she was still beautiful. As just-got-out-of-bed looks went, she had the best. "Why are you up so early?" she asked, as she came into the living area and sank down onto the sofa. "Couldn't sleep. You want to drink?" "Coffee." She looked out at the fog. "Wow." "Yeah," I said. "The weather's really closed in. Can't see anything out there." I made the drinks and passed her a mug of coffee, while my tea bag brewed in the cup. I wanted it strong and hot. My skin still felt wet and clammy. I needed warmth. "You come up with any plans?" Lucy asked. We both knew I hadn't. What plan could possibly be made, other than the plan to go ashore and look for Joe? Maybe that was the answer. Simple and direct. And probably fatal. I looked at the impenetrable grey fog beyond the windows, and wondered if I could use it to my advantage somehow. The fog was made up of droplets of moisture, so the zombies would probably avoid it, just as they avoided rain. It might be safe to go ashore, just so long as I avoided the military patrols. The fog could help me with that. If I couldn't see them, they couldn't see me, and I could move undetected. It all sounded so easy, but my heart hammered at the thought of sneaking around on the mainland. Too much could go wrong. What if the fog lifted while I was standing among 100 soldiers? What if zombies wandered in the fog and I went blindly blundering into a group of them? What choice did I have? If I was going to rescue Joe and my parents, I had to go ashore at some point. The fog provided the best chance of survival. "I'm going to go ashore," I told Lucy. "What? Don't be crazy, Alex. You have no idea where your brother is. Until you know more." "How am I going to know more unless I look for him? Floating out here all day isn't doing anybody any good." "At least we're safe." "Are we? What if we run into pirates? Or a boat full of zombies hits us and they get on board? Nowhere is safe anymore." "But wandering onto the mainland, where there are thousands of zombies and soldiers, is suicide." "I'll be careful," I said. "I won't go far from shore. I just want to get an idea of the situation, a reconnaissance mission." She shook her head and gave me a thin-lipped smile. "You hate the military, remember? You're no soldier, Alex." I knew that. If playing military video games counted toward an army rank, I'd be a colonel by now. But in reality, I was overweight and slow, the result of spending all my leisure time playing video games. Ironic. I could kill a base full of digital terrorists on my console, but in real life I was nothing more than a walking target. I was honestly surprised I was still alive in this post-apocalyptic world. Much better people than me had fallen already. I thought of Mike and Elena, and felt a hollowness in my stomach. Gulping down the hot tea didn't help. I had come to a decision. No matter how much Lucy tried to talk me out of it, I was going ashore under cover of the fog. Not too far inland. What could go wrong? Chapter 2. "This is crazy, Alex," Lucy informed me, as we sailed slowly through the fog, looking for the coast. She stood on the aft deck below me, arms folded, as I sat in the small chair on the Big Easy's bridge, and peered out of the window at the thick, grey, impenetrable gloom beyond the bow. I had tried putting on the boat's lights, but they had just reflected off the wall of fog. Useless. I kept my hand on the throttle, ready to pull it back if I saw any shapes beyond our bow. My greatest fear was running into unseen rocks and destroying our boat. We barely crawled along, but, even so, my hands were shaking and my nerves were on edge. I had thrown on a hoodie and felt insulated against the cold fog, but I wasn't sure if the sweat running down my back and chest was because I was warm or scared. Probably both. Lucy had a right to be mad at me. I wasn't just risking my own life with this stupid move. I was risking both our lives and the Big Easy. But I was sure the fog would give me the best chance to move about on shore unseen. If I wasted this opportunity, I would be kicking myself forever. Something dark appeared ahead. I yanked the throttle back, and the engines went into reverse, churning the water at the stern. Lucy leaned over the side and gazed ahead to see what had caused my reaction. A dark shape jutted out into the water like a bony finger. I turned the wheel to steer us clear, and saw a second identical shape farther away. "It's the marina jetties," Lucy said. This was perfect. We needed a rowboat to get to and from shore easily. We could pick one up here, then sail to a more remote part of the coast. I could row ashore, while Lucy stayed with the Big Easy. I started to feel more optimistic about the plan. "We can get fuel and a rowboat," I said. "We don't need to stay here long." I guided the boat along the weathered wooden jetty. Through the fog, I could see the bulky dark shapes of moored boats bobbing on the gentle waves. I cut the engine. Lucy jumped onto the jetty with our mooring rope and tied us off when we reached the fuel pump. I climbed down the ladder to the aft deck and grabbed my baseball bat. "I won't be long," I said as I passed Lucy, who was already operating the fuel pump. She didn't reply. I couldn't blame her for being angry. The wooden slats creaked beneath my boots. I held the bat loosely in my hands and crept along slowly, knowing that if there was anyone else on this jetty, I wouldn't see them until they were a few feet in front of me. I risked a glance backward. The Big Easy was no more than a dark shape in the grey. I couldn't see Lucy. I peered at each slip I passed, looking for a rowboat. The boats here were mainly pleasure craft, used for fishing weekends or excursions out to sea on sunny days. Some of them belonged to the marina and were hired out to casual boaters. These boats had the slogan, "Sail to your destiny," painted on the hull beneath the boat's name and number. A few fishing vessels were among them, littered with lobster traps and nets, working boats whose work was done forever. Most of these craft would never go out to sea again. Their owners were either dead or shambling around the city looking for human prey. Thoughts of sunny pleasure trips far from their rotted minds. I didn't find a rowboat until I reached the shore. There, sitting on the pebbled beach beneath the marine supply store, sat a tidy-looking pale yellow wooden boat, complete with oars stowed under the seats. She was flooded with rainwater, but I could tip that out and be rowing back to the Big Easy in no time. I dropped from the jetty and went over to the yellow boat. The pebbles made a crunching sound beneath my boots. It sounded too loud in the otherwise quiet, fog-enshrouded morning. If anybody was around, I had just given away my location. Standing by the boat, my hands gripping the smooth wood of the baseball bat tightly, I listened. All I could hear was my own breathing, and the soft whisper of the waves lapping up onto the pebbles. A far-off clunking sound told me Lucy had replaced the fuel line onto the pumping machine. The Big Easy was fueled and ready to go. So was I. My noisy trek across the pebbles had unnerved me. I wanted to get out of here. Now. I wasn't even sure I wanted to come ashore again today, even under cover of the fog. The lack of visibility suddenly felt dangerous. There could be a herd of zombies standing on this beach only a few feet from me, and I wouldn't even know it until they reached for me. Enough scaring myself. I needed to leave. I laid the bat on the pebbles and gripped the edge of the rowboat, pulling up with all my strength to tip out the accumulated water. It sloshed noisily around inside, but it made the boat too heavy to tip. Great. Just great. I stood and stretched my aching back, then squatted down and placed my hands against the slippery hull of the rowboat. Pushing with my legs, I managed to move it over onto its side far enough that water came flooding out onto the pebbles. The oars clattered loudly against the inner hull. I heard another sound. Footsteps crunching on the pebbles behind me. Rapid and rhythmic. Not zombies, but probably still as dangerous. I dropped the boat as quietly as I could, but the oars banged against the hull again. The footsteps increased their pace toward me. I looked toward the jetty. I could run back to the Big Easy, but what if they followed me? We couldn't untie the boat and be underway before they had a chance to get on board. At the moment, the Big Easy and Lucy were safe in the shroud of fog. I wanted to keep it that way. Picking up the bat, I crept across the pebbles to the cement walkway in front of the marine store and crouched there, flattening myself against the rough brick wall. I was too exposed here. I could still see the rowboat, which meant if anyone stood there, they could see me. The footsteps were getting louder. I pushed on the glass door to the marine supply store and slipped inside. Something touched my neck, and I thought for a terrifying moment that I had stumbled into a zombie, but it was just a wetsuit hanging on a rail. I sat in the darkness and tried to calm myself down. My breathing sounded so loud I was sure anyone outside the store would be able to hear it. The footsteps stopped, and I heard voices, men's voices. I couldn't make out the words through the door. I wished I had hidden further back among the shelves of the store. What if they came in here? I was so close to the glass door, they would trip over me. I inched across the cold, tiled floor, looking for a hiding place. The store had been the source of the clothes I now wore, and it looked like it had been looted by others as well. The clothing racks were almost bare, and most of them had been tipped over onto the floor. The wooden shelves that ran down the centre of the store had been pushed over and lay in pieces like broken bones on the hard floor. Sliding back into the shadows at the back of the store, I tried to avoid the splinters of wood and lengths of chrome rails. I had to be silent. Sitting in the dark, leaning back against the wall, I tried to control my breathing. I waited there for at least 5 minutes, bat clutched tightly in my hands. Before I dared move back to the door, I peered through the dirty glass. The fog had lifted slightly. On the pebbles, the yellow rowboat sat alone, waiting for me. I had to get out of here. Lucy was right. Coming ashore here was a stupid idea. As soon as I rowed that little yellow boat to the Big Easy, I was never going to come back to this city again. There was no sign of the men I had heard. I opened the door and slowly put my head out, listening. All I could hear was the whisper of gentle waves rolling over the pebbles, and the distant rumblings of engines somewhere in the city. I stepped outside. The baseball bat felt heavy. I didn't want to use it on living people, but I would if they stood between me and the Big Easy. I strode quickly to the rowboat, grabbed the cold, damp wooden edge of the stern, and dragged it across the pebbles toward the sea. The cold water ran into my boots and soaked the bottom of my jeans as I waded in to better pull the boat into water deep enough to float it. Satisfied that the boat wouldn't touch the bottom, even when it held my weight, I threw the bat in and clambered after it. By the time I was in the rowboat, I was wet, cold, and breathing hard. I didn't have time to take a breather. I was barely 6 feet from the shore. If the waves took me any closer to the beach, I'd be grounded. I didn't want to get into the freezing water again to push the boat farther out. I picked up one of the wet oars and slid the blade into the water to push the boat out to sea. The oar sank into the pebbles on the seabed. I put my weight against it and pushed. The boat moved farther out from shore. I dragged the oar back in and pushed it into the metal oarlock on the side of the boat. It went in with a loud clunk. Reaching for the second oar, I glanced toward the shore and froze with fear. 2 men were running out of the fog toward me. Their clothes were filthy and torn, their faces gaunt and bearded. In the old world, I would have assumed they were homeless. In this new world, they were simply survivors. They probably spent every day avoiding the army and zombies, scavenging for food, and taking what they needed to survive for one more day. One of them held a meat cleaver, the other a hand axe. Their eyes were wild. They splashed into the water and grabbed the boat, raising their weapons. I picked up my bat and prepared to fight for my life. Chapter 3. As they grabbed the boat, it rocked violently from side to side, and my boots slipped on the slick wood. I lost my balance and fell headfirst into the sea. The world became a rush of deathly cold water as I went under. I fought for air, finding the loose pebble bed beneath my boots and pushing against it until my face broke the surface and I breathed in a lungful of cold air, standing waist deep in the sea. The man closest to me swung the hand axe at my head. He had to wade into deeper water to reach me, and the waves pushed at him, spoiling his swing. I lifted the baseball bat with both hands and blocked the blow. As the axe shaft hit the hard wood of the bat, I pulled back, yanking the axe out of the wild survivor's hand. His weapon dropped into the sea between us with a splash. Wild-eyed, he lunged at me. I barely had time to get the bat between us. He grabbed it and tried to wrestle it out of my hands. His companion was getting closer, coming around the rowboat with the cleaver held high. I needed to move now. I jabbed the bat forward into the survivor's face. His nose exploded, and he let go of the bat to put his hands to his face. I used that split second to kick out into deeper water. The bat encumbered me, and I was no Olympic swimmer, but I had no other option. If I went for the beach, they would outrun me and pull me down to the ground. Swimming out to sea was the only chance I had. If I could just make it to the Big Easy with enough distance between me and the pursuing survivor, I could climb on board to safety. I glanced over my shoulder. The man behind me moved through the waves with choppy strokes of his arms, his bloodshot eyes wild as he realized his prey might escape. I faced forward again and pulled myself through the water in a combination of breaststroke and front crawl. I hated swimming. My parents used to take Joe and me to the local pool once a week when we were kids, but it soon lost its appeal. As I got older, I drifted into the world of video games, and the only swimming I participated in was on a game console. Exhaustion hit me like a heavy weight, threatening to pull me under. Panicking, I looked behind me. The wild survivor was gaining on me. I wouldn't make it to the Big Easy. Looking around, I spotted a chrome ladder on the side of the jetty. As I made for it, I squinted against the fog in an attempt to see our boat, but I couldn't see her through the grey wall. We would need to be underway as soon as I reached her, before the two survivors got on board and killed us in their crazy rage. I reached the ladder and put my boot on the rungs below the water, pulling myself up despite the tiredness and cold. I shouted toward the end of the jetty as I climbed, "Lucy, we need to get out of here! Untie the boat!" Exhausted, I reached the top of the ladder and crawled onto the wooden slats of the jetty as my pursuer reached the bottom of the ladder. This was going to be tight. Would I even make it? A moan escaped my lips as I scrambled to my feet and staggered toward the end of the jetty in a slow run. "Lucy!" I called. "Start the engines!" It was too quiet. If the yacht's engines were running, I should be able to hear them. I had to be close enough now. All I could hear was rapid footsteps behind me. They beat on the wood like a drum counting off the final seconds of my life. I pushed myself to run faster. If I could just get to the Big Easy, I had more of a fighting chance. Lucy was there, and she had weapons, including the gun. Run! The footsteps were louder, closer. I could hear the survivor's ragged breath, smell his sweat mixed with salty seawater. The fuel pump appeared through the thick fog. I looked for the Big Easy, but there was no reassuring bulky dark shape where she had been moored. Just empty sea. The Big Easy and Lucy were gone. Chapter 4. The edge of the jetty appeared, but I couldn't stop. The man behind me was so close, I had already braced myself to feel the razor-sharp edge of the meat cleaver slicing through my skin. I ran until the wood beneath my boots disappeared, and I was falling towards the water, trying to grab a breath of air in my burning lungs before I went under. The coldness enveloped me in a sudden rush, and I fought my way to the surface. My lungs felt like they were on fire. The muscles in my arms barely held enough strength to pull me through the water. I took a deep gulp of air and checked the water around me. No sign of my pursuer. I looked up at the jetty. He wasn't there either. Maybe he hadn't followed me into the water. He could have given up and gone back to check on his companion. I trod water and got my breath back, taking in deep lungsful of chilly, moist air. I couldn't stay out here much longer. I was already tiring. It would be ironic if I managed to escape a cleaver-wielding maniac only to drown in the sea. Swimming back to the marina was out of the question. They could be waiting there for me. I had to swim across to the beach and pray the coast was clear. As I kicked out and tried to relax into an easy breaststroke, I cursed myself for leaving the safety of the Big Easy. Lucy had been right. My plan was stupid. If I had listened to her, I would be on board right now drinking hot coffee instead of swimming in the icy sea. My life was in danger. Alone and on shore, I had very little chance of survival. I had stupidly thought the fog would protect me, but instead it had separated me from Lucy and the safety of our boat. Once the fog faded, I would be visible to both the military and the shambling nasties. I wasn't sure which I feared most. After a few minutes of swimming, I headed toward the beach. The sun had burned off some of the fog, and I could see the stretch of sand and the dark angle of the cliffs. The beach looked deserted. If I could hole up there for half an hour, I could then double back and take a boat. Once I was safely at sea, I could search for Lucy. All I needed to do was wait 30 minutes or so and hope the two crazy survivors had moved on from the marina. With nothing there to kill or steal, I assumed they would lose interest and search elsewhere for victims. I swam into the shallows and reached down with my legs, finding the soft sand. Wading through the chest-high cold water, trying to move faster despite the shifting sand beneath my boots, I scanned the beach. No movement, other than a pair of seagulls fighting over the carcass of a dead fish. The sand beneath my feet sloped upwards, and I struggled up onto the beach. I stumbled out of the water and collapsed onto my back, staring up at the grey sky. I was exhausted. Every muscle ached, and my breath came in harsh gasps that burned my throat. I wasn't built for this kind of physical action. Although I had lost a few pounds since the apocalypse, I was still out of shape and unfit. That could get me killed, especially in this situation. I sat up and looked for somewhere to lie low. There were caves in the cliffs. If I could hide inside one of those and... Something burst from the sea in a spray of water. I turned in time to see the wild-eyed survivor with the meat cleaver running through the shallows towards me. I barely had time to think. Reflexively, I grabbed the bat from the damp sand and struggled to my feet. He reached me in seconds, raising the cleaver high above his head as he prepared to deal me the death blow. I didn't want to die. Not here on this wet, fog-enshrouded beach. I swung the bat. It connected with his stomach, doubling him over. He let go of the cleaver, but its forward momentum carried it in a deadly arc towards my head. I ducked, and it whistled past me in the air before landing with a dull thud in the sand. The survivor was on his knees, struggling to his feet. I couldn't let that happen. He had followed me all the way from the marina with murderous intent. As long as he lived, I would be hunted. I swung the baseball bat down onto the back of his neck. The cracking sound it made as it connected with his spine sickened me. This wasn't a zombie. This was a human being, a survivor. Not anymore. He lay in the sand, silent, still. At least he was face down. I couldn't bear to see his eyes staring up at me. I walked away from the body quickly, leaving his cleaver half buried in the sand. Hopefully, the tide would come in soon and wash everything away. As I looked for caves in the cliff wall, the sound of vehicles and voices reached me through the fog. They sounded far off, but I quickened my search. When I found a narrow crack that was barely wide enough to crawl into, I peered inside. It ran deep enough into the cliffs that it was pitch black in there. I sniffed the air. Sand, salt, and seaweed. No sickly sweet stench of death. I crawled inside, feeling my way along the rough rock walls. The cave was small and dark, but at least it was hidden from the beach, and I was sure it was far enough from the water's edge to escape the high tide. The sand in here was dry. I leaned back against the wall and closed my eyes. This was a bad day. My simple plan to come ashore and find a rowboat had quickly unravelled, and now I had no idea where Lucy was, or how I was going to get back to the Big Easy. Why had Lucy left the marina? Why had she abandoned me? There had to be a good reason. She wouldn't have left me just because she was mad at me for going ashore, would she? Of course she wouldn't. Lucy knew how dangerous it was on foot, how difficult to survive without the sea between us and the nasties. She would never leave me alone here. At the moment, her reason didn't matter. Knowing why she had left the marina wasn't going to help me get a boat and sail out to find her. I needed to focus on the here and now, while I still had a here and now to focus on. The noises of men and vehicles were louder. Voices drifted on the breeze, along with the clanking of heavy machinery. It was still far enough away that I didn't have to worry, but what if one of those men decided to take a walk along the beach and found the body lying on the sand? What if that made them wary, compelled them to search the area? My hiding place suddenly seemed exposed. I was trapped inside this tiny hole in the rocks. I tried to calm myself down, but I couldn't resist the urge to look outside and check the beach. If I saw people coming this way, I could run. Crawling outside, I pressed myself against the rocks and squinted against the fog. The sun had burned most of it away, and I could see all the way to the marina. What I saw there made my heart sink. The place was crawling with soldiers and military vehicles. They had a big rumbling excavator belching smoke and gouging trenches in the sand with its steel bucket. Land Rovers and armoured personnel carriers were parked on the beach and around the marina. Soldiers scurried along the jetties, carrying sandbags and large pieces of metal. There was even a tank sitting there, its gun barrel pointing across the beach at me like an accusing finger. I was sure they hadn't seen me yet, but I couldn't stay here with the army crawling over the area. There was no way I could get a boat from the marina now. What the hell was I going to do? Keeping close to the rocks, I headed in the opposite direction along the cliffs. A quick glance over my shoulder, now and then, told me they hadn't seen me. They were too busy doing their job, whatever that was. The beach ahead of me terminated at a large cliff that jutted into the sea. A set of sun-bleached stone steps, flanked by grey metal handrails, led up to the cliff top. I didn't want to go up there. The streets of the city were deadly. But I couldn't stay here and wait to be discovered by the soldiers who had invaded the beach. Besides, the tide was coming in, and I was already wet and cold. I walked over the steps, but hesitated. The fog had disappeared. Any advantage it might have given me was gone. It was a sunny morning, which meant the zombies would be roaming the streets. I hadn't wanted this. Why hadn't I listened to Lucy and stayed aboard the Big Easy? Wondering how many more dumb decisions I was going to make, and if any of them were going to cost me my life, I put my boot on the first step and wrapped my fingers around the cold metal handrail. As slow as a man walking to the gas chamber, I went up to the city. Chapter 5. By the time I got to the top of the steps, the sky had cleared and the sun was beating down, making steam rise from my wet clothes. I cast a nervous glance around. An overgrown grassy area in front of me led to a coastal road that wound around the cliff tops. Across the road, a row of 3-story houses, some of which had been made into inns, looked empty. I crawled into the grass, my head turning left and right, as I tried to take in all of my surroundings. The noises from the soldiers at the marina were faint now. I could hear far-away shambling sounds, which I was sure must be zombies coming out of hiding, but I couldn't tell how many there were or their location. I felt exposed out here in the grass, vulnerable. Across the road, a number of cars were parked outside the houses. If I could get a vehicle, I would feel safer. I could leave the city, drive somewhere remote, and decide what to do next. I couldn't make any decisions while I was in danger of being killed by a herd of nasties, or thrown into a survivors' camp by the army. I couldn't think of anything except my immediate self-preservation. I ran across the road, keeping low, and rested between 2 parked cars. Logic told me that if the cars were parked here outside their owners' homes, the car keys were somewhere in the houses, along with the owners, alive or dead. Either way, they were a danger to me. The house closest to me had a wooden porch painted in flaking eggshell blue paint. The sun and salty air had taken their toll on the house's exterior, eating at the wooden window frames, and fading the paint until it looked like a sun-bleached skull covered in flaking pieces of bone. I broke cover and went up the steps to the porch. It creaked beneath my boots. The front door was made of wood, painted in the same pale blue, and had 2 panels of frosted glass running down each side. I put my hand on the rusted metal handle and tried the door. Locked. Using the tip of the baseball bat, I broke the pane of glass nearest the handle and reached inside, hoping the key was in the lock. If not, I would have to try another house. My searching fingers found a bunch of keys hanging from the lock. I felt for the key that was in the door, found it, and turned it. The lock clicked, and the door opened. I stepped inside, glad to be off the street. But the stench that hit me made me wonder if I was safer outside. The smell of rancid meat hung in the air. Trying not to puke, I readied the bat and made a quick assessment of the place. The hallway and stairs were covered in thick grass-green carpet. The wallpaper was pale lime. Someone sure liked green. Was that someone still here? To my left, an open doorway revealed a living room. There was a TV and leather furniture in there, but no movement. Ahead of me, a doorway led to the kitchen. I could see a small white microwave sitting on the counter, but the rest of the room was out of sight. I could hear the high-pitched buzzing of a swarm of flies in there. I crept forward slowly, the plush carpet muffling my footsteps. I peered around the edge of the doorway. There was nothing in there except an oven, dishwasher, and a sink full of dirty dishes. The flies were big and loud, buzzing around the sink and colliding with a window that showed a messy yard out back. The rotting smell was worse in here, making me heave. I went over to the sink, swatting at flies as they swarmed around me. Sitting among the dirty dishes, the carcass of a chicken crawled with maggots. They writhed over the flesh. I backed away. The smell of rotting meat wasn't a zombie at all. It really was rotting meat. It looked like somebody had left here in a hurry. The back door was still slightly ajar, so the occupants had left the keys in the front door and fled out the back. Remembering why I had entered the house, I wondered if they had taken their car with them. A quick search of the kitchen told me there were no car keys here. I went back to the hallway and closed the kitchen door to lessen the stink of the chicken. In the living room, I found a key fob on the coffee table. I wondered if the people who lived here were still alive, or if they were dead somewhere. Either way, I was taking their car. A large bay window showed the street outside, still deserted. I pointed the key fob at the row of cars and pressed the unlock button. The lights on a black Astra flashed. If the car had fuel, I was out of here. I checked the street again from the front door. All clear. The Astra locked itself with a click by the time I reached it, so I pressed the fob again and slid into the driver's seat. The car was fairly new, and the inside was empty of clutter, unlike my own car, which was full of rock CDs, in and out of their cases. I started the engine and watched the lights on the fuel gauge climb to the 3/4 full mark. Breathing a sigh of relief, I put the car into first gear and pulled onto the road. I drove along the coastal road, glancing out of the window at the sea below for any sign of the Big Easy, but she was nowhere to be seen. I could think about that later. Right now, I had to find a safe place away from the city. Being in the car gave me more confidence. As long as I could avoid military checkpoints, I should be able to drive to a remote area and hide while I decided on my next move to get back to Lucy and our boat. Despite the fact that the army had taken over the marina, the coastal road was free of any military presence. I put my foot down a little and carefully picked up speed. I couldn't wait to see the back of the city, but I had to make sure I didn't drive into a hidden checkpoint and get caught by soldiers. Despite the shitty start to the day, my look seemed to be changing, and I drove out of the city without any problems. As I hit the road that wound between the green, misty mountains and the city was no longer in the rear-view mirror, I realized I had been breathing shallowly, almost holding my breath in anticipation of trouble. I felt calmer now. Breathing more deeply, I cracked open the window to let some fresh air into the car. I could not relax completely. There could be a military checkpoint anywhere on the road. I watched the road ahead carefully and kept the Astra at a steady 30 miles per hour. The road wound inland and the sea disappeared from view, making me feel even more cut off from Lucy and the Big Easy. Trees and mountains blurred past the windows as I drove farther away from the coast. I felt like I was abandoning Lucy, but I had to find shelter, a hiding place. Besides, if she was on the boat, she was probably safe, whereas I was in a shitload of danger. I felt like a fish that had been washed up on shore and would suffocate unless it found its way back to the water. I had never been a fan of the sea before, but now it was the only place I felt safe from the hell that had thrust itself upon the world. I looked for side roads as I drove, the urge to get off the main road rising in my gut like boiling acid. If I stayed on this road for much longer, I would run into the army, They would put me in a survivor's camp, or they would kill me. Either way, I'd be dead. Better a quick bullet in the head than to get locked up like a sardine in a can, waiting for the zombies to arrive. After half an hour of slow, tense driving, the mountains were replaced by woods. I saw a large wooden gate on the right and a dirt road that led beyond it into the trees. I pulled over, left the engine running, and got out to take a closer look. The gate was held shut by a metal bolt, but there were no locks. The road beyond disappeared into the trees. Maybe there was a house up there, a farm, or a herd of zombies. I had no idea. At least I would be off the main road. I slid the bolt back and swung the gate open. After driving through, I closed it behind me and replaced the bolt. Getting back in the Astra quickly, I drove along the bumpy, narrow road, constantly checking the rear-view mirror and windows for trouble. The trees crowded close to the sides of the road, and I half expected a horde of the undead to come staggering out in front of me, or crash through the trees and thrust their blue-skinned hands through the windows, clawing me with deadly nails. Neither of those things happened. After a few minutes, the road took me out of the trees and through overgrown farmland inhabited by cows. A wooden sign nailed to a fence post said, "Mason's Farm." The house was ahead, a 2-story stone building that looked deserted. There was a weather-worn wooden barn behind the house, but no other buildings that I could see. No neighbours. The fields were bordered by trees and a wire fence on one side and mountains on the other. Remote. Isolated. Perfect. If it was empty. I stopped by the side of the house and sat in the car with the engine running. I lowered my window all the way and listened. Over the idling engine, all I could hear was birds in the trees and the breeze rustling through the grass. The air smelled of grass and manure, and that was just fine. I hit the button again, and, as the window whirred up, I picked up my baseball bat from the passenger seat. I turned the engine off, got out, locked the car, and pocketed the key. Standing there for a moment in the brightening morning sun, I listened again to my surroundings. Nothing to indicate the presence of people or nasties. Seemed like it was just me, the cows, and the birds. Of course, there could be a gang of killers waiting inside. They could be hiding behind the front door after seeing my approach along the dirt road. Or it could be that when I opened the door, a wall of stench would hit me, followed by shambling undead. Either way, I was opening the door. I didn't have too many options right now, and I didn't want to go back to the main road. I walked up to the brown wooden front door and knocked, gripping the bat tightly in my other hand. If there were people inside, living, friendly people, there was no harm in showing them I wasn't a bandit come to kill them. And I wasn't giving myself away by knocking. The house overlooked the dirt road, and the Astra wasn't quiet. No answer. I listened, willing my senses to reach beyond the door into the house beyond. But either the place was empty, or my listening skills hadn't taken on superhuman powers. Silence. The door handle was made of brass, polished, and worn from plenty of use over the years. I pulled it down. The latch opened with a click, and the door swung inwards. I took a step back. I hadn't expected the place to be unlocked. A gloomy hallway led into the house. There were pictures on the wall that looked like framed family photographs. The air smelled musty, as if the house had been closed up for a while, but there was no sickening taint of rotting flesh. I stepped inside, bat held ready. Nothing jumped out at me. No hands reached for me. My heart was beating so loudly, it felt like it was in my ears, and I was sweating and shaking. I closed the front door. From one of the framed photos, the Mason family looked down at me with smiles on their faces. Mr. and Mrs. Mason and two blonde girls aged around 10 or 12. The whole family was dressed in their best clothes for what looked like a professional photo session. I wondered how long ago that day was, and where the Masons were now, huddled together in a survivors' camp, or wandering out back, infected with the virus. I hoped it was the survivors' camp, and not only because it would be easier for me that way. They looked like a nice family. I hoped they'd made it. Meanwhile, I was going to use their house for a short time. A doorway to the left led to a living room with the usual furnishings: sofa, easy chairs, and a TV. There was also a big stone fireplace, which would be useful. I tried the light switch. The ceiling light came on. Someone, probably the army, was keeping the infrastructure of the country running. I imagined soldiers would be posted at power stations and sewage plants, making sure we had electricity and water, even as we became overrun with zombies. At least we would die with the basic amenities. I turned off the light and went into the kitchen. It was small and well-equipped, like any farmhouse kitchen, I supposed. Not that farmhouse kitchens were my specialty subject. Before the apocalypse, I barely visited my own kitchen, preferring instead to order takeaway. I used my oven to reheat pizza or curry sometimes, but that was about the extent of my cooking abilities beyond making toast. The thought of food made me hungry. I decided to quickly check the rest of the house, then find something to eat. There must be something edible in one of those cupboards. The only other room downstairs was a utility room with a washer and dryer. I went upstairs, past more family pictures, to the landing. 4 doors, all closed. I stood still for a moment and listened. Nothing. The first door was a double bedroom. The next 2 were the girls' rooms, and the final door led to the bathroom, toilet, bath, and a small walk-in shower. I walked back along the hall, satisfied that the house was empty. The beds were all neatly made. I assumed the Mason family had followed the instructions on the emergency broadcast and left here to go to a survivors' camp. There was no vehicle outside. They probably just packed a few essentials and drove to the nearest checkpoint, trusting their lives to the military and whatever government was running the country now. Had Joe and my parents done the same? Handed their lives to the authorities with blind faith? I went back downstairs to the kitchen. The cupboards were stocked with tins and dried food, including pasta and rice. There was a small green metal kettle on the gas hob, and I found coffee and tea bags. No milk, of course, unless I tried milking one of the cows in the field, which I wasn't about to attempt. But, other than that, I could have a good meal here, and take some supplies with me when I left. I could plan my next move on a full stomach. I reached for the kettle and picked it up to fill it. I dropped it immediately, stepping back as it clattered to the floor. The lid rolled away, and steaming hot water spilled out over the floor tiles. Hot water. The kettle had recently boiled. Someone was here. Chapter 6. I crouched low and crept to the window. The house was empty, but maybe someone was out there in the barn. They could have hidden there when they heard my car coming up the road. Were they afraid of me, or were they waiting to ambush me? Maybe they had already disabled the Astra, pulled the wires out of the engine or something. The barn had a sliding door big enough to drive a tractor through. It was partly open. Beyond the door, there was darkness. I wished Lucy were here. She was better at making decisions than I was, able to leap into action when the situation demanded it. Left to my own devices, I was too indecisive. Should I go out to the car, hope they hadn't touched it, and drive away? Or wait here until whoever was in the barn came out? What if they weren't in the barn at all, and there was some part of the house I had missed? I cast a glance over my shoulder at the hallway. I wished I had a key for the front door. My legs were aching. I couldn't stay here, crouched behind the kitchen counter, for much longer. The people in the barn, if they were in the barn, showed no intention of coming out. There could be a dozen people in there, all as crazy as the survivors I had encountered at the marina. I should get in the car and get out of here. Decision made. I moved as quickly to the front door as I could, while keeping low on my aching legs. Standing and shaking my legs to ease the pain, I prepared to open the door and run to the car. I dug the key fob out of my pocket. As soon as I opened the door, I would unlock the car and get into it before the potential killers in the barn knew what was happening. I would find another house, one with fewer inhabitants. I tried to calm my erratic breathing and counted myself down slowly. 3. I placed my hand on the cool door handle. 2. Tightened my grip on the handle and the baseball bat. 1. I let out a low breath. Go! I pulled the door open and fled outside, fumbling for the unlock button on the key fob. Something hit me in the stomach, forcing my breath out in an explosive whoosh. I barely had time to see the woman step out from her hiding place beside the door before she lashed at me with a fist. It connected squarely with my face, and I saw a sudden shower of bright sparks in my vision. I swung the bat blindly, felt her catch hold of it. She wrenched it from my grasp and threw it into the grass. Unarmed, I raised my fists, only too aware that I had never faced anyone in a fist fight, and this was a bad time to start. She stood in a fighter's stance, waiting for me to get closer, like a praying mantis, waiting for an insect to fly within reach of its spiked forelegs. I don't want to fight, I said, holding up my hands. Who the fuck are you? She remained in her stance like a female Bruce Lee. The fact that she was Chinese added to the illusion. She wore a brown leather jacket over a black t-shirt, and blue jeans over a black pair of boots. She was slim and tall, with long raven hair and angry brown eyes. My name's Alex, I said. I was just looking for somewhere to hide out for a while. I didn't know you were here. I'll leave. I almost added, if you let me, but stopped myself. She looked at me closely. Are you alone? You drove here on your own, but do you have friends around here? Hiding in the trees, maybe? She stared at the trees, her eyes searching for movement. No, I'm alone, I assured her. She looked me over. How have you survived this long? I've been on a boat. She nodded, as if that explained to her how someone like me could still be alive during a zombie apocalypse. She probably thought I had no chance on the mainland. She was probably right. Relaxing her fighter's stance, she said, So, what are you doing here? Where's your boat? I shrugged. I don't know. I came ashore in the fog. I wanted to find a rowboat so we could get to shore more easily. We? I was with 3 friends when the world went to shit. 2 of them are dead. There's just Lucy and me left. We live on a boat. I shouldn't have left. I heard my brother on Survivor radio, and I wanted to see if I could find out anything. So I needed a rowboat and... I shrugged, feeling helpless. My stupid decisions were indefensible. Lucy disappeared, I said, and now I'm stuck. She raised a quizzical eyebrow. Why not just get another boat and go find her? I was going to, but the army are crawling all over the marina. That caught her attention. Really? Interesting. Can I leave now? I asked. Where are you going to go? You said you have no clue where your boat is. You came here looking for shelter. You think you're going to find somewhere safer? No, but... I wasn't sure I wanted to stay there with a woman who punched first and asked questions later. She laughed. You can stay here when we're sure you are actually alone. She nodded to the dirt road, where a tall, lanky guy in jeans and a Savatage Tour t-shirt was walking towards the house. In one hand, he carried a tire iron. He saw the girl looking at him and gave her a thumbs up. She looked back at me. You were telling the truth about being alone, anyway. I'm Tanya. The guy coming up the road is Sam, and the girl sitting on your car is Jax. I turned to the Astra behind me. A pretty, young, petite woman with shoulder-length blonde hair sat cross-legged on the roof. She smiled, waved, and slid down to the ground. She wore a denim jacket and jeans and a white t-shirt. Her wooden baseball bat was propped against the car. Sam got closer and Tanya said, "Everything okay?" He nodded. "He's on his own, and he remembered to close the gate behind him." He was big and loose-limbed, with short sandy hair and a soul patch. "This is Alex," Tanya said. "Hey, man." He raised a hand. I nodded. I still wasn't sure if they were going to kill me. They knew I was here alone, so why not? But they didn't seem like the killing types. They looked like they were ordinary people caught up in a deadly situation they had no control over, just like me. "Give Jax your car keys, and she'll put your car in the barn with ours," Tanya said. "We can't be too careful. The army might decide to come and take a look. I'd rather not advertise our presence." I had dropped the key fob in my fight with Tanya. I picked it up and handed it to Jax. She took it and went over to the Astra, slid in, and started the engine. "You'd better come inside," Tanya said. "If you've been sailing along the coast, you might have some useful info. And maybe they'd tell me what they were going to do with that info." They had a purposeful air about them, as if they had a mission beyond simple day-to-day survival. Tanya and Sam went to the front door, and I followed, aware of a dull ache across the bridge of my nose where Tanya had punched me. She turned and said, "Aren't you forgetting something?" I frowned, confused. "What do you mean?" She pointed to the grass where my baseball bat lay. "Your bat. It's too dangerous to be unarmed." She grabbed a crowbar she had placed by the door. I ran over and picked up my weapon. As I stood and turned back to the house, I felt a sudden panic in my gut. Everything seemed too quiet. I closed my eyes and listened to the noises of Mason's farm. I could hear my car being parked in the barn, the breeze on the grass, and Tanya and Sam talking inside the house. I opened my eyes and shook my head. I was getting paranoid. But as I reached the front door of the house, I realized my senses hadn't picked up a noise that didn't belong. They had detected that a sound was missing. The birds in the trees had stopped singing. Jax came running over from the barn. She ran past me and into the house. "We've got company," she shouted. All three of them came out of the front door and closed it behind them. "Get to the barn," Tanya told me. She sprinted to the barn with the others. I followed, and as I entered the barn, Sam slid the door closed behind me. I felt trapped. Chapter 7. The barn was spacious. There was a small tractor in there, as well as my car and a white Jeep Cherokee I assumed belonged to Tanya. The barn smelled of hay and oil. Various farming implements stood against one wall, and there were bales of hay piled in the corner, beneath a wooden ladder that led to a hayloft. The others were climbing up the ladder. The barn was gloomy with the door closed, but there was sunlight up in the loft, so I assumed there must be a window. I followed them up the ladder. The window was actually a window-sized opening in the wooden wall. A shutter that fit over the opening was open, allowing the sun to come into the loft, and offering a perfect view of the house and the dirt road beyond. Rucksacks and rolled-up sleeping bags lay amongst the hay. Tanya, Jax and Sam were positioned around the window, peeking out at the house. Tanya turned to glare at me. "If this is somebody you brought here, I will kill you, Alex." "It isn't," I said. "I swear." I crawled over to the window. The farm looked deserted. "There's nobody out there," I whispered. "Shh!" Tanya held up a hand to silence me, then pointed out of the window. Coming up the dirt road was an olive-green Land Rover. It halted 20 feet from the house, and 4 soldiers poured out, taking up shooting stances to cover a 360-degree arc. A 5th soldier climbed out of the passenger side of the vehicle and stood with hands on hips. He wore a maroon beret, where the other soldiers wore helmets. He wore army trousers and boots, but his top was a dark blue, long-sleeved T-shirt that showed off his muscular physique. It was hard to see his face from this distance, but I could see he had a moustache. He regarded the house and swept his eyes over the farm. I shrank back when his gaze fell on the barn, but his inspection continued over the rest of the farm. He pointed at the house, and the 4 soldiers advanced to the front door in a tight line. "Stand by," the man by the Land Rover said. Then, "Go." They kicked open the front door and went inside. I could hear shouts of, "Clear," as they entered each room. "What if they check out the barn?" I whispered to nobody in particular. "They will," Tanya replied. "What do we do?" I asked. "Fight or get captured." "They have guns," I said. "We have bats and crowbars." "If they capture you, you're dead anyway," Jax said. "So you might as well go down fighting." "I know the survivors' camps are bad," I said. "But—" "Bad?" Tanya asked, incredulous. "You've been on that boat of yours for too long. You don't know what's really going on here, do you?" "No," I admitted. "I'll put this in simple terms," she said flatly. "If they take you to a survivors' camp, you're as good as dead." I thought of Joe and my parents. "They're coming out," Jax said. The 4 soldiers emerged from the house and took up positions at the Land Rover again. One of them spoke to the man in the maroon beret. He nodded and pointed at the barn. The 4 soldiers got into their line and advanced across the dirt and grass towards us. Assault rifles held steady. "Fuck," Sam whispered. "Everybody, get in the Jeep," Tanya whispered. She grabbed a backpack and ran over to the ladder and started down it. We all followed. Sam and Jax grabbing rucksacks and jostling for position in the line for the ladder. I ended up at the back. By the time I got down to ground level, the others were already in the vehicle. I got into the back seat with Sam. Tanya was in the driver's seat, with Jax next to her on the passenger side. Tanya hadn't started the jeep. Her finger hovered over the start button. I felt helpless. The men outside were trained, and they had guns. We had a Jeep Cherokee and baseball bats. If this was the end, my decision to come ashore in the fog had been the most stupid decision of my life. Lucy would never know what had happened to me, and I would never know why she sailed away from the marina, leaving me on the mainland. Outside the barn door, I heard the soldier's voice. "Stand by." A brief hesitation. Then he spoke a simple word that sent my heart racing. "Go!" Chapter 8. The door slid open, letting in a shaft of light from outside. 4 shadowy figures entered the barn, flanking the door. One of them shouted as Tanya started the jeep and slammed it into first, sending the vehicle roaring forwards. The soldiers had opened the door wide enough to allow themselves to slip into the barn, so the gap wasn't large enough to get the Cherokee through. We hit the door with a crash of wood meeting metal. The door splintered and we drove through. Behind us, the soldiers started firing. "Hold on," Tanya said through gritted teeth, pulling the wheel to the right and taking us into the field. I heard 6 bullets hit the rear of the jeep with loud pinging sounds. Tanya spun the wheel in the opposite direction, and the Cherokee fishtailed before straightening up and speeding for the trees. I risked a glance out of the back window. The soldiers were running for the Land Rover, their beret-headed commander gesturing at them angrily. Tanya narrowly avoided 2 trees, and we skidded onto the dirt road. She put her foot down, and the jeep picked up speed. I pulled my seatbelt across my body and clicked it into the buckle. Everyone else did the same as we approached the wooden gate that led to the main road. Behind us, the Land Rover gave chase. The man in the beret was shouting into a radio. "There might be more of them on the road," I told Tanya. "He's talking to someone on the radio." She nodded and said, "Hold tight." We went through the gate with a loud bang, and, as Tanya spun the wheel to straighten us up on the road, I saw the gate lying in pieces. The Land Rover was closer now, almost at the remains of the gate. Tanya floored the accelerator, and we sped along the road. Jax opened the glove compartment and took out a map. She unfolded it and ran her finger along the roads. "There's a left turn ahead," she said. "A side road that leads north." Tanya nodded, watching the road ahead closely. "You've got to be kidding me," she muttered. I leaned forward to see what she had seen. A herd of zombies stood on the road, most of them wandering aimlessly, some of them staggering towards us. There must have been 100 of them. They were standing on the road and trudging between the trees at either side. There was no way around them. "Go through them," Sam suggested. He glanced out of the back window. "The soldiers are getting closer. We have to go through them." Tanya nodded grimly, but slowed our speed slightly. "This is going to get messy." We hit them with a heavy thud, and I saw 2 of them go down immediately. The others crowded towards the Cherokee, their arms outstretched as they reached for us. Their yellow eyes held a look of malevolence. They moaned as their searching hands found the glass of the windows, the steel of the doors, and not yielding flesh. More thuds came from the front of the vehicle as we drove through the herd. The zombies closed in around us like a sea of rotting blue flesh. Tanya was forced to slow down. She gunned the engine in frustration, and we made slow progress through the mass of rotting bodies. I looked out of the back window. The Land Rover had stopped a safe distance from the nasties. The soldiers weren't following us into the throng of hungry undead, but the man in the beret was climbing out and going around the back. He disappeared for a few seconds behind the Land Rover, then reappeared and went down on one knee. "He's got a rocket launcher," Sam said. "Still think the army is our friend?" Tanya asked, glancing at me over her shoulder. "We need to get out of here, now." She put her foot down and we roared forwards through the mass of zombies. The increased speed and impact of the bodies brought us to a sudden halt. Tanya gunned the engine. "We're stuck. There are too many of them under the wheels."
The front of the Cherokee had lifted into the air, supported by a pile of bodies underneath the chassis.
"We need to get out," Jax said, looking back at the soldier with the rocket launcher, "or we're going to get fried." We still weren't clear of the herd. While the other three grabbed their rucksacks and opened their doors, I hesitated, my trembling hand on the door handle. There was no choice. If I stayed in the vehicle, I would be toast. I opened the door with as much force as I could, sending a zombie staggering backwards, and came out swinging my bat wildly. The sound of the wood thwacking into zombie heads was sickening. The stench of rotted flesh was overpowering. The sound of the nasty's hungry moans made the hairs on my arms and neck stand on end. I concentrated on the stretch of clear road past the herd. I swung at anything that came near me. The zombies at the rear of the jeep realized their prey was out of the vehicle, exposed and vulnerable, and tried to crowd closer to us, jostling with each other in their eagerness to tear into our flesh with teeth and nails. I swung the bat wildly, trying to clear a path to that sweet patch of clear road ahead. For every zombie I knocked over, another replaced it instantly. At one point, I felt a hand rake down my back, and I thought I had been scratched, infected. But the nasty's nails didn't penetrate my hoodie. I was lucky, but I knew my luck wouldn't hold out much longer. There were too many of them. The road ahead might as well be 1,000 miles away. I tripped over a body and went down hard, feeling a flare of pain in my shoulder as it hit the hard road. A dozen blue-skinned monsters stood above me, ready to tear into the video gaming geek who was lucky to have lived this long in the zombie apocalypse. Then everything became light, sound, and heat. A light so bright it burned my eyes, a sound so loud it deafened me, and a heat so intense it seared my skin. Chapter 9. I rolled onto my stomach, feeling the rough road beneath my fingers. The only sound I could hear was a constant whine in my head. My ears felt like they had been stuffed with wool. My skin felt tender, like I had been burned by the sun. I staggered to my feet unsteadily. The Cherokee was a flaming tangle of white metal and broken glass. Angry flames and black smoke plumed from the remains of the roof. The zombies around me had been destroyed by the blast. They lay on the road like blue-skinned rag dolls. There was a stench of cooking meat in the air, and I gagged, trying not to be sick. I didn't have time to be sick. Most of the herd, the nasties that had been far enough away from the Cherokee, were still alive. They shambled towards me. A hand grabbed my shoulder from behind, and I whirled, bat ready. It was Jax. Black dirt smeared her face, but she looked otherwise intact. She said something to me, but I couldn't hear anything over the whine. She pulled me off the road and into the trees. Tanya and Sam were waiting for us there. We ran. After a few minutes, I was out of breath. The whine in my head was still there, but now I could hear other sounds as well, muffled, but definitely there. Tanya and Sam speaking, the crunch of twigs beneath our boots, my own laboured breathing, and the sound of my rapid heartbeat. I slowed to a stumbling pace and let them get ahead of me. There was no way I could keep up. Story of my life, always lagging behind everyone else. My stumbling jog slowed to a walk. I could barely breathe, never mind run. At least my hearing was improving with each passing minute. The whine had faded into a dull background noise. I made my way through the forest at my own pace, unable to do anything else, and was surprised when I found Tanya, Jax and Sam waiting for me. "You okay?" Jax asked as I reached them. I nodded. "I can't move very fast." "We'll take a breather here," Tanya said. She sat down on a fallen log. I did the same, sitting on the ground and leaning back against a tree trunk. "What are your stories?" I asked. "You all seem to know how to handle yourselves." "We've been in some tricky situations before all this shit went down," Tanya said. "I was a reporter for the BBC. Sam was my cameraman. We've been to the Middle East a few times, reported on the war. We made a documentary on the US and British forces in Iraq. Sam was also the cameraman for Viggo Johnson." "The survival guy?" Viggo Johnson made TV shows about how to survive in various situations. "Yeah," Sam said. "We went all over the world and got into some tough situations. A lot of people think all that stuff is faked for TV, but it was real. Usually just me and him stuck up a mountain in the middle of nowhere or deep in a tropical jungle. I filmed a lot of it on a handheld camera. Whatever Viggo did, I did too, but the viewers rarely saw me on their screens." "What about you?" I asked Jax. "I'm a journalist," she said. "We were making a documentary when the shit hit the fan, and the army started taking people to the camps. We went on the run. There were 7 of us to begin with. Now only we 3 are left." I nodded. These people had seen death and misery, just like everyone else. "We should get moving," Tanya said. I stood up, feeling only slightly refreshed after the short break, and we started through the forest again. I wondered what Lucy was doing. Was she sailing up and down the coast, looking for me? Did she think I was dead? How long would she stay in the area before she forgot about me and moved on? Where would she go? Where were my 3 new companions going? I caught up with Jax. "Do you guys have a plan?" She nodded. "Of course. Find somewhere safe to stay. Eat and drink before moving on tomorrow." I meant a long-term plan. "Are you moving on to anywhere in particular?" She looked at me as if deciding whether or not she could trust me. "Yeah, somewhere particular." "Where's that?" I asked, trying to sound nonchalant. It seemed like their destination was a closely guarded secret or something. "Cornwall," she said. I nodded, as if I understood why they would want to go there. "Good choice," I said. "Not as populated as the rest of the country. Plenty of remote areas to hide." "Yeah," she said non-committally. I had hoped to draw more information out of her, but my social skills were seriously lacking. Did they know something about Cornwall? It had remote areas, as I said, but there were more remote places in Scotland, so why not head north across the border? What was it about Cornwall that was drawing them there? "Any other reason?" I asked Jax. "Maybe," she said. This line of questioning was getting me nowhere. I should just keep my mouth shut and concentrate on how I was going to find Lucy and the Big Easy again. Trouble was, I had no ideas at all. After a few more minutes of relentless trudging through the woods, I asked her, "Why are the army trying to kill us?" She looked at me like I had just asked her why the sky was blue. "You really don't know, do you?" I shook my head. "I thought they were supposed to be protecting people from the zombies, not trying to kill civilians." She laughed. "They do what the government order them to do. It isn't about protection, it's about control. Even now, after the entire country has gone to hell, the politicians spread lies and try to control the people. Lies I don't understand." Tell me what you know about the virus outbreak, Alex. OK, I said. It comes from India. There was a doctor quarantined in a hospital in London. It spread from there. I remembered the news reports I had read on board the Solstice. And it's infected America. Probably the rest of the world, too. She shook her head. All lies, fed to you by the media. That's why we're going to Cornwall. We're going to tell everybody what's really happening. Chapter 10. I had no idea what Jax meant by that, and I had no time to ask. Tanya and Sam suddenly dropped to crouching positions and gestured at us to do the same. We complied, and crawled up to where they crouched, peering through the trees. The forest dipped down to a road ahead. It was more a track than a road, and it looked like it had been made by tractors. Twin grooves had been gouged into the mud by big tyres, and between the grooves grew a line of grass. I looked up along the track and spotted a red-painted metal gate. Beyond the gate was a muddy field, and in the distance I could see a low wooden barn. I assumed there was a house up there somewhere, but the trees cut off my line of sight. "Looks like a farm," Sam whispered. "We should check it out." "Do we really want to?" I asked. "We didn't do so well at the last farm." "This one looks more remote," Tanya said. "There's no road, only that muddy track. Jax, have you got the map?" Jax took the map from her backpack and unfolded a portion of it. She located our position and the farm. "It's a few miles to the main road," she said. "We should take a closer look." Tanya nodded and set off down the slope. We followed until we all stood on the muddy track. I glanced back along the track. It disappeared around a bend in the distance. In front of us, it ran up to the gate and disappeared into the field. The gate was held shut with a short blue cord that was looped over the metal gatepost. We could see the farmhouse now. It sat waiting for us just beyond the barn. There were no signs of life. Tanya opened the gate and said, "Come on." We trudged through the mud towards the house. "I hope there's food in there," I said. It was lunchtime, and my stomach was growling at how empty it was. "Don't worry, man. We'll find something," Sam said. "And if we don't, there are some granola bars in my backpack." I wasn't sure a granola bar was going to sustain me for the rest of the day. I felt exhausted from all the fighting, running, and nearly getting blown up by a rocket launcher. I needed something substantial in my belly. The farmhouse was a 2-story stone structure, like the mason's house. But, unlike the Mason place, this one had a garage with a white metal door attached to the house, and a wooden porch that looked like it had once been painted white, but was so weathered that the paint had flaked away, revealing faded wood beneath. Only a few stubborn lines of paint remained. Sam went up onto the porch and tried the door. Locked. He went to the window, cupped his hands around his eyes, and pressed his face to the glass. He stepped back. "Wow! Freaky!" "What is it?" Tanya asked. "There's an old woman in there. She's turned, but she's sitting calmly on the sofa like she's watching the TV." Tanya nodded. "That's what happens when they turn, but there's no stimulus. They replicate old behaviours. I bet the entire family has gone nasty, and they're all locked in there." "We should move on," I suggested. I'd had enough of zombie killing for one day. "No, we go in and clear the place," Tanya said. "We don't have many options. I don't want to be outside at night when it's harder to see the zombies coming. This place shouldn't be too hard to clear. Just a family in there." I nodded. I didn't much like the idea of going in there and killing a family, even if they were zombified. But I liked the idea of sleeping outside even less. Sam went back to the front door and kicked it with the sole of his boot, putting all his weight behind it. He was a big guy, and the wooden door cracked slightly, but stayed shut. He kicked it a second time, and it gave, opening with a crash. "Knock, knock," Sam said, brandishing his tire iron as he went inside. The girls followed, and I took up the rear, hoping that by the time I got inside, the killing would be done. But as I entered, Tanya said, "Alex, take the upstairs." She and Jax were moving through the downstairs rooms. Sam was in the living room, disposing of the TV-watching old lady zombie. I went upstairs quickly, wanting to get it over and done with. As I reached the landing, the smell of decaying meat hit me. There were 4 doors up here. 2 were open. One of them was the bathroom, and the other a bedroom, out of which a zombie staggered, arms outstretched. He wore a flannel shirt and jeans, and looked like he had been in his 50s. I brought the bat back with both hands and swung it as hard as I could at his head. He went down like a sack of rotted potatoes, and lay on the carpet unmoving. I checked the bedroom he had come out of for further inhabitants, but it was empty. A patch of dried blood and gore on the sheets told me the nasty had lain there for a long while. Zombies didn't sleep as far as I knew, so he was probably going through the motions of his former life, as Tanya had said. I went to the first closed door and opened it. The room was empty. Rock band posters on the walls and a game console attached to a large TV in the corner told me it probably belonged to a teenager. There was no sign of him in the room. Maybe he had been away at college when the virus outbreak started. The next room was also empty. The light floral wallpaper and knitting on the chair in the corner probably meant it belonged to the old lady downstairs. Whatever she'd been knitting would never be finished now. I went downstairs to find the others. Sam was outside, dragging the old lady's rotting body across the mud. I found Tanya and Jax in the kitchen. "Did you find any more?" I asked them. "No," Jax said, shaking her head. "There's one upstairs," I said. "Looks like the farmer." "The old lady was probably his mother," Tanya said. "No wife? Kids?" "There's a teenager's bedroom upstairs. Maybe their son was away at the time and never came home." She walked lithely into the hallway and pointed at a photograph on the wall. It showed a man in his 50s with a pretty blonde woman and a dark-haired boy of 16 or 17. They were all smiling at the camera. "So where's the woman?" Tanya asked. "Maybe she was away too, visiting the son in college or something." I didn't really care where the wife was, as long as she wasn't here trying to tear my throat out. Tanya and Jax were journalists, so I supposed they had more curiosity about these things than I did. Tanya went back into the kitchen and opened a door that led into a large pantry. There was plenty of food in there, and my stomach did a little flip of anticipation. Tanya wasn't searching for food, though. She checked the dining room before going out into the hallway and opening a small door underneath the stairs. "There's a basement," she said, pointing to an opening in the floor and a ladder leading down into darkness. Tanya leaned over the opening and tried to see what was down there. "Too dark," she said. Remembering the working lights at Mason's farm, I reached in and found a switch on the wall. I clicked it on, and the area beneath the stairs and the basement below lit up. Tanya went down the ladder cautiously. A moment later, she called, "It's okay. Come down." Jax went down and I followed. When we reached the tiny basement, I had to stoop to keep from hitting my head on the low ceiling. The basement was actually little more than a crawl space used for storing tools and sports equipment, which I guessed had belonged to the son. The wife was in the corner, recognizable as the woman in the photo upstairs by her blonde hair. She was dead, Really dead, not turned. She must have come down here when her husband and the old lady changed, I said. She was too scared to go back up into the house, and eventually she just died down here. She didn't even dare put the light on. It doesn't make sense, Tanya said. There are things down here she could have used as weapons. She could have gotten out of the house. Why stay down here waiting to die when you can fight your way out? Not everybody thinks the same way, I said. Where would she go to if she got out? Her husband had turned. The old lady might have been her mother. She probably thought everyone in the world had changed like them. She had nothing to live for. What about the son? Tanya didn't seem to understand the concept of giving up, not fighting for survival. I shrugged. She must have thought he was changed or dead. And if he was alive, how would she find him? She wouldn't last 5 minutes out there. Tanya nodded slowly. I could see she was trying to understand, but her job took her to places where situations were dire, yet people fought for survival. It was what she knew. If I hadn't been with Mike, Elena, and Lucy when the shit hit the fan, I probably would have ended up like this woman, afraid to leave my house. Somebody would find me one day, and I would be lying dead among video games and fast food containers. We need to give her a proper burial, Jack said. Tanya nodded. I can't believe she didn't fight. I didn't say anything else, but as I looked down on the corpse of the woman, I totally understood her choice. Fight for what? She had no future.
And now that I was separated from Lucy, what was I fighting for?
A life of roaming from one farm to the next, trying to stay one step ahead of the army, and clearing houses of zombies. That was no life. Being with Mike, Elena, and Lucy had taught me that sometimes I had to fight for what I wanted. I was willing to fight to get back to Lucy. That was the only thought keeping me going right now. Without that thin strand of hope, I might as well be like the woman lying dead at my feet. Chapter 11. We removed the farmer's body and dumped it next to the old lady's in a ditch. Sam and I found shovels in the basement and dug a grave behind the house for the blonde woman. For some reason, we afforded her more respect because she had died without becoming one of the nasties. When I thought about it logically, it didn't make sense that we should treat the zombies any differently. They had died too. But the virus turned them into monsters, and that threw all logic out of the window. They died as monsters, and we treated them as such. After we buried the woman, Sam and I stood over the fresh grave silently for a moment. We bowed our heads. I thought about the friends I had lost in the apocalypse, and I hoped I didn't lose any more. I wasn't religious in any way, but I said a silent prayer that I would find Lucy, and she would be alive and well. Sam raised his head and looked at me. There were tears in his eyes. He had been thinking about his own loved ones. Let's go back inside, man. We've done all we can for this woman. I nodded, and as we walked to the house, I wondered if these 3 people now numbered among my friends. I barely knew them, but they seemed like decent people. They had let me join them, and we had fought together. I didn't know how long they would let me stay with them. They seemed to have some mission to carry out, and I didn't know what I would do when we parted ways. But for now, I was glad to be with them. As we reached the door, Sam turned to me with a serious look on his face. There's something we need to do now, Alex. It's very important. What's that? I asked. A grin spread across his face. We need to find beer. Later, Jax and I sat in the living room, while Tanya and Sam fussed about in the kitchen cooking a meal. They had a friendly, joking banter between them, and I wondered if they were a couple, or should be a couple. Outside it was getting dark. We had opened all the windows in the house, and left them open all afternoon, to let fresh air into the house. The rotting smell was gone, and now the house was filled with the fragrance of chicken being fried in herbs and spices. In his search for beer, Sam had found a freezer packed with meat. He had also eventually found a case of beer in the pantry, a dozen bottles of Spitfire ale. A half-drained bottle sat in front of me on the coffee table as I waited for the meal. The smell of the chicken was driving me crazy. Jax had lit a fire in the stone fireplace. The logs crackled and popped. With the ceiling light dimmed, the fire flickered orange on the walls, making the room seem cosy. Jax had unfolded her map and laid it on the rug in front of the fireplace. It showed the surrounding area and Swansea to the west. She had placed a second map next to it. That was a map of Britain, showing the contours of the coast. I had asked her earlier about the media lies she had mentioned in the forest, and she said they would explain everything to me after we ate. I couldn't argue with that. Right now, food was my main priority. Sam stuck his head through the door. "Come and get it!" We gathered in the dining room around a large oak table. Sam and Tanya had set out plates and cutlery, and in the middle of the table sat two big serving bowls. One was full of boiled white rice. The other contained a mouth-watering chicken curry. 4 bottles of Spitfire sat next to the rice. I sat and said, "That looks and smells great." Sam laughed and said, "Tanya's curries are great, but she makes them spicy, man. If you're not used to them, they go right through you." He looked at Tanya and said, "We'll probably be fighting zombies tomorrow, and Alex will have to excuse himself to go shit behind a tree." She slapped him on the shoulder playfully. "I'm not taking the blame for that. You had just as much a hand in making it as I did. You're the one who was heavy-handed with the spices." "I had to do something to cover up the way you fried the chicken with too much coriander," he said, looking at me and winking, letting me in on his joke. "You liar," Tanya said. "Well, it smells great," I said. We set about loading the curry and rice onto our plates, and grabbing a bottle of beer each. "Who's going to do the toast?" Jax asked. "I'll do it," Sam said. He raised his bottle and said, "The fallen and the lost." We all repeated it and started eating. The curry tasted amazing, despite Sam's jokes. "How about a little radio?" Sam asked through a mouthful of food. He went out of the room, and I heard him digging about in his backpack. He came back in with a small digital radio and placed it in the middle of the table. He switched it on, and the familiar smooth voice of DJ Johnny Drake filled the room. "To all the survivors out there alone, this one is for you from Matt in Survivors Camp Delta. This is The Doors and Riders on the Storm." The music started, and we listened to it as we ate. Sam sang along here and there, but mainly we just let it work its magic on us. In this post-apocalyptic world, music had gained an added importance beyond its ability to lift our moods. It was a relic of the old world. Unlike other relics, such as cars and fast food restaurants and coffee shops, music seemed alive. It spoke to a deep place inside us. It was the same with books. I had read a selection of books on the Big Easy, and my mind craved more. Even though the books on the boat were thriller novels that I might not have read before the apocalypse, I usually stuck to sci-fi and horror. They nourished my soul by giving me a connection with the past that other inanimate objects could not. As soon as the radio had been turned on, the mood in the dining room went up. I felt easy, relaxed. The beer helped, but mainly it was Jim Morrison singing about life, and the mellow keyboards. When The Doors finished, the Eurythmics' song "Here Comes the Rain Again" started. Over the opening bars, Johnny Drake said, "This is a request for Lisa in Survivors Camp Gamma." "They're naming the camps now," Jax said. Tanya nodded. As we finished the meal, I wondered how many times the farmer and his family had sat around this table enjoying dinner together. They could not have guessed that one day the world would be changed forever. They would all be dead, and a group of strangers would be sitting at the table listening to music and eating curry. For that family, it was all over. Maybe they were the lucky ones. We pushed the empty plates away and took our beers into the living room, where the fire still crackled in the fireplace. Sam brought the radio in and placed it on the mantelpiece.
Rhiannon was singing about an umbrella.
"Come and look at this map," Tanya said, pointing to the map of Britain. I sat on the rug next to her. "Is it possible to take a boat from here?" She indicated the coast near our current location. "To here." She pointed farther south at the city of Truro in Cornwall. I had been to Cornwall on holiday when I was 10 years old. My parents had taken Joe and me to Truro to look at the port. There had been some big ships there. "Yes, it's possible to take a boat there," I said. "But why Truro? It's no different from any other city." "It is different," Tanya replied, "because that's where the radio station is being broadcast from." She looked at me closely, but I didn't get her point. I looked at Jax and Sam sitting on the sofa. "I don't understand." Jax leaned forwards and told me their plan. "We're going to take over Survivor Radio." Chapter 12. "I still don't understand," I said. "Why?" "We're only going to take it over temporarily," Tanya said. "We need to get a message out to anyone who's listening." "What message?" "The people in the survivors' camps need to leave. The people outside of the camps need to stay there and not report to the military checkpoints." I looked from one to the other of my new friends. The firelight flickered on their solemn faces. They were serious. They were actually considering taking over Survivor Radio. I could only imagine how well the army must be guarding their one media channel. How did Tanya, Jax and Sam think they were going to get into the studio? Just walk in under the noses of the soldiers? "I've seen what happens in those camps," I said. "I'm sure the people in them already know they should leave." "They're being fed misinformation," Jax said. "As far as they know, there isn't anywhere safe to go. They're like that woman in the basement, afraid to leave, because they don't think there's safety anywhere else." "There isn't," I reminded her. "Yes, there is," Tanya said. "Just not in this country." "Where?" "America." I shook my head, remembering the news reports I had seen on the solstice. "The virus has reached America. They're as infected as we are." "That's not true," Jax said. "Maybe they just didn't know it yet, hadn't seen the news reports on the internet." "It was on the internet news. I saw the reports with my own eyes. The president called a state of emergency. One of the headlines said there was a virus outbreak in the US. When was this?" I tried to count off the days in my mind. 6 or 7 days ago. Sam laughed and shook his head. "That was propaganda bullshit, man. You can't know that." "Yeah, I can. Viggo Johnson is in the States right now. I spoke to him on a satellite phone 2 days ago. All they knew over there for a while was that Britain had gone dark. The US government sent military aircraft over and looked at images from spy satellites. And now they have some idea of what is happening. But there's no virus over there. It's only here." "What about India?" I asked. "That's where the virus came from." Jax shook her head. No, Alex, that's a lie. The news reports said there was a patient 0 in London. But I had been investigating reports of an unknown virus a week before that story came out. There were sightings of patients turning blue and staggering out of hospitals before the London story was concocted. These sightings and reports started in Scotland and moved south across the country. They didn't originate in London. The government is trying to wash their hands of all responsibility by blaming a virus from another country. The truth is, the thing started in Scotland. Probably escaped from a military test centre or something. My bet is it all started on Apocalypse Island. Apocalypse Island? I wondered if these people were journalists for respected media outlets or conspiracy theory websites. It's a nickname, Jax said, for a government facility on an island off the coast of Scotland. The place is run by scientists conducting experiments into diseases like foot and mouth and mad cow disease. If this virus came from that area, it must be from Apocalypse Island. Somebody messed up and it got to the mainland. The rest was inevitable once it reached a population of people to infect. Have you seen this island? I asked. She shook her head. But we've all heard about it. And if it's true, that's where the virus came from. I took a deep swallow of beer as I tried to process what I was being told. Does it matter where the virus came from? The fact is, it's here. I know you guys are journalists and want to get to the bottom of things like this. But for people like me, all that matters is that there are zombies trying to kill us. It matters, Alex, Tanya said. Because if they created this virus, they might have a vaccine, something that stops you from turning if you get bit. Don't you think the people have a right to know if that's the case? If there's a vaccine, they'd be injecting everyone in the camps, I suggested. And what happens then, man? Sam asked. Everyone wouldn't feel so helpless. They might leave the safety of the camps and find out that the rest of the world is hunky-dory. Everyone would flee by any means possible, leaving the politicians in control of nothing but a country full of the undead. The way things are now, they are still in control of the people. That's what they want. They can't have it any other way. If the rest of the world found out the truth and it was a man-made virus that escaped from a government facility, the people in charge would be mass murderers. They would be tried as such. No way, man. Better to spread propaganda and keep the population under control. I wasn't sure how much of this I believed. I had never trusted the media. Tanya, Jax and Sam worked for an industry that was known for putting a spin on everything. On the other hand, I had seen with my own eyes the military takeover of the marina at Swansea. The story would explain that. There might be a grain of truth in what they were telling me, but they were filling in the rest themselves. But their plan to take over Survivor Radio had me interested. Lucy listened to Survivor Radio. Maybe I could get a message to her. And Johnny Drake was playing requests for people in the survivors' camps, which meant he had some form of communication with those camps. I might be able to get a message to Joe, or find out where he and my family were. The rest of it, Apocalypse Island, the government lies, didn't concern me. But if the story I had just heard was true, and the rest of the world was uninfected, I could find Joe and my parents, rendezvous with Lucy, and sail for America on the Big Easy. We could escape this hell. All I had to do was help Tanya, Jax and Sam break into a radio station in Cornwall and take over the government-controlled broadcast for long enough to get a message out. Then escape with my life. Easy. Yeah, right. But what other option did I have? This was a chance to contact Lucy, the only chance I would ever have. I looked at Tanya and nodded. We'll need to get a boat. Swansea Marina is out. Every other marina will be exactly the same, she said. They're controlling every way into and out of the country. So what do? We have to steal a boat from under their noses. Chapter 13. The next morning, I awoke on the sofa as sunlight streamed in through the window. I had found fresh sheets and a pillow in the linen closet, and used them to make my night on the sofa more comfortable. But when I moved, I felt a painful stiffness in all my joints and muscles. Tanya, Jax and Sam had taken their sleeping bags upstairs to spend the night on the bedroom floors. Nobody wanted to sleep in the beds of the dead old lady or farmer. Sam had taken the teenage son's room, and I could hear him snoring up there. I rolled off the sofa onto the floor, and spent several painful minutes getting to my feet before staggering to the window. It was sunny, but there were dark clouds over the trees. A good day to steal a boat from a military-occupied marina? Was there ever a good day for that? I went upstairs to the bathroom and checked myself in the mirror after taking off my Sail to Your Destiny t-shirt. My chest and back were covered in ugly purple bruises. The bridge of my nose was swollen where Tanya had punched me. The skin on my arms and face had blistered from the heat of the exploding Jeep Cherokee. I looked a mess, even more of a mess than usual. How much longer was I going to survive? And even if I did stay alive, would I remain mentally stable? Or would I become like the feral survivors I had fought at the marina? I remembered the man I had killed on the beach. Best not to think about that. It was one of the thoughts that could send me spiralling into depression. I removed the rest of my clothes and took a shower, using the shampoo and citrus-scented gel in there. The hot water stung my bruised and blistered skin, but I stood under the spray for as long as I could, letting it wash over me and wash away the dirt and grime that I felt was ingrained in my flesh. By the time I was dressed again, the others were in the kitchen searching for breakfast. Jax was in the pantry, tossing tins of food out to Sam. He caught them and lined them up on the counter, inspecting the labels. Tanya was boiling the kettle, making coffee for everyone. I was glad to see 4 mugs. I needed caffeine. The plan we had formulated to get a boat from the marina was a crazy one. I needed to be alert. "Hey, dude, you want baked beans or tinned tomatoes for breakfast?" Sam indicated the tins with a flourish. "I'll take beans." He handed a tin of beans to me. "There are saucepans hanging up over there, if you want to heat them up." "Cold is fine." I found the cutlery drawer and fished out a fork. As I leaned against the wall and ate, Tanya brought me a mug of steaming black coffee. "You okay with today's plan?" she asked me. "I understand it," I said. "But I don't know if I'm okay with it." She grinned. "You'll be fine. Just think, we could all be safe on a boat later today." "A boat? Headed to a city that is probably heavily guarded, not to mention full of zombies. I looked at the map last night. We have to sail up the River Foul, then the Truro River to get to Truro Harbour. If there are army positions along those rivers, we'll be sitting ducks. You worried too much, Alex. We also have to sail past Falmouth Harbour to get onto the river. The army presence there is going to be a lot stronger than at the Swansea Marina. Falmouth Harbour is much bigger. So we'll wait until night time and sneak past them under cover of darkness. It won't be that easy. Then we'll improvise. How long will it take us to get to the mouth of the river?" I shrugged. "Maybe 2 or 3 days. We have to go south from here, sail around Land's End, then head north along the east coast until we get to Falmouth. I don't know anything about navigation, and I suggest we take it slow and easy. I thought, but didn't add, that there was no sense rushing into danger. Fine. No worries. She took her coffee and went into the living room. She might not be worried, but I was. The more I thought about taking a boat up the river, the more nervous I became. We could be blown out of the water with nowhere to run. That was if we even managed to get a boat in the first place. I had my doubts that the plan we had formulated the previous night was going to work. There were too many variables, too many chances for something to go wrong. This trip was my only chance to get a message to Lucy. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be considering it. I forced myself to finish the cold beans. Despite a sudden loss of appetite, I would need the energy later. We finished breakfast in silence. I was thinking about the task ahead, and guessed the others were too. Sam had discovered a green Citroen in the garage last night, but the vehicle we were most interested in was the farmer's dark blue Land Rover Defender, parked behind the house. The keys had been hanging on a hook by the back door. After formulating our plan, we had checked the fuel gauge on the Defender. The tank held enough petrol for what we had in mind. We all piled in. I got in the back with Sam, while Tanya took the wheel and Jax sat beside her, map spread out on her lap. We drove down to the gate, and I jumped out to open it and let the Land Rover through. I reclosed the gate, jumped back in, and we set off down the muddy track to the main road. "This is where we saw the herd," Jack said, pointing to an area on the map, "and this is where we are now. If we take a left on the main road, and the first left after that, we should be in the general vicinity. They might have moved, but unless something caught their attention, they're more likely to just wander around the same area for a while." Tanya nodded. "How far is it to the marina from there?" Jax pointed at the map. "The marina's here." "Okay," Tanya said. "Let's go and collect some zombies." Dark clouds filled the sky. I hoped they weren't an omen of bad luck. Or something worse. Chapter 14. When we reached the area where we had seen the herd of zombies the day before, the first thing I noticed was a smell of burnt flesh. Even with the Land Rover's windows closed, the stench was strong. "Jesus, Alex, you could have waited," Sam joked, elbowing me lightly. I wondered if his attempt at humour covered a deeper fear of what we were about to attempt. Ahead of us, the Jeep Cherokee lay on its side, a black, burned-out shell of metal. Around it was the charred remains of dead zombies. In the shadows beneath the trees on each side of the road, the rest of the herd stood staring at us with malevolent yellow eyes. They shambled towards us, letting out a collective moan of hunger, rage, or whatever it was they felt when they saw living people. The herd had thinned, but there was still enough of them for what we had in mind. When they reached the road and staggered closer to us, Tanya moved the Defender forwards slowly. The zombies followed. As we set off down the road, with the undead shambling along behind, I wondered if our plan had a hope in hell of succeeding. We were going to lead the herd to the marina and create enough of a distraction to allow us to sneak into the marina shop and grab a set of boat keys. The keys to the marina's hire boats were kept beneath the counter in the shop and numbered. Our plan was to grab a few sets of keys, find the correspondingly numbered boats, and take the one that was moored farthest out along the jetty to allow a faster escape. The plan sucked in so many ways. We were going to ditch the Land Rover before we got to the marina to make ourselves less conspicuous. That meant we would be exposed on foot between an army unit and a herd of zombies. For all we knew, the army might have taken the hire boat keys from the marina shop. Then we would be trapped with no boat and no vehicle. Even if we managed to get a key, the boat we chose could be out of fuel. That was doubtful, since they were hire boats, and therefore likely to be topped up, but it was a possibility. Then, even if we got out to sea in a fueled boat, we could easily be shot out of the water. I had seen a tank at the marina, and the army probably had mortars set up there too. We could execute the plan perfectly, only to be blown up as we got out on the waves. I told myself to stop being so pessimistic. It wasn't like I had any other options. This plan had to work. I wished I was at sea now, safe in a boat, away from the shambling hordes of undead. They followed us along the road with hate burning in their yellow eyes. I wondered how aware they were. Did they have memories of their old lives? Or were their thoughts long gone, their bodies mindlessly reacting to stimuli in an attempt to spread the virus? The hateful glares made me think that there were some remnants of intelligence left in those rotting skulls, along with simple, dark emotions. I counted at least 50 of them lurching along behind us. More than enough to create chaos once we reached the marina. Sam looked at the rotting walking dead and shook his head slowly. They were once people like us, man. Now look at them. Monsters. This is why we have to tell everybody the truth about where the virus came from. Someone has to pay for causing this. My own motives weren't anywhere near as noble as Sam's. I just wanted to find Lucy and get to the safety of the Big Easy. Then I could work on the problem of finding Joe and my parents. I wasn't going to come ashore again until I knew exactly where to find my brother. If we got to the Survivor radio station, there could be information about where he was. His message had been broadcast on Survivor Reach Out, so somebody must know which camp the message came from. I wanted to learn Joe's location and send a message to Lucy. The rest didn't matter to me. Tanya, Jax and Sam were on a mission to save the country. But just a glance at the nasties following us along the road told me the country was already fucked. If it was true that America was virus-free, then that was my ultimate destination. I wanted to sail there with Lucy, Joe and my parents. My lack of navigational skills meant I couldn't guarantee if we would hit the coast of Florida or end up in Maine, but anywhere was better than here. This place now belonged to the army and the virus. Let them fight it out. I wanted no part of it. It would be a couple of hours before we reached the marina at this speed. I sat back in my seat and closed my eyes. The dream of reaching America with my family and Lucy seemed too far away to even think about. I couldn't think past the cold reality of our current situation. I had no idea where Lucy was. My family was trapped in an unknown survivors' camp. We were driving to a marina guarded by the military, and our only weapon was a herd of 50 zombies. Chapter 15. Almost 2 hours later, we reached the marina. The road we were on hit a crossroad ahead, then carried on down a slope to the waterfront street where the marina shop was located. We could see the cliffs ahead, and beyond them, the rough sea churned beneath dark clouds. Tanya looked at the zombie horde in the rear-view mirror. They still followed us. They were slow but relentless in their shambling pursuit. "We need to ditch the Land Rover," she said. Her voice was tense. There was no sign of the army, and we couldn't see the beach without going to the edge of the cliff. We knew they were down there, though. We knew we were putting ourselves in danger if we went down there. We had to lead the zombies down the slope if we were going to create a diversion. Without the diversion, we had no way of stealing a boat. "Everyone, get ready to bail," Tanya said tightly. She pressed the brake, stopped the Land Rover, and got out. We all did the same. The zombies, seeing us on foot, moaned with hunger. "What are we going to do?" I asked. "Just walk down there?" "Do you have a better idea?" Tanya arranged the straps on her backpack and set off towards the crossroads. The herd was getting closer. With the zombies behind us and the army in front of us, we were truly between a rock and a hard place. I felt my hands trembling. My mouth was dry and my stomach felt queasy. Why had I agreed to this? I held my baseball bat loosely, all too aware how useless it would be against guns. The zombies had reached the Land Rover. They skirted around it, showing no interest in the abandoned vehicle. Their glaring yellow eyes were fixed on us, their intended prey. "Let's move," Sam said, marching after Tanya. Jax and I quickened our pace, and we caught up with Tanya. There was a tense atmosphere in the air, and I knew it was because of the seriousness of our situation. We were walking into an outpost of soldiers who would not hesitate to shoot us. The order must have gone out to kill any civilians not in the camps. As far as the authorities were concerned, we may be alive now, but we were probably going to get turned sooner or later. Better to kill us now and save the army having to fight us later, when we joined the rotting ranks of the undead. We reached the crossroads. The road ahead dipped down to the sea. A small white sign had the words "Beach Road" on it in raised black letters. In days gone by, that sign had probably brought joy to the faces of children who had come here on holiday. Now, it made me feel sick to my stomach. We descended the slope to the street below. I had an urge to run to the marina shop and grab all the boat keys there, but we had to slow our pace to make sure all the nasties followed us. The street was deserted, but I could see the beach beyond the shops. Soldiers milled about on the sand, guns slung over their shoulders. A collection of Land Rovers and APCs were parked on the asphalt and the sand. A shout went up, and the sound of shots cracked the air. They had seen the undead herd. As they ran towards us, I led my companions along the street, past the supermarket and across the road to the marina shop. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder, expecting to see the zombies shuffling towards the soldiers, but the sight at the end of the street made my blood run cold. The zombies were heading for the shops, shambling in through the open doorways. They were easy targets for the soldiers. More shots rang along the street, and the zombies started falling, as headshots blew their rotted brains out through their decaying skulls. "Why aren't they attacking the soldiers?" I whispered to Tanya. "I don't know," she replied. "But this isn't creating a diversion at all. The soldiers are just picking them off. Why are the zombies taking cover?" Then everything became clear, as a cold drop of water hit my arm, followed by another. Our plan had failed. It was raining. Chapter 16. I pushed open the door of the shop, and we got inside quickly, staying low and in the shadows. The shop was quiet and gloomy. I doubted anyone had been in here since I had hidden from the feral survivors. Outside, the rain came down with a vengeance, lashing against the windows and battering on the glass door. We sat in the darkness, leaning against the wall. An air of frustration hung over the group, and it was completely understandable. We had spent hours luring zombies here to distract the military, only to have them take cover from the rain and cause no problem at all for the soldiers. "Now what do we do?" I asked. "We could wait until it gets dark," Jax suggested. "Sneak out there and try to get a boat before they spot us. Or just wait until the rain stops, I said. Those zombies will come pouring out of the shops. The soldiers will have to deal with them. Tanya shook her head. We've lost the element of surprise. They'll deal with them easily now. Listen. Beyond the windows, shots continued. The zombies were being destroyed as they took cover. Soon they would all be dead. Our only advantage lost because of the weather. So we're trapped here, I said. This sucks, man, Sam added. Tanya was quiet. She looked around the shop. Does that door lead to the boats? I nodded. Yeah. There's a gravel beach that leads down to the water. The boats are all out there, tied to the jetties. She crept forward on her hands and knees and retrieved a small pair of black binoculars from the floor. Staying low, she shuffled to the windows that looked out over the marina and cautiously lifted her head. She frowned and brought the binoculars to her eyes, scanning the beach. She adjusted the focus and whispered, "What the hell?" "What is it?" Sam asked. "I don't know. There are only a couple of soldiers on the jetties. Everyone else is on the beach. There's a big tent there. I don't know. Take a look." Sam crept forward and took the binoculars. "What the fuck are they doing, man?" The curiosity was killing me. I found a pair of binoculars on the floor and trained them on the sandy beach. The rain smeared the window and made it hard to see clearly, but almost all of the soldiers were gathered outside a large olive tent. They were lined up outside in the rain, filing in when they were called. 2 Land Rovers parked next to the tent had the Army medical symbol on their doors, a red cross in a white square. I adjusted the focus and concentrated on a soldier coming out of the tent. He rubbed his arm gingerly through his combat jacket. "They're being inoculated," I said. "They must have a vaccine or something." Was it possible they had a vaccine against the virus? "That doesn't matter right now," Tanya said. "They're all over there on the beach. I count 4 soldiers on the jetties, 2 on each. This is our chance." She went over to the sales counter and rummaged around until she found a bunch of keys. She brought them over and spread them on the floor. 5 silver-coloured keys, each on a ring that also held a round neon-yellow plastic float, so the keys wouldn't sink if dropped overboard, and a white plastic tag stamped with a number. On the reverse of the numbered tag was the slogan, "Sail to your destiny," written in dark green script. I arranged the tags so they were all number side up. "Can we see any of these boats out there?" I asked, pointing my binoculars towards the moored boats. Tanya did the same. "I see 71, she said. "It's tied to the jetty on the right, closest boat to the shore. That means we'd have to sail it out past all the other boats before we got out to sea," I replied. "Keep looking." "We need to hurry," Jax said. "Some of the soldiers are coming back." At the moment, there were only 2 soldiers on each jetty. They stood in the rain with their weapons slung over their shoulders. They looked bored. I didn't intend to provide them with action to relieve that boredom. If possible, I wanted to sneak past them unnoticed. I hurriedly scanned the names and numbers on the boats. "I see 42. She's all the way out at the end of the jetty, near the fuel pump." Tanya adjusted her binoculars and searched for the boat. Jax sounded panicked. "We need to move." "There are 4 soldiers coming this way, man," Sam said. "Let's go," Tanya said, opening the door. "We'll go for 42, but bring all the keys just in case." She scooped them up and went out into the rain. I followed her out. As soon as I got onto the pebbled beach, I was soaked. The cold rain hissed down onto the beach and the sea. Tanya was headed for the jetty, but I caught her arm and pointed to the yellow rowboat lying on the pebbles. It was the boat I had tried to take out once before. The tide had brought it back in and beached it. We went over to it and glided it into the water before climbing aboard. Sam took the oars and began to row us out, keeping to the sterns of the moored boats to provide us with more cover. I hoped the rain and boredom had dulled the senses of the soldiers on the jetties. We were silent as we slid through the waves. The water slapped against the hull of the rowboat, and the oars made splashing sounds as Sam raised them dripping from the sea, but none of us spoke or even dared whisper. I focused on the stern of boat number 42. Beneath the number, the boat's name was painted in blue. Lucky Escape. I gripped the wet wooden edges of the rowboat tighter and willed it to go faster. We were exposed out here. What had made me think trying to sneak a bright yellow boat past soldiers was a good idea? My poor judgment could kill us all. A moment later, as I was still gripping the edges of the rowboat and trying to concentrate only on the Lucky Escape, a shout went up from the jetty. The soldiers on the jetty nearest us were hidden by the boats tied in their slips, but the soldiers on the opposite side of the marina had seen us and were shouting and pointing. "Fuck!" Tanya said, hitting the side of the rowboat in frustration. The soldiers across the marina unslung their weapons. I could hear the soldiers closest to us running along the jetty, their boots pounding the wooden slats as they tried to get into a position where they could see us. "We're going to have to swim for it," Tanya shouted. "If we stay in this boat, we're dead." As if to confirm what she was saying, a bullet smacked into the hull of the rowboat. We all jumped. Chapter 17. The freezing water shocked my body as I went under. I surfaced, gasping for breath. More shouting erupted from somewhere close. I swam for boat number 42, along with Tanya, Jax, and Sam. There was so much splashing, I wasn't sure if we were still being fired at. Tanya got to the Lucky Escape first. She lifted herself out of the water and climbed the stern ladder with ease. As she vaulted onto the aft deck, she leaned over and shouted at me. "Come on, Alex!" She began fumbling with the keys, searching for the ones labelled 42. I couldn't swim any faster. The weight of my clothes dragged me down, and swimming while holding a baseball bat was difficult. "Untie the boat!" I shouted. A mouthful of salty water rushed into my mouth, making me gag. I spat it out and continued swimming. Tanya darted to the front of the Lucky Escape and untied the ropes. I looked toward the jetty. The two soldiers had almost reached the boat. They would be on the Lucky Escape in seconds. Tanya climbed up the ladder to the bridge as Sam reached the stern. He pulled himself up onto the aft deck and untied the tire iron from his backpack. The Lucky Escape's engine coughed, then died. I heard Tanya curse from the bridge. The engine spluttered again. This time it started. The water behind the boat churned up as Jax reached the ladder and got on board. I was almost there. The two soldiers reached the bow and stepped onto the boat, their rifles waving at Sam and Jax. The two military men were young, probably in their early 20s. One had dark, close-shaven hair, the other brown. Both looked nervous. "Hey!" the dark-haired soldier shouted. "Stop!" They moved forward. Sam and Jax raised their hands. Sam still held his tire iron in his right hand. While the dark-haired young man trained his weapon on Sam and Jax, the fair-haired soldier took a radio from his jacket and held it to his mouth. "This is Williams. We've got 2 people on a boat here, on the south jetty. Over." The reply came immediately. "Detain them. Do not let them get away. We'll be there in a minute. Over." "Copy that," Williams said. "Over and out." I reached the lowermost rung of the metal ladder that led up to the aft deck. Williams had said 2 people. The soldiers across the marina knew there were 4 of us, but Williams and his companion hadn't seen us. They didn't know about me or Tanya. I gripped my bat in one hand and curled my fingers around the metal ladder. Tanya, Sam and Jax had made it look easy to get on board the Lucky Escape in a matter of seconds, but I knew it would take me a lot longer to pull myself out of the water and climb those few rungs, then get over the chrome safety rail at the top. By the time I got up, I'd be shot easily. Tanya dropped down out of the bridge, and I heard scuffling. One of the soldiers shouted, then dropped over the side into the water. His rifle, still clutched in his hands, fired a burst of 3 rounds. I reflexively flattened myself against the boat, but the bullets hit the jetty, slamming into the wood with a trio of rapid thunks. The soldiers splashed into the sea. I climbed the ladder. When I reached the top, Williams stood with his back to me. Tanya was poised in her fighter's stance, and Sam brandished his tire iron, while Jax held her bat tightly. Williams had no idea I was behind him. I swung for his legs, hitting him on the backs of his knees. He let out a grunt of surprise and went down to the deck, his gun toppling over the side of the boat. "Get us out of here!" Tanya shouted to me. I went up to the bridge and got the boat into reverse, backing away from the jetty slowly, and turning the wheel to point our bow out to sea. Through the rain-smeared windows, I could see at least a dozen soldiers running up onto the jetty. I took us out of reverse and increased the throttle as much as I dared to take us out of the marina. When the Lucky Escape started to move forward, I increased our speed. As we left the jetty behind, I let out a breath of relief, but we still weren't in the clear. Shouts from behind us were followed by the sharp crack of rifle shots. "I can't believe they're firing on us when we have one of their soldiers on board, man," Sam said. "That's fucked up." I looked back. 6 soldiers were firing at us, while the other half ran back along the jetty. The dark-haired soldier, William's companion, was pulling himself out of the water and climbing one of the jetty ladders. Either we were out of range or the soldiers were bad shots. None of their bullets hit our boat. When we increased the distance between us and the marina, they stopped trying and stood watching us. I looked down at the aft deck. Sam was standing over Williams, looking towards the marina. He said to Williams, "Can you swim, man?" Williams nodded. Sam pushed him over the side. Williams went under for a moment, surfaced, then started a slow breaststroke back to shore. "You shouldn't have done that," I shouted down at Sam. He looked up. "Why not? He said he can swim." "We could have got some information out of him. We could have found out what they were doing in that tent." Sam sighed. "You should have said that, man." He dived over the side and started swimming towards Williams in a fast front crawl. What the fuck was he doing? Didn't he realise we had to get out of here? I slammed the Lucky Escape into neutral, and we bobbed on the waves of our own wake as the rain continued to lash down on deck. Not that it mattered. We were all soaked to the skin from our dip in the sea. I shivered with cold. Sam reached Williams and grabbed him around the neck, dragging him back through the water like a lifeguard rescuing a drowning victim. Faced with superior strength and size, Williams seemed resigned to his fate and let Sam bring him back to the boat. Tanya and Jax helped get Williams on board, and sat him on the cream-coloured, padded vinyl bench that ran around the bow. I went down the ladder. Sam looked at me. "Well, he's here, man. Ask him your questions, and we'll throw him back overboard." Williams looked up at me with defiance in his eyes. "Are you going to answer our questions?" I asked him. He said nothing. "Look, this isn't a prisoner of war camp," I said. "There isn't a war on, and we are not enemies. The zombies are our enemies. We're survivors of a terrible event, and we should work together. Don't you agree?" Williams remained silent. He probably didn't want to get back to shore and have to tell his superiors he had given us information. I sighed. "Okay, Williams, listen to me. If you don't tell me what was happening in that tent on the beach, we'll throw you overboard. But we'll wait until we've sailed out to the middle of fucking nowhere." Sam looked at me, horrified. Luckily, Williams couldn't see his face. "You may be able to swim for a while," I said, "but eventually you'll get tired, and then it'll all be over." Williams looked down at the deck, but said nothing. "Okay," I said. "I'll start the engines." I started to walk to the bridge ladder. Williams' voice was low and weak, resigned. "They gave us a vaccination," he said. I turned to face him. "Tell me more." He shrugged, keeping his eyes locked on the deck as he struggled between the need for self-preservation and orders from his superiors. He said, "I don't know what it was. They said it would keep us alive if we got bitten." "Who gave you the injection?" "The army medics." "Where did they get the vaccine?" He looked up at me. "How should I know? The government, I suppose. Probably some scientists." I thought about what Jax had said about Apocalypse Island. If her story was true, the vaccine had probably been developed there. Did the fact that the army had a vaccine prove the existence of Apocalypse Island? Not necessarily. It proved there was a government still active somewhere, and they were still pulling the strings. But Apocalypse Island could still just be a myth. "Are they vaccinating the people in the survivors' camps?" I asked Williams. He shook his head. "They're doing the military first. Then they'll get around to—" "They'll never inject the ordinary people," Tanya said, stepping forward. "The best way to control them is through fear." "They will inject the survivors," Williams said, looking at Tanya earnestly. She shook her head and raised an eyebrow. "Do you believe everything you're told?" He looked down at the deck again. "Listen," I said. "Do you know what the Survivors Board is?" He nodded. "Yeah, it's a list of all the survivors in the camps." I leaned closer to him. "Where is it? Where can I find it?" "You have to go to a camp. It's on their computers." "You mean it's a database?" He nodded. "The survivors in the camps can ask if their relatives and friends are still alive, and the soldiers in charge consult the database." "And it's in every camp?" I asked. He nodded. "As far as I know." "How do they keep the list updated, man?" Sam asked. "I don't know much about it," Williams said. "But I think each camp updates it if someone dies or new arrivals come to their camp." "You mean it's networked?" Sam asked. Williams nodded. Sam rubbed his chin. "Holy fuck! There's a network!" He looked at Tanya and Jax. I rolled my eyes. They probably wanted to take that over as well as Survivor Radio. "Okay, we're done with you, Williams," I said. Sam stepped forward to throw him over the side, but Williams held his hands up. "No need for that. I'm going." He dived over the side and started swimming for shore. I turned to the others. "Let's get—" Something splashed into the water, 30 feet off our bow. It exploded, and the sea fountained up to join the falling rain. A second later, we heard a deep boom from the beach. "They're firing mortars at us," I shouted, running for the ladder and climbing up to the bridge. I took us out of neutral and increased the throttle. The waves from the explosion hit us, and the Lucky Escape rolled from side to side. I held onto the wheel and turned our nose into the waves, increasing the throttle as the boat steadied. Another explosion off the port side seemed closer, maybe 20 feet away. The accompanying boom reached us after the sea had erupted in a fountain of salty spray. Again we were battered by the sudden high waves. The spray from the explosion hit the bridge windows like watery bullets, streaking over the glass. I slammed the throttle up to max and headed for deeper water, turning south in a gradual arc. The next explosion hit 20 feet behind us. The spray soaked us, but at least the Lucky Escape was intact. I took her deeper. The shore was so far away now that the soldiers were no more than dark dots on a dark yellow band of wet sand. The mortar fire ceased. I sat back in the pilot's chair and breathed a sigh of relief when the marina disappeared from view. Keeping close enough to see the shoreline through the rain, but far enough away to feel safe from guns and mortars, I kept us on a southerly bearing. If the military presence at Swansea was anything to go by, the army would be in full force at Falmouth Harbour. They might even have boats. If that was the case, we were dead. The plan might have to be changed before we got to Falmouth. It might be safer to get to Truro over land. There was a radio fixed to the wall. I switched it on, and Britney Spears' voice filled the bridge, singing about someone being toxic. I wondered if the vaccinations they were giving the military could really protect them against a zombie bite. If it could, that meant the scientists probably knew what the virus was, how it reacted in the human body. It probably meant they had prior knowledge of it. Apocalypse Island. The evidence pointed to the existence of such a place. Tanya appeared at the top of the ladder. "Hey," she said, climbing in next to me. "Hey," I replied. "We're going to have to get some food from somewhere," she said. "The boat is empty. There's a kitchen, but no food." "It's just a hire boat," I replied. "I guess the customers had to bring their own food on board." "So, show me how this works," she said, pointing to the instrument panel. "You want me to show you how to pilot her?" She nodded. "Okay, but I only know the basics. My friend showed me once, so we could still pilot the boat if anything happened to him." She gave me a sideways glance, and I realized she was asking me to show her for the same reason Mike had shown me. If anything happened to me, they would need to know how to pilot the Lucky Escape. As I talked Tanya through the gauges and controls, Brittany finished singing, and Johnny Drake's smooth voice came over the airwaves. "That was Britney Spears and Toxic. Now here's a song that goes out to all the survivors still out there. It's Journey and Don't Stop Believing." As the music began, I wondered if we were really going to be able to get into Johnny Drake's studio and take over Survivor Radio. Trying not to think of how difficult getting to Truro was going to be, I continued showing Tanya how to pilot the boat, in case I didn't make it. Chapter 18. We saw the village on the coast 2 hours later. Tanya was at the wheel, holding our course steady. The rain had eased to a light drizzle, then disappeared completely, and the dark clouds had blown inland, to be replaced by fluffy white cumulus in the deep blue sky. The sun was doing a good job of evaporating the raindrops on the foredeck of the Lucky Escape, where I sat watching the water and the distant coastline. My hoodie and jeans were laid out on the deck, along with a selection of clothing from everyone else. The fabric steamed in the heat. Sam had stripped down to his boxers and prowled around the deck, looking like a modern-day Tarzan, if Tarzan sported a soul patch. Tanya and Jax were in their bras and panties. They were both lean, muscled and toned, a pair of action girls who wouldn't look out of place on the cover of a comic book. I was the odd one out. I was in my boxers, but, unlike Sam, I had decided to keep my Sail to Your Destiny t-shirt on my body. It was uncomfortable and clung to me, but I felt less self-conscious than I would if I were shirtless. Besides, in the sun and breeze, everything was drying pretty quickly. A gull dived into the waves and came up with a fish, reminding me how hungry I was. My mouth tasted of salt from the mouthful of seawater I had swallowed earlier. The first indication of the coastal village was a small bay up ahead. The beach there was sandy and rocky, with a small gravelled area beyond where 2 cars were parked. From there, a road led inland, flanked by grey stone houses. I shouted up to Tanya, "There's a village ahead. Might be worth checking out." She nodded and cut the engine. The sudden silence made me realise how comforting the constant hum of the engine had been. It was a reminder of civilization. We had been sailing along, powered by man-made machinery, a link to the old world before the apocalypse. Now we were just floating on a piece of fiberglass and wood, playthings of the elements and the tide, like ancient tribespeople paddling a fragile raft into a storm. The anchor dropped, splashing heavily into the sea. The lucky escape shifted slightly, then settled on the gentle waves. Tanya came down the ladder and stood on the aft deck, shielding her eyes from the sun. "Looks promising," she said, scanning the village. She went into the living area and brought out the binoculars she had taken from the marina store. She inspected the village through the lenses. "I can't see much except the beach, 2 cars, and a few houses." "A good place to look for food," Jax suggested. I nodded. "We need supplies, and it doesn't look too bad from here. Maybe it was evacuated or something. Maybe the army cleared the people out and moved on." Tanya lowered the binoculars. "It looks pretty isolated. Maybe the army never came here, and everybody in the village is still there, hiding in their houses." "Or turned," Sam added. "An isolated village full of zombies. That would make a good horror movie." As if we weren't already living in a horror movie day by day. I had tried to imagine the village as deserted, all the houses empty, but now Sam's comment worried me. The village seemed almost too quiet. It was dry and warm, so there should be at least a few nasties roaming the beach or the road. I remembered the zombies Lucy and I had encountered on the Hornet. Unable to reach humans, they had waited for their victims to come to them, biding their time until the time was right to strike and spread the virus. Did a rotting undead corpse lurk behind every door of every house in the village? If so, going there was suicide. "We don't have a choice," Tanya said, as if reading my mind. "We need food, and this looks as good a place as any. Alex, you and Jax take the Zodiac and see what you can find." The Zodiac was a dark blue and white inflatable boat that was tied to the foredeck. It had a small outboard motor and looked like it could carry 4 people. I didn't know why Tanya had decided Jax and I should take it ashore. Wasn't there strength in numbers? "We'll empty the rucksacks, so you can take those with you," Tanya said. "Bring back as much as you can carry." And if we get in trouble? I asked. Then run back with as much as you can carry? I didn't find her remark funny, but I wasn't about to argue. She knew how to pilot the boat now. I wasn't really needed. I certainly didn't bring strength to the group, and my ultimate goal was different to theirs. They wanted to get a message out to all the survivors. I only wanted to reach Lucy and find my brother. If I argued too much or became a burden, I could find myself being thrown overboard like Williams. So I went over to the Zodiac and started to untie it. It looked sturdy enough. It had an aluminum floor and a bench seat. The sides were inflated, but looked sturdy enough. There was a logo that said Zoom on the sides and on the front. The engine that had been fitted to this one was small, but the craft was light, so I guessed it would go fast enough for our purposes, as long as that didn't include outrunning army mortars. Jax had put her jeans, boots and white t-shirt on. She came over to help me. "I hope you don't mind going with me," I said. "You watch my back and I'll watch yours, and we'll be okay," she replied, untying a cord and pulling the Zodiac free. I put my damp jeans and boots on, and the four of us carried the inflatable boat to the rear of the Lucky Escape. We got it over the side, and when it was in the water, Sam tied it to the aft ladder. Jax and I descended the ladder and climbed on board. I sat on the bench, and Jax knelt by the outboard motor, while Sam went to fetch our weapons. He returned with our baseball bats and handed them down to us. I lay them on the aluminum floor of the Zodiac. Tanya threw the 4 empty rucksacks down, and I stowed them next to our weapons. "You want to take anything else with you?" Sam asked, offering us his tire iron. I shook my head. "No, I'm fine with the bat." I didn't want to be weighed down by anything except a backpack full of food. Jax also refused the offer of his weapon and started the outboard engine. It was noisy and spat out white smoke that smelled of oil and petrol. Jax grabbed the tiller and guided us away from the Lucky Escape. The Zodiac cut through the water towards the beach. As we reached the sand, I jumped out and waded ashore with the boat's mooring rope. Someone had tied a heavy rock to the rope already, so I made a hole in the sand and buried the rock in it. I didn't want to risk the boat floating away with the tide. Jax tilted the engine forward to keep the propeller from hitting the sand and rocks. Then she grabbed the empty backpacks and baseball bats and jumped out to join me on the beach. We slung the backpacks over our shoulders and stood silently on the sand for a moment, listening and evaluating our situation. All I could hear was the gentle rush of waves breaking on the beach. A slight smell of rotting meat hung in the warm air, but that didn't necessarily mean there was a village full of zombies here. Jax looked at me. "You ready?" I nodded with more confidence than I felt. "Ready?" We moved up the beach to the parking area. One of the cars was a white Nova, the other a metallic red Toyota Camry. As we approached, a sudden movement in the Nova surprised us both, and we jumped back. 2 rotting, blue-skinned faces appeared in the back window of the car, their hateful yellow eyes fixed on us. They banged on the windows with their fists, leaving smears of blood and flesh on the glass. "Don't worry, they can't get out," Jack said. "They scared me, though." "Yeah," I said. The sudden appearance of the 2 zombies worried me. They had waited there quietly until we were close. If not for the car windows, they would have grabbed us. How many more of them were hiding in the village? We readied our bats and walked past the cars towards the houses.
Chapter 19. The village was no more than a single street lined with 30 or so houses, built of grey stone, and with small fenced-off front yards, a post office and a pub. The street was deserted. A few cars were parked here and there, but there was nothing to indicate that anyone was in the houses. Most of the curtains were closed, and through the windows where they weren't, I could only see glimpses of empty living rooms. A dead meat smell hung in the air. "It's too quiet," Jax whispered. "Let's just find some food and get out of here," I suggested. She nodded. "Which house do you want to try first?" I indicated the nearest house with open curtains. For some reason, the houses that had closed themselves off from the street seemed more dangerous. What if the people in them had closed the curtains as they had fallen ill and died? What if they were roaming the rooms behind those curtains? "Let's go," Jax said. Then she saw something at the end of the road and put a hand on my arm. "What's that?" I looked up the road.
Past the houses, the street intersected with a wider road that was probably what was considered to be a main road in this rural area. Beyond that road, a low stone wall marked the boundary of a field. Part of the wall was missing. It looked like a vehicle had driven off the road and into the field. Beyond the gap in the stones, a green army truck lay on its side. "I wish we'd brought the binoculars," I said. "I can't see it clearly. Looks like an army truck." "We should investigate," Jack said, setting off along the street. Walking farther from the beach, from the Zodiac, didn't seem like a good idea to me, but I had no choice. I couldn't let her check out the army vehicle alone. I caught up with her and kept a wary eye on the houses we passed as we made our way along the street. I was keenly aware of the growing distance between us and the Zodiac. The pub was called the Fisherman's Rest. Its wooden sign was dark green, with the pub's name in gold letters beneath a painting of a fishing trawler sailing on a sunlit sea. I looked into the windows. It was gloomy inside. I could see the bar and the beer pumps and a few tables. There was no movement. We reached the main road and looked both ways. The road wound between stone walls and hedges in both directions, following the coast. We crossed to the gap in the stone wall and looked into the field beyond. The army truck bore the medical Red Cross symbol on its doors. It lay on its side in the long grass, and, judging by the skid marks on the road and the distance the truck had slid into the field, it had been moving quite fast when it crashed through the wall. The rear of the truck was crumpled on one side, and the windows and windscreen of the cab were smashed. I couldn't see anyone inside, either in the front or the rear. "Do you think it's been there long?" Jax asked. "A while," I said. "See how the grass behind the truck is standing up? That would have been flattened when the truck slid through here. What do you think happened?" She leaned on the wall to get a closer look, but neither of us suggested going into the field to investigate closer. Standing here, in the dead quiet of a sunny afternoon, with the silent village behind us and the crashed army truck lying in the grass, seemed almost surreal. Maybe somebody in the truck turned, grabbed the driver, sent the vehicle skidding through this wall, or they might have swerved to avoid hitting something in the road, overcorrected, and gone into the field. We'll probably never know. "We should check it out," Jack said. Her tone made me wonder if she was trying to convince herself. "Yeah, we should," I replied. I hated to admit it, but there could be something valuable in the truck. Assuming the survivors of the crash hadn't been evacuated by the army when they realized one of their trucks was missing and came to find it, there could be dead soldiers in there, maybe even guns. We stepped through the hole in the wall and into the long grass. It swished around our knees as we walked slowly towards the truck. I gripped my bat tightly. My breathing had quickened since stepping into the field, and I felt a little queasy. Sometimes these trucks were used to transport soldiers. Any minute now,
A dozen of them could come crawling over the tailgate, mottled blue hands reaching for us. The back of the truck was dark. I knelt in the grass and peered into the blackness. I was sure there were no zombies in there waiting for us, and the air here didn't smell any worse than it did on the road. Jax had gone around to the cab. "There's nobody up here," she said, "but there's something you should see." "Okay, be there in a minute," I replied. I didn't want to go up front without first checking that the rear of the truck was empty. The tailgate was held shut by a metal pin on each side that had been dropped into a hole in the truck's metal frame. I turned my bat over in my hand and used the handle to push first one pin out, then the other. I hooked the lip of the bat's handle over the tailgate and pulled. The crumpled metal refused to move at first. I pulled harder, and it opened with a metallic scream. I stepped back so quickly I nearly fell over in the grass. My heart slowed slightly when I saw no zombies. There was a mess of papers, medical equipment, and cardboard boxes in there, but no bodies, either dead or undead. I went around to the cab and joined Jax. She pointed at the shattered windscreen. Some of the shards of glass were blood-stained. There had probably been more blood, but the rain had washed most of it away. "I expected to see blood," I said. "Somebody was driving the truck when it crashed." "So where are they now? There aren't any bodies." "Maybe the army sent out a search party when this truck didn't arrive wherever it was headed. They evacuated the casualties." I thought about that for a moment, then changed my mind. "No, I don't think that's what happened. There are medical supplies and papers in the back. They wouldn't leave them behind." "What if the driver turned and crawled out?" Jax asked, scanning the long grass. "Or what if he's still alive? He could be somewhere in this field. He could be watching us." We both stepped back instinctively. I watched the grass for movement, but if there was anyone out there, he was taking care to keep still. A line of trees marked the edge of the field a quarter of a mile away. Could an injured man crawl out of the truck and make it that far? I shielded my eyes from the sun with my hand and stared at the trees. But I didn't see anything resembling a man or a corpse, or a walking corpse. "Let's get some of the stuff out of the back of the truck, then get out of here," I suggested. Jax agreed, and we went around to the back. With the truck lying on its side, everything had fallen out of the metal racks that were fixed to the walls, and ended up in a chaotic heap. Jax kept watch while I went into the truck on my hands and knees. I grabbed handfuls of loose papers and tossed them out to Jax. "Take a look at these. They might be useful." It was too dark inside the truck for me to read anything. I grabbed one of the cardboard boxes and threw that out the back too. I found a hard-bound notebook and 2 first aid kits in green plastic boxes. I dragged them back outside and examined the notebook in daylight. The cover was dark green with a white label that had the words "Sergeant Wilder" written in it in black pen. I flicked through it. Inside, there were dates and notes written in black ink. I stuffed it into one of the backpacks along with the first aid kits. "These papers are useless," Jack said. "They're just lists of names and dates." I looked at a few of the sheets. The names were printed onto the paper, and next to each was a handwritten date. Vaccination dates? "What's in the box?" I asked. She reached into the box and pulled out a clear plastic packet that contained a small sealed glass bottle of amber-coloured liquid. I took it from her and inspected the bottle. It was clear and unlabelled. The top of the bottle was sealed with a metal lid, which had a rubber seal in the centre for inserting a hypodermic needle. "The vaccine," I said. Jax nodded.
I'll put it in my backpack.
I went back into the truck and searched through the jumble of items until I found a box of needles still in their packages, with hard plastic covers over the sharp tips. I grabbed a handful and brought them outside. I stuffed them into my backpack, along with the first aid kits and notebook. Jax had stopped looking at the papers and was staring at the trees on the edge of the field. "What's wrong?" I asked, getting up and adjusting the backpack straps. She pointed at the trees. "There's a man over there." I looked over at the area. Before I had gone into the truck, there had been nobody among the trees. Now, a man stood watching us. He was too far away to make out any details, but something about him unnerved me. "We need to go," I said to Jax as I backed towards the hole in the wall. "Definitely," she whispered. "Why is he just standing there, watching us?" "I don't know." We reached the road, and again I was all too aware of the distance back to the safety of the Zodiac. The man stepped forward out of the trees and into the sunlight. He didn't move like a zombie. He was alive. I could make out his combat jacket and trousers. Was he the driver of the truck? Maybe he had staggered off to the trees after the crash. He might have suffered a concussion. He began walking, then picked up the pace and ran through the grass towards us. His arms and legs pumped in strong, quick motions as he moved faster, seemingly fixed on us. "Run," Jax said, turning on her heels and sprinting for the village. In a blind panic, my heart beating so hard I could feel it in my temples, I chased after her. Behind me, I could hear the swish, swish, swish of the grass as the soldier ran through it to reach us. Then I heard his boots on the road, the soles pounding the tarmac relentlessly as he pursued us. I wasn't going to make it to the beach. Jax might have a chance. She ran with strong, fluid strides, and her petite frame flew along the street. But I wouldn't reach the Zodiac before the soldier caught me. Jax suddenly veered left, leapt a picket fence, and veered between two houses. I followed, almost snagging my jeans and falling when I jumped the fence. I got a quick glimpse of the soldier behind me. He was 50 feet away, still moving like an Olympic sprinter. I fled down the side of the house, around to the back door. It was open. Jax had smashed the lock and was in the kitchen, trying to drag a big wooden table over to block the door. I ran inside, closed the door, and helped her bring the table over. We got it behind the door, and both of us dropped to the floor so we couldn't be seen through the kitchen window. The soldier's boots pounded around the house and into the backyard, slowed, then stopped. Jax and I looked at each other. I saw my own fear reflected in her eyes. I dared not move a muscle, in case the soldier in the yard would hear and come crashing through the door. He was no ordinary man. I had no idea what he was, but I knew he was not normal. I closed my eyes and tried to recall the glimpse I had of his face when I had stumbled on the fence. There had been something wrong with his skin, something strange about his eyes. But he was not a zombie. Zombies did not move like that. The virus controlled the host's basic motor functions, and the result was a slow shamble. The soldier outside had covered 1/4 of a mile in less than 2 minutes. I couldn't hear any more sounds from the backyard. Was he out there, listening for us, waiting for us to make a move? If I wasn't breathing so hard from the run, I would have held my breath. The only sound in the kitchen was the low hum of the refrigerator. We sat there for what seemed like 5 minutes before Jax whispered, "I think he's gone." I nodded. We slowly got to our knees and peered out of the window. The backyard was empty. The overgrown grass had been stamped down in places, but the soldier was gone. There was nothing out there but a child's pink swing set. I wondered if the child who owned it would ever use it again. Chapter 20.
We explored the house quickly and made sure it was safe. It looked like a typical family had lived here once. The family photos showed a couple in their 30s and a bright-eyed blonde girl of 8 or 9. The upstairs consisted of a simply furnished double bedroom, the little girl's bedroom decorated in pink, and a spare room that was being used to store cardboard boxes full of books and DVDs. The bathroom was tidy and decorated in sea blue with plastic fish and crabs on the windowsill. Downstairs, we found a utility room and a cosy living room. A typical family house. I wondered where they were now. We found food in the kitchen cupboards and filled the backpacks with cans and jars. We wouldn't be going hungry for a while. As long as we could get this stuff back to the Lucky Escape. We left the food-stuffed backpacks in the kitchen, went into the living room, and sat on the sofa after shrugging off our backpacks full of medical supplies. The curtains in here were closed, and I left them that way. If the soldier was out there roaming the street, there was no point risking him seeing us through the window. "What the hell was he?" Jax asked. "He wasn't an ordinary soldier. There was something about him. Something strange." "I got a glimpse of him," I replied. "His skin and his eyes were weird. I don't know exactly what it was. I only got a quick look." "You mean he's turned?" I shrugged. "He can't have. We know how the zombies move, and it isn't anything like that. It was like being chased by Usain Bolt." "You think he's still out there?" she asked, looking at the curtains. I nodded. "Somewhere. He must have been the driver of the truck." I dug into my backpack and found the notebook. If he is, he's probably Sergeant Wilder. This is his notebook. I laid it on the glass coffee table and opened it. Flicking through the pages, we discovered that Wilder had been tasked with transporting the vaccine from a nearby army base to the medics who were vaccinating soldiers at the outlying military outposts. Reading the list of places he logged in the book, we learned that the army had men stationed at every major port, harbour, and marina. He hadn't worked alone. Wilder was part of a team called Alpha 3 Victor. Along with Wilder, the other team members were Corporal Francis and Lance Corporal Jones. Judging by the dates entered in the notebook, the vaccination programme had been in operation for just over 2 weeks. The final entry was dated 2 days ago, and Wilder had written a simple note in the margin. Corporal Francis was bitten 4 days ago. He has not turned, but keeps saying he wants to be left alone. Tries to wander off at every opportunity. He doesn't look well, but at least he hasn't become one of the nasties. There was nothing else in the book that could help us piece together why the truck was lying in a field and one of the team had chased us into the village. Where were the other 2 members? There were no bodies in the truck, so either all 3 men survived the crash, or they weren't all in the vehicle when it went off the road. I closed the notebook. How are we going to get back to the beach with him still out there? Jax thought a moment, then said, "Let's take a look out of the upstairs windows. We might be able to come up with a plan if we know exactly where he is." We went upstairs. The double room and the spare room looked out over the street. We tried the double room first, parting the curtains and looking down onto the street. He was there, pacing up and down along the row of houses, like a tiger, ready to pounce. "Look at his face," Jax whispered. It was difficult to see his features clearly at this angle, but I could see the veins in his neck and face were abnormally dark blue. His skin did not have the blue mottled colour of the zombies, which made the veins stand out even more in contrast. The backs of his hands were the same, dark blue veins spreading like an inked spider web from his wrist to his fingers. His eyes were the same yellow as the eyes of the other zombies. He didn't move like an undead zombie being controlled by the virus. He moved like a living man, and that made him all the more dangerous. We knew how fast he could run. There was no way we could get to the beach, untie the Zodiac, and be on the water before he caught us. "What are we going to do?" I asked Jax. "I have an idea," she said, leaving the room and going into the pink wallpapered girls' room. The window looked out over the backyards of the houses. Jax pressed her face against the glass and looked in the direction of the beach. "We'll have to go the back way," she said. I looked out at the row of yards. Each small patch of grass was separated from the next by a waist-high wooden picket fence. I remembered how I had stumbled on the front yard fence. This time, I would be weighed down with a backpack full of heavy cans. It didn't seem like a good plan to me. "I don't think I'll make it," I said. "We're not going to run. We're going to sneak down to the beach." The thought of going outside while the soldier was out there sent a chill down my spine. "Can't we just wait a while? He might go away." She looked at me with sympathy in her eyes. Sympathy seemed to be the default emotion I brought out in girls. "I'm scared too, Alex, but we have to get back to the boat. I just don't think I'm going to make it if I have to outrun him with a backpack full of food weighing me down." She didn't say what we were probably both thinking, that a backpack of food wasn't going to make the slightest difference. I would be too slow to escape this hybrid soldier zombie, even if I had on a pair of Nikes and running gear and no backpack at all. I just wasn't built for this shit. The neglect my body had suffered from so many years of sitting on my ass while playing video games and eating crap wasn't just going to go away overnight. The reason didn't really matter. All that mattered now was that, if I went out there, I would probably get killed, or bitten, or eaten, or whatever that hybrid intended to do to his victims. Either way, I wasn't happy about leaving the house while he was out there on the street. "You go," I said to Jax. "I don't think there's any point in me even trying." "I'm not going to leave you here," she said. I didn't know how to respond to that. I turned my head away when I felt hot tears in my eyes and wiped them away with the back of my hand. "How about we get something to eat while we're making our plans?" Jax asked. I nodded, and we went downstairs to the kitchen where we found burgers in the freezer. We got a pan of water boiling on the stovetop and added rice to it while the burgers cooked in the oven. I got one of the cans of baked beans we couldn't fit into our backpacks and poured the contents into a saucepan. The smell of cooking burgers made my mouth water. They sizzled and spat in the oven, and I could hardly wait to get them out and start eating. While I took charge of the rice, beans, and burgers, Jax explored the house more closely than our initial inspection. "What are you looking for?" I asked, as she rummaged through the cupboard beneath the sink. "A gun would be nice." "Good luck finding one of those." She continued searching, pulling out cleaning cloths, bottles of bleach, and a plunger. "You going to plunge him to death?" I asked. She smiled and said sarcastically, "Very funny." "I don't think we're going to find anything that kills hybrid soldier zombies," I said. "You think that's what he is?" she asked, getting to her feet and leaning against the wall by the stove. "A hybrid?" I shrugged. "I have no idea. All I know is he looks like he has the virus, but unlike the other zombies, he's still alive. The virus is controlling him and using him to spread itself to other humans, but it hasn't killed him. Probably because he was vaccinated before he got bitten." She frowned. "Was he bitten, though? I can't see a wound on him." She was right about that. Most of the zombies had very obvious wounds where they had been bitten when they were alive. Bloodstains on their clothing told the story of how they had ended up as part of the undead horde. But the soldier seemed to be bite-free. So how had he contracted the virus? I don't know, I admitted. Without taking a closer look, we probably won't ever know. And I'm not volunteering to go out there and inspect him for wounds. She nodded, and left the kitchen to see what she could find in other parts of the house. I heard her open the door beneath the stairs, and start a search in the storage area there. 20 minutes later, the food was ready. I found plates and put them on the counter before filling them with rice, beans and burgers. Jax appeared at the doorway. Smells good. Yeah. We can't eat it at the table since the table is blocking the back door. So I suggest the coffee table in the living room. Sounds good. We took our food into the living room and sat on the floor at opposite ends of the low table while we ate. The food brought my taste buds alive, and I savoured every forkful. You find anything? I asked Jax between mouthfuls. Not much. A pair of old binoculars, a hockey stick, tennis rackets, and some fishing equipment under the stairs. Some kids' toys. Nothing else that could even be remotely useful. The mention of fishing equipment reminded me of the days on the Big Easy, fishing with Lucy. Those days seemed so long ago now, and I was almost sure I would never see Lucy or the Big Easy again. Getting a message to her on Survivor radio seemed like an impossible task. We couldn't even get out of this house, never mind travel to the radio station and take control of the airwaves. The fishing stuff will be useful, I said. We should take that with us. She nodded. I knew what she was thinking. Take it with us how, exactly? You're too unfit to leave the house. We ate the rest of the meal in silence. I wondered how Jax had been affected by the apocalypse, how many loved ones she was missing. It seemed to me that Jax, Tanya, and Sam might have given themselves this mission to take over Survivor Radio, to distract them from the reality of the situation. They must have family unaccounted for, people they loved who could be alive, dead, or somewhere in between. Yet all three of them seemed to be full of bravado and a tough inner strength. Maybe they were just tougher than me. They were the type of people who were into extreme sports and martial arts, competitors, survivors. These were mentally and physically equipped to survive a zombie apocalypse. A sudden idea hit me. You ever play tennis? I asked Jax. She nodded. I used to, when I was younger. Were you any good? Yeah, not bad. Why? I ran the plan through my mind again. It could work. I said, I think I know how we can get out of here.
Chapter 21. I stood in the double bedroom with the binoculars pressed against my face. I wanted to get a better look at the hybrid soldier. He had stopped prowling around, and now he stood as still as a statue in the middle of the street. When he came into focus, I saw the bite on his neck. He had been bitten by a zombie after all, but the wound was slight. Most people were almost torn apart by the zombies that killed them, and the resulting wounds were deep and bloody. The soldier had a simple set of bloody marks on his neck, shaped like a set of teeth. I wondered how he had been turned. According to the notebook, Corporal Francis had been bitten already, but Wilder's note said Francis did not turn. He just wanted to be left alone and tried to wander off. Maybe Wilder and Jones were taking Francis back to base, and Francis did finally turn and attack them. The truck went off the road, and Francis bit the other members of the team. But if that was the case, where were they? Why hadn't all three members of Alpha 3 Victor been in the field near the truck? I lowered the binoculars and went to find Jax. She was in the little girl's pink bedroom, sitting on the bed and staring out of the window at the gathering gloom of the approaching evening.
She had a faraway look in her eyes, and again I wondered who she had lost in this apocalypse, who she was missing.
"He," she said when she saw me. I told her about the bite on the soldier's neck, then added, "So he was bitten, but the vaccine kept him alive, turning him into a hybrid. He's infected with the virus, but it hasn't killed and reanimated him. Also, I think it takes them longer to turn when they've been vaccinated. It sounds like it took Corporal Francis 4 days. I think he bit Wilder and Jones, causing the crash." She caught on to what I was thinking. "The last note in the book was written 2 days ago. So you think that's Francis out there on the street, and Wilder and Jones are still turning somewhere?" I nodded. "Probably somewhere in that field, or in those trees where Francis was standing." She thought for a moment, then said, "This is bad, Alex." "Yeah, all the soldiers are being vaccinated. How many of those soldiers will get bitten by zombies? How many have already been bitten since they were injected with the vaccine? There's going to be thousands of zombie hybrids, just like Francis," she said. "The shambling dead ones are bad enough, but now we're going to have to deal with runners as well. The virus will spread a lot faster," I said. She nodded, then said, "Let's get out of here." We went downstairs to the kitchen. On the table, we had placed the tennis racket from under the stairs and 4 tennis balls. I had no idea if this was going to work, but it was our best chance to get back to the Zodiac. Evening was already falling. Tanya and Sam probably thought we were dead. I just hoped they hadn't sailed away and left us in this god-forsaken village. I helped Jax put on her backpack, and she helped me do the same. We would have to carry the second backpacks we each had, and we were prepared to dump those if we had to. We were hoping we wouldn't have to. Carefully, we lifted the dining table and moved it away from the back door. Jax took the tennis racket and balls out into the backyard, while I went into the living room and parted the curtains just enough to see the soldier. He stood watching the street. Did he even remember what he was looking for anymore? Or was he waiting for any stimulus to spark him into action? I turned to see Jax in the backyard, holding a tennis ball in one hand, the racket in the other. She tossed the ball up with a graceful movement, then brought the racket up swiftly. The ball went sailing over the roof of the house. I turned back to the hybrid soldier. He was as still as he had been a few seconds ago. Then I saw the vibrant green tennis ball land in the yard of a house across the road and bounce against the living room window with a bang. The soldier turned to where the sound had come from. He moved a step forwards, then another and another, until he was walking to the yard across the street. A second ball sailed into the street and landed on the roof of a Volvo before bouncing away down the road. Walking quickly, the soldier reached the Volvo and looked into the windows of the car. Jax sent the third and fourth balls in rapid succession down the street, trying to lure the soldier farther away. With no other sound or movement to stimulate his senses, he followed the balls, although he didn't seem as interested now, as if he might have realized they were not worth pursuing. I went through the house and out into the yard. "Let's go," I whispered to Jax. We went to the first fence and placed the backpacks we were holding over into the next yard. We had packed towels between the cans, so they wouldn't make much noise. But the sound of everything settling in the packs as we put them on the ground sounded too loud. I was sure the soldier would hear us. If he heard us now, we were dead. Carefully, we straddled the waist-high fence and climbed over. It was difficult with the weighty pack on my back, shifting every time I moved. But I got over into the next yard and picked up my second pack. Jax was already waiting at the next fence. I looked at the row of yards ahead of us. There were at least a dozen fences between us and the last yard in the row. I groaned inwardly. It took us nearly an hour to move along the yards. It was slow and strenuous work, lifting the packs over each fence and listening for the approach of the hybrid soldier. I had no reason to believe the soldier had some sort of super hearing, but even so, every little noise we made sent my heart hammering. I was bathed in sweat by the time we climbed out of the final yard. The sky was darkening into twilight, with a few stars already visible. We stood 100 feet from the parking area where the white Nova and the red Toyota Camry sat. The Nova was as quiet as it had been when we first arrived. The zombies inside hiding and waiting for unsuspecting prey. We pressed ourselves against the side of the house. We had no idea where the soldier was. He could be at the far end of the street, or he could be standing just around the corner. Our ruse with the tennis balls had gotten us this far, but now we had to run for the Zodiac. As soon as we stepped away from the side of the house, we would be visible and vulnerable. I slowly leaned out and peeked around the corner of the house, half expecting to see the soldier standing right in front of me, yellow eyes glaring. But he was still at the other end of the village, standing still in the road, and he was facing in the opposite direction, toward the field and the crashed truck. His back to us. I whispered to Jax, "He's looking the other way. If we're quiet, we can get to the boat." She nodded and we broke cover, walking toward the beach and carrying our heavy packs as quietly and as quickly as possible. I kept looking over my shoulder, afraid that the soldier would turn and see us, but he remained still as a statue, staring the other way. The tide had gone out, and the Zodiac, which we had left in knee-deep water, now rested on the damp beach. The mooring rope lay twisted on the wet sand, like a dead snake. "Shit," Jax whispered. "We can drag it to the water without making too much noise," I whispered back. "If we—" A sudden noise to my right startled me. The zombies in the Nova had erupted into action and were banging and clawing at the car's windows. The soldier standing on the street turned slowly, saw us, and started running towards the beach. We fled to the Zodiac, dropping our second packs and weighed down by the ones on our backs. I grabbed the wet coil of rope and yanked it with all the strength I could muster. The rock anchor came out of the wet sand with a sucking sound. I threw it into the boat. It clattered on the aluminum floor. We picked up the boat and sidestepped to the water as fast as we could. I glanced along the street. The soldier was less than 100 feet away. Splashing into the sea, we pushed the boat into deeper water and climbed on board. Jax fumbled with the engine, pulling at the starting cord with trembling hands. The hybrid zombie soldier had reached the cars. The zombies in the Nova detected movement and went crazy, but he ran past them, his deadly focus on us. Jax pulled the starter cord again. The engine burst into life, coughing out clouds of oily smoke. The smell of gasoline had never been so sweet. The soldier splashed into the sea, still running at us. Jax grabbed the tiller and the engine roared. The Zodiac leapt forward so quickly, I almost went overboard, saving myself from such a fate by gripping the seat until my hands hurt. We sped out into deeper water. The hybrid soldier stopped when he was up to his waist in the sea. He stared at us with a malevolence that made me shudder. Jax slowed our speed and steered us for the lucky escape. I breathed deep breaths of salty air, tinged with the smell of gasoline. We were safe. I watched the soldier as he turned and strode back up the beach. He reached the white Nova and banged on the rear side window with his fists. The zombies inside were going crazy, clawing at the window. The soldier smashed his fists through the glass and grabbed the closest zombie. He tried to drag it out through the small opening, but the arm and head ripped away. He tossed them onto the ground and reached in for the second zombie, pulling it out viciously. The rotting zombie tore apart as it was forced through the small window opening.
The soldier crouched down over the zombie parts on the ground, selected an arm, raised it to his mouth, and ate. I leaned over the side of the Zodiac and puked into the sea.
Chapter 22.
The four of us sat in the living area of the Lucky Escape, around the small table. The radio was on, and Survivor Radio was playing a selection of rock hits. Beyond the windows, darkness had fallen, and the lights inside the boat cast a pale light over the room. We had eaten a dinner of pasta and tomato sauce, and Jax and I had told Tanya and Sam about our experience in the village. They had listened intently, asking questions now and then, and getting us to clarify parts of the story, so they knew every detail. The appearance of the running zombie hybrid was big news. This changed things. If we were going to have to deal with hordes of runners as well as shamblers, the danger factor in our mission went up several thousand notches. When we finished telling our story, Sam shook his head as if in disbelief. "That's some fucked up shit, man." I couldn't have put it better myself. A sudden noise on the window startled us, but it was only rain hitting the glass. "That's another thing," I said. "The hybrids won't take shelter from the rain like the other zombies have to. The hybrids are alive. They aren't rotting away, so the virus doesn't need to protect them in the same way. That soldier chased us into the sea without a second thought." Tanya sighed. "So, they're some sort of super zombie, and the rain won't protect us anymore." I nodded. "That's what it looks like." "Any idea how many of them there could be?" "It's impossible to know for sure. But if everyone in the military is being vaccinated, that's a lot of people walking around with the potential to become a hybrid. Since they work dangerous jobs and come into contact with zombies all the time, a lot of soldiers must get bitten or scratched every day." "So we're screwed," Sam said. "There's going to be an army of undead hybrids." "Except the hybrids aren't undead," I said. "They're alive." "Does it make a difference, man? Either way, if they catch you, you're fucked." "Yeah, that's true." I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes, feeling a wave of despair flood over me. There was no way we would survive on land once the number of hybrid runners increased. What was going to happen to the people in the survivors' camps? I thought about Joe and my parents. How could they possibly survive a hybrid attack on their camp? And where was Lucy? For all I knew, she had been captured by the soldiers and was also in a camp somewhere. I needed to get that message to her on Survivor Radio, but it seemed an impossible distance away, now that there were nasties, soldiers, and hybrids between us and the radio station. "How does this affect our mission?" Jax asked nobody in particular. "It doesn't," Tanya replied immediately. "We need to get the message out to the survivors even more urgently now. They're in even more danger than they were before." She looked at me and asked, "Based on what you know of this vaccine, do you think we should inject ourselves with it?" The three of them looked at me expectantly, and I realized that I did have a role in this group after all. They were strong and fit and intelligent, but they saw me as being smarter than them. While they had spent time in exotic places, filming adventurers like Viggo Johnson, my life had consisted of playing video games and reading books, many of which pertained to exactly the situation we now found ourselves in. Games and books were one thing, and real life was another. But my knowledge of a zombie apocalypse, even based on fictional works, was better than nothing. It allowed me to make guesses about our situation that were informed opinions, even though the information came from the thoughts and ideas of writers and game designers. I wondered how many of those writers and game designers were now dead, and how many had lasted long enough to see their nightmares come to life. I thought a moment about Tanya's question. There might be an advantage in vaccinating ourselves, I said. If we get bitten without the vaccine in our blood, we'll die quite quickly, and the virus will reanimate us as zombies. If we get bitten after we've been vaccinated, it takes around 4 days to turn. If nothing else, that will give the rest of us time to decide what to do with the infected person. That's easy, Tanya said. We kill them. It might not be that easy. When vaccinated people get bitten, they try to isolate themselves. Wilder's notes said Corporal Francis kept trying to wander away, saying he wanted to be left alone. The virus probably makes the host do that, so the host isn't vulnerable during the incubation period. So it isn't easy to kill them. They might just disappear, go into hiding somewhere, then reappear 4 days later as a hybrid. I closed my eyes and rubbed my forehead, trying to reconstruct Corporal Francis's transformation into a hybrid in my mind's eye. I think that when a nasty bites a vaccinated person, I said, it stops after the initial bite. It doesn't tear them apart like it would normally. The soldier we saw had a single bite on his neck. Maybe the nasty gets a taste of the vaccinated blood and stops. That means the host has a good chance of surviving. He goes somewhere remote and becomes a hybrid, infected with a mutated form of the virus. Either the original virus reacts with the vaccine, or it mutates itself to turn the victim into a zombie despite the vaccine. The same way certain strains of bacteria become resistant to antibiotics. "Dude, you're geeking out on us now," Sam said. "I think we should vaccinate ourselves. At least that gives us 4 days after being bitten, and we get to stay alive. That beats death and reanimation in my book." Tanya looked at him with hard eyes. "You're assuming we'd let you live for 4 days after you got infected." He shrugged. "Like Alex says, I'd get the hell out of Dodge, and the next time you saw me, I'd be a kick-ass hybrid." She rolled her eyes. "You sound like you want to be a zombie." "Nah," he said. "The hours suck. But I'd rather be a living hybrid than one of those mindless dead fuckers." Tanya considered that and nodded. "I think we should all be vaccinated." "It's safer," I agreed. "If nothing else, it means we won't get ripped apart by zombies. They'll deliver one bite, then leave us alone when they taste the vaccinated blood." Jax spoke up. "If that's the reason the soldier only had one bite, for all we know, he could have killed the zombie that bit him before it could sink its teeth into him again. It might not have anything to do with the vaccine." I nodded. "That's true. We don't know." "If you get bitten, you're screwed either way," Tanya said. "The best course of action is not to let them bite you." "I'll drink to that," Sam said, raising his mug of water. He took a gulp, then looked around the table. "I had medical training before I did the survival shows with Figo, so I can give the injections. Who's first?" 10 minutes later, we had all been injected with the amber liquid. It hurt like a wasp sting as it went in, and the area on my shoulder where the needle had gone in rose into an angry red welt. Sam vaccinated himself last, then disposed of the used needles and empty vaccine vials in the kitchen trash can. "Man, that stings," he said. "I wonder what's in that shit." Jax, rubbing her shoulder, said, "You'd have to ask the scientists on Apocalypse Island. They made that stuff, just like they made the original virus." Unwilling to listen to another political rant, I went out onto the sun deck and looked up at the stars. The rain had stopped for a moment, and the night breeze was cool. I could hear an animated discussion inside as my 3 friends talked about their favourite subjects: the government, Apocalypse Island, and conspiracy theories. What did it matter where the virus came from? It was too late for that knowledge to do us any good. When you were burning in the flames of hell, knowing who lit the match wasn't going to ease your pain. When the rain started again, this time as an insidious drizzle, I climbed up to the bridge and sat in the pilot's chair. Thousands of raindrops streamed down the windows like tears, blurring my view of the coast and the sea. It was only later, when I went back down the ladder to the deck, after letting my thoughts about the apocalypse, hybrid zombies, Joe and Lucy run in depressing circles, that I saw a soldier on the beach. He was alone, half running, half stumbling over the wet sand. He looked drunk as he weaved across the beach to the base of the rocky cliffs. I went back up the ladder to get the binoculars from the bridge and brought them back down to the deck. Adjusting the focus, I watched the soldier as he dropped to his knees, then curled up into a fetal position, shivering, as if he had hypothermia. He wasn't shivering from the cold. He wore the usual army outfit, including a waterproof camouflage jacket, and the night was cool and wet, but not cold enough to make anyone shiver. He was obviously infected. He had left his squad somewhere up on those cliffs, and had come down to the deserted beach to turn. As he lay there shivering, I understood why vaccinated victims of the virus sought out a remote place to turn. They were weak and vulnerable, while the virus and the vaccine fought a biochemical war inside their bodies. There was a risk that they could be easily killed, so the virus compelled the host to find a safe place to turn. If the host was sick like this for 4 days, maybe there was a good chance they would be killed before they turned. If the military knew about the 4 days downtime, they might be hunting down and killing the hosts before they had a chance to complete the transformation into hybrids. Even if they weren't being killed by the army, it was possible that not every infected host completed the transformation. Maybe in some cases, the vaccine won the biochemical battle, and the host did not turn. Maybe they lived through the 4 days and beat the infection. Or maybe the strain on the body killed them. I lowered the binoculars. I didn't want to look at the shivering, curled-up soldier any longer. I was vaccinated now, and if I got bitten, that was the fate that awaited me. Lying helpless and alone, while the virus tried to take over my body. I went back inside. Even listening to the three amigos talk about Apocalypse Island was preferable to seeing that lone figure on the deserted beach, and wondering if I was going to end up like him. Chapter 23. By noon the following day, we had sailed around the southern tip of England and begun to make our way north along the English Channel. Grey clouds scudded across the sky, occasionally breaking and showering us with cold rain. The day was grim, and the sea was rough. The Lucky Escape rode the waves well, but every now and then a swell would break over her hull, and the decks would be drenched with a deluge of salt water. I sat in the pilot's chair, making sure we stayed deep enough to avoid rocks, but also close enough to shore that we didn't go off course. Jax stood looking out of the water sheen that covered the bridge windows. Tanya and Sam were somewhere in the living area, keeping dry. I had the radio on, but even Johnny Drake must be in a depressed mood today. He played mostly emo and goth tracks. A quiet, contemplative atmosphere had descended over the boat. We were all lost in our own thoughts of the mission ahead. I was wondering if it was even possible to get to the radio station alive. The slogan painted on the boat's hull and printed on my T-shirt, "Sail to your destiny," seemed particularly apt today, and the destiny wasn't good. Jax had come up to the bridge 5 minutes ago, said hi, and then stood silently, watching the coastline through the windows. I wasn't sure if she wanted a conversation or not, so I kept my mouth shut. If she spoke to me, I would answer. Otherwise, I was going to stay quiet. The silence didn't bother me too much. I was used to uncomfortable silences with girls. After another minute of staring out at the rain and cliffs, she said softly, "Do you think we're going to make it, Alex?" I sighed. Did she want a truthful answer or reassurance that everything was going to be okay? I decided to walk the middle ground and said, "I don't know." If I had tried to reassure her, I wouldn't have sounded convincing at all, and if I had been truthful, I would have said, "No, Jax, I don't think we're going to make it. I think we're all going to end up dead, or worse. We don't have a chance of surviving this crazy mission." She turned to face me. There were tears in her eyes. "I don't want to die." She wiped her face with the back of her hand. "Me either," I replied. "So let's try and stay alive." I sounded much calmer than I felt. She smiled and nodded. "Good idea." I was about to reply, but she held up her hand, silencing me. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. I listened. All I could hear was Bauhaus singing Bela Lugosi's Dead on Survivor radio. "The music?" I asked like an idiot. "No, not the music," she said, twisting the volume knob to 0. Then I heard it, outside, beyond the windows. Voices. "What's that?" I asked, vocalizing my confused thoughts. It sounded like hundreds of people speaking at once out there. I leaned forward and used my sleeve to wipe away condensation from the window. There were shapes on the cliffs and the beaches. We went down to the deck where Tanya and Sam were already leaning on the railing and gazing towards the shore. On the tops of the cliffs and on the rocky beaches, at least 100 soldiers lay curled up beneath the slate-grey sky. They all lay in the same fetal position, and they all murmured the same 3 words. But they weren't saying the words in unison, so the sound they made as a group was confused. I listened to the jumbled torrent of words and picked out what each soldier was saying. "Leave me alone." Tanya turned to me. "What's happening?" "They've all been bitten," I said. "And because they're vaccinated, the virus is battling with the vaccine. They'll be like that for 4 days, then become hybrids, or die." I shrugged. "I don't know for sure." Sam stared at the curled-up soldiers with fascination in his eyes. "Why do they keep saying that? Leave me alone? It's fucked up, man." "They're probably just saying that because it's the only thought going through their heads. The virus compels them to find an isolated place, and they're vocalizing the command." The voices floating across the water to our boat were eerie. The soldiers sounded distressed, in pain. I remembered the soldier I had seen on the beach last night. He had been silent. I think they're only murmuring like that because they're in close proximity to one another. Look at that one down there, alone on the rocks. I pointed to a soldier who had removed himself from the others and lay alone on the beach. He shivered like the others, but his mouth was closed and he made no noise. It seemed the words, "Leave me alone," were an automatic reaction to the presence of others. I went back up to the bridge and turned on the radio again. Those eerie voices were creeping me out. On the radio, Johnny Drake had switched to a more upbeat selection of tracks and was currently playing Summer of '69 by Bryan Adams. I watched the soldiers through the water-streaked windows until we sailed past them and their voices faded away in the distance. An hour later, the sea calmed and the Lucky Escape settled into a gentle rolling gait as she took us along the Cornish coast towards Falmouth. I checked the map and guessed we would be approaching the harbour in the next 30 minutes. I cut the engine and went down to the deck where the others were sitting. "We're approaching the harbour," I said. "What's the plan?" Tanya looked at the late afternoon sky. "We should wait until it's dark before we sail past the harbour into the river. It's our best chance." Everyone agreed, so I went back up to the bridge and took the Lucky Escape out into deeper water and continued toward Falmouth. We could get a look at the harbour from a safe distance and wait there until dark. The plan didn't fill me with confidence, but I couldn't come up with anything better. And I knew that if I didn't go through with this, my chances of seeing Lucy again were probably 0. When a wide inlet appeared, cutting a path inland, I used the binoculars to see more details. A small castle sat on the headland. I wondered if the army were using it as a lookout post, but it looked abandoned. The harbour was situated on the other side of the headland, which meant I would have to sail into the wide inlet to assess the situation there. I just hoped we weren't sailing into a trap we couldn't escape. I piloted the Lucky Escape around the headland and into the inlet. Despite the huge size of the inlet, having land on both sides of the boat made me feel claustrophobic. The harbour appeared on the port side. It was much larger than the marina at Swansea, and the area was filled with boats of all shapes and sizes, moored to the long jetties. I couldn't see any soldiers. The harbour was eerily quiet. The rain became a weak drizzle, then stopped entirely. The mouth of the river that led inland to Truro lay directly ahead. Maybe I should make a run for it now, while there seemed to be nobody around. I had feared a huge military presence, but the lack of even a single soldier unnerved me. I thought I could see army vehicles parked in the harbour, but it was hard to tell from this distance. On the water, something sparkled in the afternoon sun like a silver spider's web stretching across the mouth of the river all the way to the nearest jetty in the harbour. Using the binoculars, I took a closer look. What I saw made me groan. An emptiness filled my gut as I realised I was going to have to tell the others the bad news. As soon as I climbed down the ladder and stood on the deck in front of them, they knew something was wrong by the expression on my face. "What is it, man?" Sam asked. "We can't take the boat past the harbour," I said. They were silent, waiting for me to continue. I said, "The army have barricaded the river." Chapter 24. We took turns looking through the binoculars, and we all came to the same conclusion. Our plan was dead in the water. The army engineers had built a barricade that stretched all the way from the harbour jetty and spanned the river. It floated in the water, a 10-foot-high steel wall supported by huge plastic barrel-shaped floats. It looked like it had been put together in sections, and the movement of the water made it undulate like a living, breathing steel snake. At the harbour, Army Land Rovers and personnel carriers were parked in clusters, but none of us saw any soldiers. The area seemed quiet, but from this distance, we probably wouldn't be able to hear any sounds that far away. All we could hear was the slapping of waves against the Lucky Escape's hull. We went into the living area and sat around the table to decide our next move. "What do we do?" Tanya asked. "We could go over land," Sam suggested. "Too risky," Jack said. "We have to get past the barrier and take the boat upriver. There's no other way." "We can't get past it," he replied, "and there might be even more barriers farther up the river. We'd be stuck, man. Easy targets for the army to blow out of the water." "I don't see any soldiers," Tanya said. "Maybe they've all gone away to turn into hybrids or something." "That is possible," I said. "If the harbour was attacked by hybrids, the soldiers could all have wandered away to find a place to turn." I thought about that a little more. If that's the case, we can get past the barrier by going around it on the jetty and getting into the river on the other side. Dude, we have to get the lucky escape past the barrier too, Sam said. I shook my head. No, we don't. We can take the Zodiac, carry it across the jetty, and get into the water on the other side of that wall. If there are other barricades upriver, we can get onto the bank and carry the Zodiac around them too. Portage, Sam said, nodding. I like it. It will make us less of a target than if we were in the lucky escape, Tanya said. Let's do it. There's just one thing, I reminded her. The harbour has to be empty of soldiers. Otherwise, we'll get captured as soon as we set foot on it. Something else, Jax added. If hybrids attacked the harbour, where are they now? We all knew the answer to that. They were probably still there, waiting. We'll check it out closely before we leave the Zodiac, Tanya said. Everyone, grab your weapons. We went out onto the sun deck and began to untie the Zodiac, while Jax used the binoculars to study the harbour. Plenty of vehicles, she said, as we carried the boat to the aft deck, but I can't see any soldiers. That was both good news and bad. Good, because it meant we weren't going to get blown out of the water by the army. Bad, because there must be a reason the soldiers weren't there anymore, and that reason could still be lurking at the harbour. We got the boat into the water and climbed aboard with our weapons. Jax started the engine, and the familiar gasoline smell filled the night air. As we set off towards the jetty, I looked back at the lucky escape. She bobbed on the waves, looking abandoned in the fading sunlight. I hoped she would still be there when we got back. I hoped we would get back. Tanya had the binoculars, and she watched the harbour as we approached. Looks clear, she said. I can't see much because of all the boats, but the place looks deserted. Jax guided the Zodiac between two yachts, heading for a set of stone steps that led from the water up to the top of the high jetty. Sam jumped onto the steps and held the boat steady while we clambered out. Between the four of us, we managed to hoist the Zodiac up the steps. The boat wasn't too heavy for the four of us to handle, but it dripped cold water over us as we carried it to the top of the jetty. At the top, we set it down on the concrete and looked around. The barrier had been fixed to the end of the jetty by thick steel braces that looked like they had been embedded into the stone by some sort of huge drill. There was no way we could detach the barricade. It stretched out across the water to the bank on the other side. It was miles long and must have taken days to construct. I assumed the army had built it to keep boats in rather than keep them out. The river ran all the way to Truro, and along the way there were yacht clubs, small marinas, and harbours. This barricade would make sure none of those boats sailed out into the channel. It looked like the military really was trying to control everybody. As I stood admiring the technical work that had gone into erecting such a huge barricade, a sudden silence descended over the harbour. Even the birds stopped singing, just as they had at Mason's farm. No way should it be this quiet, I whispered. What's that? Jax asked, pointing to the buildings on the shore. I squinted at the place she had indicated. I don't see anything. There, she said. Oh my God, we need to get out of here. Now! Dozens of hybrid soldiers erupted from the cluster of buildings like ants scuttling out of a nest. They ran towards the jetty, fixing us with their hateful yellow eyes. As the first half-dozen reached the jetty, more and more came pouring out from between the buildings. I was reminded of a scene in a Matrix movie where thousands of copies of Agent Smith attacked Neo. The soldiers, although different facially, wore identical uniforms, and their running bodies blurred into a mass of camouflage-patterned jackets. "Let's move!" Tanya shouted, grabbing the Zodiac. We all lifted the boat and headed for the steps that led down the opposite side of the jetty, but it was obvious we weren't going to make it. "Take it to the end and throw it over," Tanya shouted, changing direction. We took the Zodiac to the end of the concrete jetty and heaved it into the water 20 feet below. The boat landed with a splash and took on some water, but remained afloat. The nearest soldiers were almost on us. Their boots thundered along the jetty. We all jumped. In normal circumstances, I would have thought twice before diving 20 feet into the sea. But with a horde of hybrids running towards me, I didn't even give the jump a second thought. I hit the water and went under, enveloped by cold and darkness. Struggling to the surface, I heard splashes as other bodies landed in the water around me. I had expected to hear 3, but there were many more. I broke the surface and gasped for air. Splashing through the water to the Zodiac, I saw Tanya, Jax, and Sam. They were almost on the boat, swimming strongly. Splashes continued around me, some spraying me with water. I swam like a madman. I was so panicked I couldn't breathe. The hybrids were in the water with me. As I swam for the Zodiac, I heard more of them hit the surface and go under. My 3 companions were clambering onto our inflatable boat. I thought about dropping my bat. It was slowing me down. Jax, on the boat and pulling at the engine's starter cord, turned to me, her eyes wide. "Alex, swim!" Tanya and Sam leaned over the side of the boat and reached out their hands towards me. But as I reached up to take them, a hand grabbed my boot and pulled me under. Chapter 25. I barely had any breath in my lungs as I was dragged down through the murky water. I kicked out with my free foot, and my boot connected with something, but the hand still gripped me. I held my bat in both hands and jabbed it down as hard as I could, hoping to hit the hybrid's head and make him let go of me. Instead of letting go, he reached up with his free hand and grabbed my other boot. I was helpless, unable to kick or swim, being pulled down to a watery death. At least I would drown before he bit me. My lungs already screamed for air, and my chest felt like it was collapsing. In a minute, it would all be over. I would never know what happened to Lucy, never find Joe. A movement to my left startled me. A face and arms appeared, swimming rapidly at me with wide, strong strokes. I wouldn't have thought the hybrids could swim, but here was one coming this way to prove me wrong. It reached me, and I turned to look into its yellow eyes. They weren't yellow. They were blue. It was Sam. He turned over and faced downwards, before sweeping his arms and diving down towards my boots, tire iron gripped in his hand. He had come to save me. Sam had risked his own life to save mine. I wanted to tell him it was too late. The tiny breath of air I had in my lungs was gone. I couldn't tell him anything. We were underwater, and everything was turning black. A low ringing began in my head. The blackness seeped over my eyes. Then everything ended. The first sound I heard was the cry of seagulls, and voices, familiar voices. Jax and Sam, talking. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but their voices were rushed, panicky. I wasn't concerned. I listened to the Zodiac engine firing steadily, the sound of the boat gliding through the water. I could smell fish, and the gasoline smell of the engine. My clothes were wet and cold. I was lying on a hard surface. Something heavy pressed against my chest, over and over. Now the panic I heard in Sam's voice got into my head. I had almost drowned. The heavy pressure on my chest continued. I felt a rush of water travel up my throat and into my nose and mouth. I gagged on it, spat it out. I opened my eyes and saw the night sky and stars above. My throat felt raw. My nose burned. Sam was above me, a worried look in his eyes. "He's coming round," he said to someone I couldn't see. I sat up and leaned against the inflatable side of the Zodiac, gasping for breath. "How you doing, man?" Sam asked. He sat back on his heels, grinning. Jax was behind me, with her hand on the tiller, and Tanya was at the front of the boat, scanning the water ahead with the binoculars. "I'm not dead," I said. Sam laughed. "No way, man. I saved your ass." "Thanks." I looked over the side of the boat towards the shore. A pair of gulls sat on the water, fighting over a fish that they had torn apart. The shore was no longer the rocky seashore I was used to seeing. It was a wooded bank. The trees came all the way to the water's edge. I turned and looked at the opposite bank. More trees, with fields beyond. We were on the river. "How long have I been out?" I asked. "Only about a minute, man. Don't sweat it. I hauled you into the boat and started working on you. Jax got us out of there. That was some fucked up shit." I looked back beyond Jax to the harbour. The yellow-eyed soldiers stood on the jetty motionless, their prey out of reach. I had no idea why some of them had followed us into the water. "We just learned one thing," Sam said. "What's that?" I asked. "That hybrids can't swim worth a damn." "It doesn't make sense that they jump in like that," I said. "The virus doesn't have anything to gain if they die. Why did they do that?" "Don't ask me, man. I just work here." I racked my brain for the answer to my own question. I wanted to understand the virus. It was our enemy, and if we understood it, we could predict what the zombies would do in specific situations. So far, we had seen that it protected the true zombies, the dead, rotting ones, by keeping them out of the rain. Why would it allow hybrids to jump into the sea like that? Their flesh wasn't rotting, so they had nothing to fear from the water itself. But they couldn't swim. Jumping into the deep sea was suicide. The hosts were destroyed and could not spread the virus. It made no sense. Sam tapped my shoulder, bringing me out of my thoughts. "Don't dwell on it too much, man. We're alive, and that's all that matters." "Holy shit," Tanya said from the front of the boat. "There are zombies everywhere." We didn't need the binoculars to see what she was talking about. The movement in the trees on the shore and dark shapes shambling through the fields told us everything we needed to know. This area was crawling with zombies. I couldn't see any hybrids out there, just a whole load of shamblers. A few seconds after we saw them, their low moans came drifting across the water to our boat. They couldn't get to us, but the sight of so many zombies made my skin crawl. The air was thick with the stench of their rotting flesh. Their unnatural gait and staring yellow eyes spoke to some deep fear within me. I could barely stand to look at them as they dragged their putrefying corpses across the fields and between the trees. Some of the walking dead came down to the edge of the riverbank and stood glaring at us. Some stretched out their blue mottled hands and clawed at the air. None of them stepped into the water. As I watched them, I understood the fundamental difference between these dead shamblers and the living hybrids. The shamblers were totally under the control of the virus. It had killed the host and now controlled the body. In the case of the hybrids, the host was still alive and still had some control. Even though the hybrids had a primal urge to spread the virus, They also had a remnant of their human emotions. The hybrids at the harbour had jumped into the sea because their desire to catch us overrode the virus's need to keep the host alive. Their virus-infected brains didn't think, if I jump into the sea, I will drown. They didn't base their actions on logic, only on the need to kill their prey. They no longer possessed the intelligence to avoid throwing themselves into dangerous situations. The shamblers had the same lack of intelligence, but the virus had complete control of their bodies, so it kept them from harm, because if the body was harmed, the virus could not be spread by that host. If the rage of the hybrids meant they acted without self-preservation and ignored the needs of the virus, maybe there was a way to use that against them. Sam waved his tire iron at the zombies on the riverbank. "You want some of this? Come and get it." "There's no point taunting them," Jack said. "I'm ready to bust some heads, man." Despite his outburst, Sam seemed too relaxed for a man on a dangerous mission. I, on the other hand, was terrified. The countryside was crawling with zombies, and we were heading to a city where the undead population would be even larger. We weren't going to make it out alive. Chapter 26. We continued along the river into the night. An inky blackness crept across the sky, and low-lying dark clouds blotted out the moon. I could barely see the zombies on the bank, but their low moans told me they were still there. Apart from the moans, the only other sound was the purr of the engine and the rush of the water against the Zodiac's sides as we glided upriver. The gasoline smell coming from the engine masked the stench of rotting flesh hanging in the night air. Tanya, Jax and Sam were quiet. I guessed they were all wondering what lay ahead and how they were going to complete their mission. In their minds, they had probably already taken over the radio station, got their message out, and were back in the Lucky Escape, sipping champagne. I had no such illusions. My three companions might be winners in life, but I was used to failure, mixed with a good dose of disappointment. I was pretty sure I would never see the Lucky Escape again, or Lucy. My heart broke at the thought of not seeing Lucy again. What had started out as a massive crush, based only on her looks, had developed into something much more. I didn't think I could bear surviving the apocalypse without her. Tanya turned to us and whispered, "We've reached the city." The trees and fields gave way to houses with lawns that stretched down to the river. Beyond the houses, the glow of streetlights illuminated hundreds of zombies, wandering aimlessly like lost souls. As we travelled farther upriver, the houses gave way to industrial units and factories, then shops and businesses, as the river wound into the heart of Truro. The banks of the river became walls of cement and stone, with a safety rail that separated the river from a small walking path. The path was heaving with nasties. They glared at us as we passed them. They were everywhere, clogging up the city with rotting flesh and hungry moans. In the distance we heard a gunshot, and I wondered if the army was actually fighting this massive horde of the undead, or if there were survivors in the city. Maybe someone had simply had enough and taken their own life. Goodbye, cruel apocalypse. "We're not going to be able to get off the boat," I said. Sam said, "We don't need to, man." I threw him a confused look, but the pale overhead lights on the path barely reached our boat, so I wasn't sure Sam saw my face in the darkness. I added, "What do you mean?" "The building we're heading for was BBC Radio Cornwall, before the army took it over for Survivor Radio. I came here with Viggo Johnson last year to do an interview about a TV show we had filmed in the Sahara. While we were waiting to go on air, one of the producers was shooting the shit with us, and he took us out to the back of the building to get some fresh air. There's a covered walkway out there with a waist-high wall. The other side of that wall drops straight down into the river. All we have to do is climb out of the boat and over the wall. It's simple, man. It sounded simple, but he was forgetting the fact that the building was probably heavily guarded by the military, or could be overrun with zombies or hybrids. This was not going to be simple. Rather than give me hope, Sam's optimism pissed me off. I sat brooding in the boat until we got to the radio station. I felt a mixture of fear, depression, and anger, which made for a bad combination. I didn't even know who I was angry at, only that I felt like smashing heads with my baseball bat to relieve the pressure building up inside me. "We're here," Tanya whispered. The river forked into two. On the left, it ran to a small marina with a large store and a zombie-filled parking lot. On the right, a group of white-painted buildings skirted the water. Both forks ran beneath a wide bridge, along which ran a main road, judging by the amount of abandoned cars up there. The final building on this side of the bridge had black letters on its wall that read, BBC Radio Cornwall. A porch roof, supported by brown-painted wooden struts, ran almost the entire length of the building, covering a narrow walkway, which was hidden from us by a low white wall that dropped down to the water. There was no sign of life, or zombies. "It's too quiet," I whispered. "Would you prefer soldiers, or zombies, maybe?" Sam asked. He laughed. "Jesus, Alex, you're too highly strung, man. Relax." "It doesn't make sense," I protested. "If the army is running their radio broadcast from here, why aren't they guarding it?" Jax leaned forward and said, "Why would they guard it from the riverside? Zombies don't swim. And nobody else would be crazy enough to do what we were doing." Jax steered us in towards the wall, and Tanya stood up with the Zodiac's mooring rope in her hand. She reached up, grabbed the top of the wall, and pulled herself up and over in a swift, graceful movement, crowbar in one hand. She checked the area and tied the boat to one of the porch struts. "It's clear," she whispered down to us. Sam went next, heaving his bulky frame over the wall. "Pass the weapons up," he whispered to us. Jax passed our bats and his tire iron up to him, then looked at me. "You want to go next?" "You go ahead. I'll follow." My refusal was nothing to do with chivalry. I wasn't sure I could make it over the wall. It wasn't all that high, but for someone as unfit as I was, it was high enough to give me serious doubts that I could pull my bulk over the top. I almost suggested that I stay with the Zodiac, but if I did that, I would never be able to get my message to Lucy. Jax jumped up and pulled herself over quickly. I stood up in the Zodiac, leaning against the rough, white stone to steady myself. I slid my hands up to the edge of the wall and curled my fingers over the top. I wouldn't be able to do this. I was too heavy. Tanya, Jax, and Sam grabbed my forearms and pulled me up. I used the toes of my boots against the wall to assist them, but it wasn't necessary. They had me over the top in seconds. I stood in the narrow cement walkway between the wall and the building. Both ends of the walkway were closed off, with tall, locked iron gates. Another reason the army didn't have to worry too much about people climbing in this way. "Thanks," I whispered to my companions. "Don't mention it, man," Sam replied. They had pulled me up because they knew I couldn't climb over by myself. I felt both grateful and embarrassed. I picked up my bat and hoped I could prove myself in the fighting ahead. I was tired of being the weakest member in every group. Sam went to the nearest window and looked inside. "We're going in this way," he whispered. "The studio is upstairs, so we need to get up there as quickly as possible." He jabbed his tire iron at the corner of the window. The glass shattered. I had thought we were going to use stealth, but Sam's approach was fast and hard. He reached in and opened the window, before disappearing through it into the dark room beyond. "Go, Alex," Tanya said, pushing me forward. She was making sure I didn't lag behind by making me go in front of her. Luckily, the window was large. I struggled through and found myself inside a carpeted room with vinyl chairs and a sofa. Framed Radio Cornwall posters hung on the walls. Sam opened the door, and light spilled in from a lighted corridor. The girls pushed past me and ran out of the room with Sam. I followed, scared to be left alone. I didn't want to be killed or captured, and someone must have heard that window breaking. The corridor was brightly lit with strip lights, the floor covered in blue and grey vinyl floor tiles. Pictures of the Radio Cornwall DJs lined the walls. At the far end of the corridor, I could see an empty reception area and a steel and glass door that led to the parking lot. 2 soldiers stood outside the door, looking out into the night. Their rifles were slung over their shoulders, and they looked relaxed. If they had heard the window breaking, they didn't seem too bothered by it. "Alex, this way," Sam whispered, holding a door open for me across the corridor and gesturing for me to follow him. I went through quickly, and we ascended a wide set of stairs to the next floor. A double door at the top was open, and 2 soldiers stood guarding it, facing away from us. Tanya and Sam rushed up the steps and swung their weapons before the soldiers knew what was happening. They crumpled to the hallway floor. As I reached the top of the stairs,